Asking for Trouble by Ann Granger. Read by Kim Hicks. Chapter 1. The man from the council housing department came on Monday morning. He served us with summonses, one each. "According to our procedure," he informed us, in a voice pitched nervously high. He wasn't very old, curly-haired, his round cherubic face doing its best to express authority, but losing out to an expression of incipient panic. I can't believe he was seriously scared of us. Granted, we outnumbered him, but we weren't strangers. He and various of his colleagues had been before. In the past, we'd locked them out so that they had to shout up at the windows to communicate with us. But that day, we'd let him in. It was decision day. We knew it, and he knew that we did. There was no longer any point in those spirited exchanges hurled between pavement and windowsill. It was a curiously muted ending to a long-running dispute. All the same, he watched us anxiously, just in case we tore up the individual summonses in a last protest. Squibb took his from its envelope and turned it over as if he expected to see something written on the back. Terry pushed hers into the pocket of her knitted coat. Nev looked for a moment as if he were going to refuse to accept his, but took it eventually. I took mine and said, "Thanks for nothing." The official cleared his throat. "I shall be attending the court tomorrow, together with the council solicitor, to apply for an order for immediate possession. We anticipate it will be granted. We're prepared to give you until Friday to enable you to find alternative accommodation, but the matter is now in the hands of the court and its bailiffs, so it's no use arguing with me. Argue it out with the court tomorrow if you want, but it won't do any good." He was still defensive, though no one bothered to answer him. We'd always known we'd lose. Even so, the reality of knowing we were out induced a physical sickness in the stomach. I turned away and stared at the window until I could control my face. It was one of those slate-coloured mornings, threatening to tip rain at any moment, though it would probably hold off until evening. Dense cloud cover kept the traffic fumes and other odours trapped at street level. You could even smell the charred meat and burnt onions from the Wild West hamburger bar which was 2 streets away. I hadn't been feeling very cheerful that morning, even before our visitor came, because I'd lost my job the previous Friday. The manager had found out that my address was irregular, and that was that. Irregular meant I was currently living in a squat. Although technically our occupation was illegal, no one had prevented us moving into an empty and, to all intents, ownerless house. And now we'd been there long enough for our presence to have acquired an air of permanency. Moreover, we had a purpose. We called ourselves the Jubilee Street Creative Artists Commune, though none of our work would have attracted a subsidy from the Arts Council or the National Lottery. But in between conforming to the norm or plummeting to the depths, whatever our individual destinies might be, we planned stupendous careers from the anonymity of Jubilee Street. In every way we possibly could, in fact, we deceived ourselves. Dreams beat reality any day. By the way, I have to leave Squibb out of the great careers scenario. Squibb lived strictly from day to day and hadn't formed even the ghost of a plan that anyone had ever heard of. Nev had plans. They came in the form of a 20-page synopsis for his novel, which was likely to rival War and Peace in length. Every day he tapped away relentlessly on an old W.H. Smith manual machine. I've sometimes wondered if he ever finished it. Squibb was a pavement artist. He could copy anything. Some people would say that wasn't truly creative because it wasn't original, but they hadn't seen what Squibb could do with a box of chalks and a few clean slabs. Old masters, which had been reduced by familiarity and brown varnish to the status of museum pieces, emerged breathing new life from Squibb's fingers. They spoke so eloquently to passers-by that several were visibly disconcerted by the vibrancy of the chalked faces at their feet. In an episode which Squibb regarded as deeply embarrassing, a passing art critic became so enthusiastic that he talked of presenting Squibb to the world, together presumably with some purpose-acquired slabs to work on. The idea of being taken up by the establishment had so terrified Squibb that he'd simply melted away with his tin of chalks and taken to improving the pavements of the provinces until he thought it safe to return to London. As for me, I still clung to my early ambition to be an actress. Life had somewhat got in the way. I'd dropped out of a college course in the dramatic arts. Since then, apart from some street theatre, the role of star of stage and screen had eluded me. I still hoped to make it some day. Short term, keeping the wolf from the door was enough to occupy me. That, and maintaining an eye on the other two. We three had moved into the house first. Soon afterwards we'd been joined by Declan, a small, wiry fellow with straggling shoulder-length hair and features like a good-natured elf. Both his arms had been heavily tattooed, a fearsome snake on one, a sacred heart on the other. He recalled having the sacred heart done, but claimed to have no recollection of the snake being tattooed. He'd woken up one morning with a monumental hangover, and there it was, crawling up his arm. "I thought I had the DTs," he observed. Sometimes he'd stretch out his arm and study the snake thoughtfully. I think it worried him. Declan had arrived as a rock musician without a group, owing to his former group's lead guitarist having been accidentally electrocuted whilst rehearsing in a church hall. "The poor sod's hair stood on end," Declan would relate with mournful wonder. "God rest his soul. It was bloody funny to see. Until we realised he was dead, you know. That sobered us up. We all stood round, trying to remember how to do resuscitation while we waited for an ambulance, though we could see he was a goner. On top of which, the amp was just about fried and we hadn't got the dosh to buy another. Just then, would you believe it, a wee man came running in, mouthing off at us because we'd fused all the lights in the place. It pissed us off that much, him no showing any respect for the dead like it, that the drummer and I, we picked him up, kicking and yelling like a banshee, and dropped him out of the window. It wasn't a long drop. He bounced. But we got done for assault all the same." Declan played bass, and a bass player needs a group. A little later, Lucy and her 2 children had come along. Lucy wasn't an artist of any sort. She had run away from a violent husband and had been staying at a battered women's refuge a few streets away. I'd got talking to her one day while I was serving in Patel's corner greengrocer's shop. She was buying carrots for the children to gnaw. Raw carrots are full of vitamin C, don't contain the sort of acids which drill holes in tooth enamel, and are cheaper than most fruit. She was trying to get herself somewhere permanent to live and a job. The refuge was full, and she felt she couldn't stay there much longer. The palm of her left hand was badly scarred where her husband had forced it down on a glowing red hot plate during a row about his dinner being late. The scars were unsightly and had impaired the hand's flexibility. She was conscious of it, and always told anyone who asked that she had done it herself by accident. She had told me the truth one evening after she'd come to live at the house. I'd expressed amazement that she had stayed with him so long and put up with so much abuse. "It's not easy, walking out with 2 kids, she had said. But she had walked out when he started hitting the children as well as her. She said he had a drink problem. In my view, he had a head problem. But it had underlined for me, if I'd been in any doubt, how precious my independence was. As for the house, that stood all by itself at the end of a row of red brick terraced others. It was older than the terrace, we thought early Victorian, and once it must have stood here in a big garden. All that was left of the garden was a patch of jungle at the back and a litter-strewn strip between the front of the house and the pavement. There were holes indicating posts for railings, but those too had gone. The house had dirty white stucco facing, dropping off in patches, a pillared front entrance, sash windows which stuck, and a waterlogged basement. When it was new, it must have been graceful and welcoming. Now it was like the dishevelled old bag lady who lived down the street, out of tune with the world around, kept together by grime and makeshift repairs. All the same, we'd been prepared to take it on and make something of it. Unfortunately, we weren't allowed to. Within weeks, we were informed by the council, which legally owned it, that the house was scheduled to come down as part of redevelopment plans for the area, and there was nothing we could do about it. We'd asked the council when we'd moved in to give us a regular tenancy, a request which they'd ignored. Now a stream of communications couched in official Mandarin fluttered through the letterbox, and the council cut off the electricity just in case we still hadn't got the message. They hadn't turned off the water, but perhaps they hadn't needed to, since they were calling in the bailiffs. Nev suggested we try to get the house listed as of architectural interest. We wrote to English Heritage and the National Trust. They thanked us for our letter, but the house wasn't interesting enough and they didn't want it. One by one, the people moved out of the terraced houses, leaving empty, boarded-up shells. We hung on like legionnaires in a desert fort. It became a battle of wills between us and the rampaging Riff warriors, as represented by a string of council officials. The uncertainty caused a shakeout of residents. The council, hoist with its own petard, rehoused Lucy and her children, one of whom was asthmatic. Declan, too, had left, to go no one knew where, though he spoke vaguely of having heard of a group needing a bass guitarist. There'd been a couple of mean-looking blokes at the door, asking for him about a week before that, so we reckoned he was in some kind of trouble. But who wasn't? We never asked people personal questions. Terry, however, had arrived, a small, damp figure with dark blonde hair, parted centrally and falling to either side of her pinched little face like spaniel's ears. Her appearance coincided with the electricity being cut off, so that for me, from the start, she symbolized the deterioration in our situation. It was uncharitable of me to think that way, but as things turned out, dead right. On that Monday morning, until the moment we were handed our final notices to quit, I hadn't thought things could get worse. The manager of the mail-order packing department where I'd been working had the usual idea of squatters, and he hadn't been able to get rid of me fast enough. There'd been nothing wrong with my work, despite the fact that it was boring and badly paid. I'd never turned up late or skived off early. I never broke anything, or packed the wrong item by mistake, or sent off something totally inappropriate to a customer for a joke. But he claimed I hadn't been completely frank about my circumstances, and the company had a policy. I wouldn't have taken that job if I could have got any other. I was earning hardly more than I would have got on the dole, and the conditions we'd worked in were like something out of Dickens. But it was better than no job. Now, I was unemployed, technically homeless, and soon to be literally so, and thoroughly fed up. Our silence seemed to rattle the man from the council, who added, "Look here, you've really got to get out by Friday. The bailiffs will put you out by force if necessary. The police will be on standby, and it won't be any good climbing up on the rooftop or putting your feet into bags of cement or anything like that." We all just looked at him. A remark like that really wasn't worth answering. Even Squib wouldn't have done something like that. Nev said, "Anyone who got up on this roof would fall straight through it. You've got to be joking." I was feeling a little sorry for our visitor, so I asked him if he wanted a cup of tea. We'd only just brewed up. Nev had lit a fire in the hearth with a load of kindling he'd got from chopping up an old wooden garden seat out the back, and we had the kettle going, hanging from a hook screwed into the arch of the grate. Declan fixed that up when he was living here. It was at the time the electricity had been cut off. He said his granny in Ireland had cooked for a family of 13 all her life, just using a pot hanging from a hook. Declan was full of stories like that. You couldn't believe half of them. But the other half, which sounded just as mad, you could believe, so you never knew which were true and which weren't. We didn't do all our cooking in the hearth. We had a stove fed by caligas bottles, but that cost money to run, and so, whenever we could, we used the open fire. He refused the tea, but he didn't look so nervous. Instead, he looked pompous, and I stopped feeling sorry for him. "We've written several times explaining what would happen. You've had several stays of execution. We've done everything we could to be reasonable. All these houses are due to come down. The others are already empty. The squatters in those saw sense and moved out. Only you lot stay on. We've explained all this till we're blue in the face. You must have had the letters." "I know all that," I said, trying to sound ultra-polite and reasonable. "We understand the council's argument, but we've got our point of view too. We're homeless, or we will be if you put us out of here. Will the council house us?" "We can't," he said wearily. "We haven't got anywhere. Mrs. Ho and her children had priority. Of the remaining 4 of you, Miss Varady, you're the only one who could argue you have any real link with the borough at all, and that's pretty tenuous. All we can do is put you on the list. We're not responsible for the other 3. You and they will have to try the private sector." No private landlord would take us on, and we couldn't afford the sort of rent he'd charge if he would. Look, we keep the place clean, I went on. We don't hold wild parties or do anything you wouldn't do yourself. We don't let other people doss here. We're really very good tenants. Or we would be if you'd let us pay rent and put us on a regular footing. That's all we ask. What's wrong with it? The house is due to come down within the next 6 months. In the meantime, it's unsafe, not up to habitable standard. The electricity has been cut off. He didn't look cross or unpleasant, just rather tired. We explained all that in our letters, too. You did read them, didn't you? Squib spoiled things then by saying, "Yeah, we used him to make spills to light a fire, saved on matches." The housing official went red in the face and read us the riot act again, and then he drove off. Only just in time. While he'd been inside the house talking to us, I'd been able to see through the window a couple of kids hanging round his shiny new Fiesta, and in another few minutes they'd have been inside it. The last he would have seen of it would have been the exhaust fumes and a squeal of skidding tyres. We held a council of war after our visitor had left. We knew we had to go, of course. We just didn't know where. It was the end of summer, and none of us fancied being out on the street just as the cold weather was about to start. Anyway, it was a lot less dangerous living in a squat, even one with an unsafe roof and dry rot in the staircase like this one. As the man had said, we didn't qualify for any help. Terry sat on the bare staircase, twisting a strand of hair round her finger and waiting for someone else to suggest something so that she could criticise it. She was the world's greatest whinger, evaded housework and always jibbed at parting with her share of the housekeeping money. Looking at her, I just wished she'd disappear and Declan come back. At least Declan was good at fixing things, and good company as well. It's dangerous to wish. Sometimes your wish is granted, and then you're stuck with it. She'd noticed my scowls, and immediately made herself look small and helpless. It was something she was very good at, and which had led us to adopt her in the first place. I was the actress in our company, but that girl had missed her vocation, believe me. She peered through the curtains of hair and said pathetically, "I haven't got anywhere else to go." "None of us has," I snapped. We all got up and trailed back into the main room. The three of them sat around looking at me, just like hopeful puppies. Each one of them was nursing a mug of tea. We each had our own mugs, and no one ever drank from someone else's. It was a house rule. Nev asked, "What do we do, Fran?" in a trusting sort of way which made it all so much worse. It was always down to me in the end. The trouble was, I was really out of ideas. I had to say something. They expected it. So I said, "If we could get an old van, we could go on the road." "I'd rather doss in a doorway," Squib said straight away. "I've tried that new age stuff, digging holes in mud before you can crap and having to listen to folk music all night long. Forget it." "He's got a point. It's all right in the summer," Nev added, "but winter time it's no joke." "The police keep moving you on anyway." Terry tossed in her usual handful of objections. "And it's really awful in a tent when it rains. They always leak. You do just anything to get somewhere dry, anywhere. I know. I've tried it." "I like it here," said Nev wistfully. "In this house." Squib took off his woolly hat and looked into it. Perhaps he thought he'd find an idea in there. He didn't, so he smoothed a hand over his shaven head and put the hat back again carefully. "I don't," said Terry. "It's got rats." "Everywhere's got rats," said Squib. "Rats is all right. I've had some really nice pet rats. I had a white one. I carried it inside my coat. It never bit me, not once. I sold it to a bloke in a pub. He gave me a £5 for it. Mind you, he was pissed at the time. I reckon that rat bit him after he got it home. It bit other people. He never bit me. Animals like me." That was true. Terry mumbled it was because Squib smelled like a barnyard and the animals just accepted he was one of them. The pouty, discontented look on her face grew worse. She had wrapped herself in an old, knitted coat she always wore and was sulking. The coat was grubby and matted, but I'd seen the label in it once, and it was a very expensive one. I'd remarked on it, and Terry had promptly said she'd got the coat from Oxfam. I hadn't believed her then, and it set me wondering again now. She might have stolen it. She was inclined to be light-fingered, although she wasn't stupid enough ever to touch anything of mine or Nev's. We probably didn't have anything she wanted. Only a complete nutter would have touched anything of Squib's. The dog would have had him in a flash. Even if the dog hadn't been there on guard, Squib's belongings wouldn't invite investigation. As I said, we never ask people about themselves. If they were desperate enough to want to share a condemned house riddled with dry rot, illegally and without electricity, then they needed a place to stay, not questions. Only, sooner or later, most people told you something about themselves. Not Terry. She'd never said a word. But whatever her background, there'd been money around there. You could tell. It made me wonder about the coat even more. We talked about our problem all morning, but we didn't get anywhere. It ended with an argument, not about what we should do, but about Squib's dog. Terry said it had fleas, it was always scratching. You could say anything you liked about Squib, but not about his dog. It was a funny-looking dog, with one ear turned over and one pointing up. Its legs were crooked. Squib had found it on a pile of rubbish when it was a puppy. He thought someone had chucked it out because it was the runt of a litter. Anyhow, he'd looked after it, and it grew up all right, except for the crooked legs. It was a nice dog. It was friendly to everyone, except when guarding Squib's gear. We all liked it, except Terry, but she didn't like anything. So when she insulted his dog, Squib told her a few home truths. They were well into a squabble when I lost my temper. I always tried to keep my temper in the house, because once one person starts yelling, everyone starts. But we were already arguing, and somehow Terry's moaning was the last straw. Her criticism of the house itself had hurt. We'd taken her in, given her a home there, and all she could do was to let us know it wasn't up to her accustomed standard. I yelled, "You're a real pain in the bum!" Only I didn't say bum. "Nobody asked you to move in with us. We let you stay here, and I don't think there's been one day when you haven't whinged from morning till night. We've all got problems. You're no worse off than the rest of us." Remembering the coat label, I added, "I know your type. When you've had enough, you'll just push off back wherever you came from." She turned absolutely white. She pushed back the spaniel's ears and hissed, "Shut it, Fran. You don't know anything about me. You fancy pushing us around, that's all. Do this, do that. You give the orders and we all jump, right? Well, wrong. I don't. And that's what you don't like. You always act like some kind of mother superior. This is a commune. We've got equal rights, okay? Equal say. Just because Nevs are nervous reckon Squib's got no brains, they let you do the thinking and talking for them, and you think you can do the same for me. You can't. You don't, and you'd better remember it." There was a viciousness in her voice that I hadn't heard before. But it wasn't that which shook me. It was the accusation itself. I hadn't thought of myself as overbearing, pushing anyone around. I didn't like the picture much, and it made me defensive. "I don't order anyone around. I'm just trying to be helpful. If you tried, it would be something. Even Squib tries." Squib looked surprised at getting a compliment. It must have been a first for him. He said, "Thanks, Fran." Nev said nervously, "Look, we've got to stick together. We mustn't all fall out now." "You, Squib and I were together. She came along later and she can go any time," I shouted. I was still mad at her, and madder because she'd rattled me. I'm not proud of any of this. I shouldn't have turned on her like that. She was right when she said I knew nothing about her. Looking back, I don't remember exactly how Terry got to be with us. I think Lucy introduced her. I'd once wondered if Terry had stayed originally because she fancied Declan, who was still with us at that time. I think perhaps he'd fancied her just a little, but it didn't stop him leaving. He was better off without her, if you ask me. But then, I never liked her, not from the beginning. It's no use pretending. But I would never have wanted what happened. None of us would have wanted it. All that was on Monday morning. We didn't have a lot of time to waste, so on Monday afternoon, Nev and I made a long trek up Camden Way to see a squat he had heard about, just to see if there'd be a room for us there. Only when we got there, it was all boarded up and empty, so their council had been and cleared everyone out. Pity. It was a classier area than the one we'd been living in. We went to Camden Lock and messed about. We saw a few people we knew and asked around. Squib had gone up west with the dog. He'd taken along his chalks and a picture postcard of El Greco's Assumption of the Virgin, and the idea was to find a patch of pavement. He couldn't afford to waste time, not with the weather threatening to break up again. Terry hadn't said what she was doing, and we hadn't asked her. None of us expected her to be doing anything useful, like finding us another place to live. I suppose I oughtn't to talk about the dead like that. You're not supposed to. You're supposed to say nice things about dead people, or they come back and haunt you. I know that's right, because Terry haunted me. It was probably because of all the sour things I'd said about her over the time she'd been with us, quite apart from what I'd said after, well, after it happened. Going back to Monday, Nev and I got back from Camden quite late. Some people had invited us to stay and eat with them. They were vegetarian, like Nev, so it was all beans. But it was quite nice, very spicy and hot, but I knew I'd suffer later. When we got back, the place was very quiet. It was dark because the electricity was disconnected. We used candles. Only, apart from the emptiness and the usual dry rot smell, there was something else. It was a sort of impression, a different, foreign one. I knew, just knew, that the council. There was a very faint perfume as well, a type of cologne. I worked in a cut-price chemist shop one time. I know colognes. I know good ones from cheap ones. This was a good one, the sort that sells well at Christmas. The scent of it, there in the hall, made me cross. I thought perhaps Terry had been shoplifting again, and I was always telling her off about that. It was possible she'd had more money than she let on, and had gone out and bought it for herself. Those colognes frankly smelled better on a woman than a man, just my opinion. She always kept quiet if she had any money. She'd spend it on junk, or on glossy magazines, the sort which tell you how to transform your semi-detached into something you'd be happy to invite a hello camera team into. And that at a time when we were putting buckets under the leak in the roof and were living on bread and marge. I mentioned the cologne smell to Nev, but he said he couldn't make it out, not with the smell of the dry rot as well. The other thing, the impression of someone, an outsider, having been there, I kept to myself. It wasn't something easily explained. Lucy had been into the paranormal, and she'd have told me I was a natural psychic. I don't believe in that sort of thing, or I don't think I do. If I had to explain what I felt at that moment, looking back with hindsight, I think I scented danger. If I'd been a cave woman, it'd have been a woolly mammoth outside the cave. Only this wasn't outside. It was inside, with us. We went into the main room and got the fire going again because it was getting very chilly. Neither of us said anything, but we were both thinking that it was going to be a whole lot colder next week, when chances were we'd be sleeping rough until we found some new place to stay. After a while, Squib came back with the dog and a 4-pack of lager. He'd also brought a packet of sausages, which he roasted over the fire using a metal shovel as a frying pan. They smelled delicious. The fat spat up and fell in the flames, so they roared up red and yellow. It was very cosy, and we felt happy. When they were done, crispy and dark brown, Squib offered them all round. Say what you like about Squib, he always shared. Nev refused the sausages because he didn't eat meat, and I refused them because the beans we'd eaten earlier lay on my stomach. Besides, I knew Squib probably hadn't eaten that day. Squib cut up half the sausages for the dog and put them up on the mantelshelf to cool off. Then he asked, "Do you think Terry will want any when she gets in?" I said, "Why bother about her? She never bothers about us." That shows how I was feeling just then, because even if I didn't like her, she was one of us, and I wouldn't normally have left her out. But she didn't come back that night, or we thought she hadn't. We didn't see her. The next morning she still wasn't around, and Squib suggested she might have done a runner like Declan. "She's found somewhere else to live," he said. "She's ditched us and moved in with some others. After the council came, you can't blame her. There's probably no point in hanging around here." Knowing that he was right, that our days here were numbered, didn't make us feel any better. But it was still a relief to think we'd seen the back of Terry. She was one fewer to worry about. Nev suggested we ought to check her room and see if her things had gone. If it was empty, fine, we could forget her. We trooped upstairs, all three of us, and the dog. The dog was good at getting up and down the staircase, even with its crooked legs. But outside Terry's room, the dog began to act strangely. Its pointy ear flattened out to match its other ear, and it crouched down and began to make a weird whining in its throat. Squib knelt down and stroked its head and asked it what was wrong, but it just lay down and looked miserable. Nev said, "Perhaps it's eaten something it shouldn't." That worried Squib, who'd heard of squatters' dogs being poisoned. He was sitting on the floor outside the door, trying to get the dog to open its mouth so he could see if its tongue was stained, when Nev and I opened the door to Terry's room. She was there, after all. She must have stayed behind indoors the previous day when we'd gone out. She'd been there when we came back, and there all night. There when Squib cooked his sausages downstairs, and there when I got up in the night because of the beans. Hanging there from the ceiling light. I remember the scene very clearly, almost as if my mind took a snapshot of it, which I can take out and mentally consult. The room, like the rest of the house, must have been beautiful once. Pale sun was shining through the tall, thin windows, one of which still had half a broken brass rod across the top of it. The sun just clipped the rod and made it gleam like gold. The corners of the high ceiling were festooned with ancient cobwebs and dead spiders. Running all around was a plaster frieze in Greek egg and dart pattern. In the very middle of the ceiling, a sculpted plaster round, caked with dust, displayed intertwined oak leaves and acorns. It was easy to imagine an ornate light, a chandelier perhaps, hanging from it in days gone by. There was nothing hanging from it now, but Terry. There was a length of something round her neck, which turned out later to be the dog's lead. Squib hardly ever used it because the dog was very well behaved and always kept to heel. It had been lying around the house, and now it was round Terry's throat. Even given the shock of the moment, or perhaps because of it, the shutter in my mind snapped her in the same detail. She, rather that thing which had been Terry, wore tattered jeans. The front zip fastening was undone, and they gaped open over her bare stomach. A considerable gap had opened up between the gaping waist of the jeans and the bottom of a badly shrunk and faded T-shirt. I could see her lower rib cage protruding over the convex stomach muscles pulled taut. Her feet were bare, mottled mauve. She had the makings of a first-class bunion on her left big toe joint, but it wasn't ever going to trouble her now. Like the room, she'd been pretty once, and like it she wasn't now. Overnight the weight of her body had elongated her neck to resemble a giraffe-necked African tribeswoman whose head is supported on a stack of metal coils. The dog lead had cut into her throat horridly, causing her face to puff and turn black with congested blood. Her mouth was open, and her swollen tongue protruded as if, even in death, she was dishing out one last insult to us. Her eyeballs were popping out at us, netted over with crimson veins. Nev gasped. "God, she's topped herself." I had no reason then to suppose he wasn't right. There was a rickety old chair nearby, lying on its side, not far from Terry's dangling bare toes. I imagined her climbing onto it, fixing the noose, jumping off. You don't die quickly that way. The old-time hangman knew how to knot a rope to break the neck. This way, she had simply strangled, slowly. Her flailing feet had kicked over the chair. Perhaps, in a moment's realization of how it was going to be, she had changed her mind and sought out the chair's support again, intending to release the pressure on her neck, disentangle herself from the noose and climb down, bruised but wiser. She wouldn't have been the first to change her mind, nor the first to discover it wasn't that easy. You didn't fool around with death. It liked to be taken seriously. So whether, in the end, she'd intended it or not, there she was. And there we were, with a dead body for company and an awful lot of trouble in store. Chapter 2. I couldn't have guessed all that lay ahead following our horrifying discovery, but I was aware that we'd received much unwelcome attention from the authorities. The other two weren't thinking ahead, too busy coping, or not, with the sight of that hanging shape. Nev rushed out and could be heard being sick in the loo. It turned out that he had never seen a dead body before. I had, but it didn't make it any easier looking at her. Squib left the dog and came into the room. He had stood his ground, but he had an even chalkier complexion than usual. He always had a pinched look about him, and now must have resembled that white rat he'd once kept as a pet. "We'd better get out of here," he said. He was sweating. I could smell the odour rising up from him, as from a hunted animal. "Come on, we're wasting time. Let's get our gear together and go." "Don't be daft," I told him. "The council knows all about us. Our names, everything. They'll find us." "Why'd she do it?" he asked. "Was she worried about us being chucked out?" "Here." His eyes gleamed. "That's what we tell that Wally from the council. We tell him he drove her to it." "Shut up, Squib," I told him. I needed to think. No one else was likely to do any constructive thinking. It would be down to me as usual. Squib in a blind panic wanting to run and Nev throwing up, that was likely to be the sum total of their contribution. Looking after Nev and Squib was sometimes like looking after a pair of infants. You had to do all the thinking for them and be worrying every 5 minutes where they were and what they were doing. Nev came back, still looking ill but trying to pull himself together. "Oughtn't we to take her down?" His voice couldn't rise above a whisper, and it cracked on the last word. "We oughtn't to leave her hanging there. It's obscene." It was obscene. He was right. But we couldn't touch her. We mustn't touch anything. I explained the point forcibly to them both. Squib looked relieved. He wasn't keen to touch her. Nev, however, reacted with a cry of dismay. "We can't leave her hanging there." His voice sounded like something produced by a computer. The sounds were all there, making up the words, but it wasn't human. He made a sudden lurch towards her, and before I could stop him, he grabbed her legs. I don't know what he thought he was going to do, lift her down unaided, maybe. But almost as soon as he touched her, he staggered back with a strangled scream. "She's stiff!" The body, set in motion by his clumsy attempt, began to rotate on the dog lead, like a grotesque mobile hanging from the ceiling. I took a look up at the light fixture. It wasn't going to hold much longer. It was astonishing it had held out so long. Any moment now, especially with the movement, the body was likely to come crashing down without our help. If it did, we'd be in even more trouble. But the stiffness, if Nev was right, had set me thinking. I wasn't clear on the finer point of rigour, but had an idea it took around 12 hours to come on, and then lasted around another 12 before it passed off gradually, depending on circumstances. If she was good and stiff, she had died yesterday afternoon. We had to fetch the police at once, or we'd have to explain the delay. Nev wasn't in any state to object further and nodded listlessly. "I say we ought to make a run for it," Squib objected, unconvinced. He didn't like the law. It wasn't too keen on him. The dog sat up and lifted its muzzle to let out a howl as if it agreed with him. "Hear that?" Squib pointed at the dog. "She didn't like him, Terry didn't.
She was always saying he'd got fleas. He hasn't. But he's crying for her, see? Animals are better than humans, that's what I think. Animals have got decency.
Decency, I told him sharply, means we fetch the police. We might have argued about it for ages, but it got settled for us. There was a shout from downstairs. We stared at one another, all panicking. I ran downstairs, and would you believe it? There was the man from the council again. This time he had a colleague with him, a sweaty, tubby charmer with a malevolent scowl. "We came to check you're preparing to move out," the first one said, "and to make sure you mean to attend today's hearing." I'd forgotten the hearing. It hardly seemed to matter now. They were the last people we needed there, and I wondered frantically how to get rid of them. "We can't," I blurted. "I mean, we'll see you there. We're getting ready to leave, so you can't come in, not just now." He came nearer to where I stood, halfway down the uncarpeted stair, and frowned up at me. "It's Fran, isn't it? You're in charge here, aren't you? You always seem to speak for the others." That, I recalled ruefully, was what Terry had accused me of. End of Side 1. Side 2. The reason I always spoke for the others was because, left to themselves, they always said the wrong thing. I was thinking wildly now, trying to think of the right thing to say, to find some way of explaining. "Something's happened. One of our friends has had an accident. I've got to fetch help." "What kind of accident?" It was the fat one speaking now. He moved forward, looking nasty. "Fran?" The younger one looked at me, worried. "Do you need an ambulance?" It crossed my mind that he wasn't such a bad sort, but I hadn't time for character analysis. The other one snapped. "Drugs, you bet. One of 'em's OD'd. They would choose this bloody morning to do it. How long's she been unconscious?" "We're not druggies," I shouted. "None of us is." That was absolutely true. It was another house rule. No drugs. Terry sometimes had cannabis, but that was it. Fatso was sniffing the air now. "I'm not so sure." "The smell's the dry rot," I snapped at him. There was a creak on the stair behind me, and I heard the dog growl. Squibb's voice soothed it. Then he spoke. "You can't go upstairs," he said. "One of our mates is dead." That put the cat amongst the pigeons. The first council official was up the stairs like a greyhound, racing past me and Squibb and pushing Neverside on the landing. The dog began to bark and wanted to jump up at him, but Squibb held it by its collar. "Where?" the official was yelling. "Are you sure?" "She topped herself," Squibb yelled back at him. "It was you coming yesterday to tell us we'd got to quit that did it. She got depressed." The fat man was plodding heavily up the stairs. He squeezed past me, giving me a dirty look. He had B.O., the sort his best friend hadn't told him about. The stair creaked. I hoped the dry rot would give way under his weight, but it didn't. Probably just as well. We'd have had 2 corpses. Nev mumbled. "She's in there. We didn't touch her." The 2 men had opened the door to Terry's room. There was silence, and then the fat man began swearing. We heard him say, "The press'll get hold of this." The thinner one told him to shut up. Then they began whispering together. Eventually, the first one came out of the room and spoke to us all. "We'll fetch the police. You lot stay here. Don't let anyone in. Don't talk to anyone." He paused. "My colleague, Mr. Wilson, will stay with you." Fatty plodded across the landing, glowering. He looked an awful lot less confident than when he'd arrived. Squibb's dog, not liking the look of him, growled again. He moved back. "What sort of dog is that? Is it a pit bull?" "Does it look like a pit bull?" I asked. "It's about half the size to start with." "He's got a bit of Staffordshire in him, I reckon," said Squibb with pride. "Once he gets his teeth into something, he don't let go." "For God's sake," said Wilson to his council colleague, "hurry up and get back here with the cops." We waited for the police, all of us sitting in the living room, Wilson included. He sat by the door like a heavy, with his arms folded over his beer belly in case any of us tried to rush him. When he wasn't watching us, he was watching the dog. Squib huddled in the far corner with his arms round it, whispering into its pointy ear. It kept turning its head and looking up at him. Once or twice it licked his face. No way was anyone going to be able to claim it was dangerous, I hoped. Nev was managing well. He sat by the hearth, only a nervous twisting of his hands betraying stress. From time to time, he glanced at me for reassurance, and I smiled back. It took some doing on my part. I didn't feel like smiling. My head was in a whirl, and I knew I had to sort it out before the police got there. To begin with, they'd ask us about Terry, and there wasn't very much we could tell them. We could suggest they ask Lucy. That was about it. I tried hard to remember all the things she'd said, every word since she'd arrived. But I hadn't liked her, and I hadn't talked to her, unless I'd had to. So there you were. All opportunities missed. She'd been very well spoken, an upper-class sort of voice. She reminded me of the girls at the private day school I attended, until they politely requested my dad to take me away. Of course, she used to use all kinds of words she'd picked up out there in the streets, trying to sound like just anyone else around the area, but it hadn't worked. She still sounded different. There was that woolly jacket with the expensive label. She'd had that with her when she came. She was wearing it the night she arrived with Lucy. I know she didn't get that jacket from Oxfam. She'd brought that with her from home, wherever home was. As for her friends, I didn't even know if she had any, or where she went during the day. The police would ask if either Nev or Squib had been her boyfriend. Neither had. Nev was generally considered to be with me, but the arrangement was a platonic one. I acted, if anything, as Nev's minder. He didn't cope well on his own. Squib had his dog for company. He didn't really need people. Declan was the one Terry had been keen on, but we didn't know where Declan had gone. And anyway, he'd had troubles of his own. I didn't want to put the police onto Declan. I'd liked him. So, to come back to the most important question, why? Why should she kill herself? I couldn't accept it, even though I'd seen the evidence. She hadn't appeared depressed or worried, more than any of us were worried about the eviction. Despite Squib's theory, I didn't believe she'd worried enough about that to take such extreme action. Generally, she'd just been her normal grousing self. Alarm bells were starting to ring at the back of my brain, and I didn't like the sound of what they were trying to tell me. I remembered how she'd been dressed when we found her, just in the unzipped jeans and crumpled shirt. I couldn't understand why the jeans weren't zipped up. If she'd been walking around like that before she died, the jeans would have ended up round her ankles. So, had she pulled them on in a hurry and, with suicide in mind, not bothered with the zip? Or, an idea, as grotesque as it was unwelcome, popped into my head. Had someone else dressed her unconscious body, panicking, fumbling with the zip and giving up? I remembered the aroma of cologne in the house when Nev and I returned from Camden, and my feeling that some outsider had been there in our absence. I put that unpleasant thought on hold and concentrated on another. The rigor. Accepting that she had died yesterday afternoon, the police would want to know where we had all been, when was the last time we'd seen her, and if she'd appeared distressed in any way. They were unlikely in the circumstances to accept anyone's plea of total ignorance and absence from the scene without some confirmation. We were not the sort of people whose word they took. So what we were looking for here were alibis, not to put too fine a point on it. Nev and I, with luck, could prove that for part of the time we were eating Mexican bean stew with his friends. As for Squib, a pavement artist must have hundreds of witnesses to his activities. But all of them would have been hurrying by, glancing at a hunched figure rubbing industriously at a square of paving with chalks. Some would have taken a closer look at the picture, but few would have troubled to look closely at the artist. I must have shifted in my chair, because I met Wilson's beady gaze fixed on me. He had tensed as I moved, and probably thought I was planning to leap through a pane of glass and run off down the street like they do in movies. If so, he watched too much television. Nev said, "I need a glass of water," and stood up. Wilson ordered, "You just stay where you are, sunshine." "He's been sick," I snapped. "You stay there, Nev. I'll go and get you the water." I marched over to Wilson and stood over him. "You don't have any right to prevent me," I told him. "And don't forget, your mate was here yesterday, and our friend died right afterwards." "You've got a big mouth," he said. "And you've got a fat gut," I told him. "All right," he snarled. "You won't be so lippy when the police get here. Go and get him his glass of water. Where's the kitchen?" "It's the next room. If I leave the door open, you'll be able to see me in there from just outside this room, okay?" He grunted and moved out into the hall, where he could see both the living room door and the kitchen door. I went into the kitchen and turned on the tap. I had a drink of water myself while I was there, even though I could feel Wilson's eyes boring into my back. Then I took Nev's glass back with me. He said, "Thanks, Fran," and sipped at it. After a moment, he whispered, "Stick with me, won't you, Fran? I don't think I can manage to face the police alone." I smiled again, but he was going to have to manage somehow, because they'd interview us separately for sure. Honestly, I'd never seen so many coppers in my life, not all in one house. They brought all sorts of equipment, lights and cameras and I don't know what else. It would have been interesting to watch if we hadn't been at the centre of it all. A Detective Sergeant Parry arrived. He had crew-cut ginger hair and bright blue eyes too close together. His eyebrows were almost non-existent, and possibly by way of compensation, he was trying, not very successfully, to grow a moustache. It sprouted unevenly along his upper lip, with varying thickness and hue, as if it were infected with mange. His manner was sarcastic. Whatever we told him, he obviously didn't believe any of it.
"All right, what happened?"
He produced a notebook and was thumbing wearily through it. We told him we didn't know.
"Don't give me that. And don't waste everyone's time. Mine, yours, the inspector's. Do you know how much an investigation like this costs the taxpayer? No, don't suppose you do. You lot don't pay any taxes. Just scroungers, live off the social. Come on, let's have the whole story."
What can you say to someone like that? We said nothing.
"What is this?" He scowled at us. "Someone told you you've got a right to silence? Got something to hide?"
"No," I said patiently. "We already told you that we just don't know what happened." He sighed.
"Look, it was a game, right? It went wrong. It was a stupid bet or something. You were pissed out of your skulls at the time, or high as kites. Which? Both? There will be a post-mortem. We'll find out what you were using. It'll be much easier if you tell me now. Stand you in good stead before the court."
"What court?"
"Coroner's court. What other? Sounds to me as if bad conscience is troubling you."
I'd meant to keep cool, but at that I couldn't. "I thought you were supposed to make tactful and sympathetic inquiries when this sort of thing happens, not try and invent something you can stick on us."
"Sassy little madam, aren't you?"
He pointed his biro at me.
"But you're talking yourself into a lot of trouble, lady. Don't cheat me. I'm writing it all down here."
He tapped the pad.
"Every word."
I told him, "That moustache looks like something the cat brought up. Go on, write that down. You're supposed to write it all down, not just pick out the bits which suit you." He put his notepad and biro away.
"All right, have it your own way. We'll go down to the station and interview you all there. It'll be recorded on tape. You can make all the smart remarks you want, darling, but when the tape's played back, they won't sound so clever."
I asked, "Are we being arrested? What's the crime?" He looked mock-shocked.
"Of course not, dear. The very idea."
I knew we could refuse, but, on the other hand, we were hardly flavour of the month, and it might be best not to make things worse. So we went. They took our fingerprints. I'd never been involved in a suicide inquiry, but this didn't seem justified to me. I asked why. "For elimination, once we don't need them any longer, they'll be destroyed," I was told. I asked, "Elimination from what?" But I didn't get any answer. They split us all up so that we couldn't confer. I don't know where Nev and Squib went. Nev looked awful as he went out, grey-faced, sweating and looking as guilty as hell. I hoped the police realised he wasn't well. I sat for ages in a bare little room, watched by a bored copper who kept scraping his finger round inside his ear and inspecting the tip of it to see what he'd found there. I wished they'd offer me a cup of tea, but they didn't. Eventually, Parry came again and said Inspector Morgan would like to talk to me. Before we left the house, the younger, nicer council official had come back. Were they all plotting some sort of revenge for the death of Llewellyn? Inspector Morgan turned out to be a woman. I suppose they thought that was clever of them, all girls together stuff, and I'd confide in her. But I did get that cup of tea at long last. She was quite young, which surprised me. I'd always imagined inspectors would be old fellows with grey hair and bad teeth. Or, if they were women, built like brick barns. Morgan was smartly dressed, though her hair was a bit dowdy. If she looked like anything, she looked like a schoolteacher. She had something of the same manner, bossy but wary at the same time. "Miss Varady?" she asked, although she knew I was. "I don't think I've come across that surname before." "It's Hungarian," I told her. "But before you start checking on me, I'm British by birth." My father came from Hungary with his parents in the 50s, when they had the revolution. He was 5 years old at the time. "I see," she said. "Well now, Francesca." I interrupted her to ask, "What's your first name?" She looked surprised, so I went on, "Because if you're going to call me by my first name, I ought to be able to call you by yours. Otherwise, I call you Inspector, and you call me Miss Varady." The copper by the door hid a grin. She took that quite well. "Fair enough," she said. "Just when we're on our own, then. My name's Janice." "So, Francesca," she underlined it faintly. "Just carry on telling me about yourself, and the squat, and your friends, and Teresa Monckton." We called her Terry. There really wasn't more I could say than that. We hadn't known her very long. I had nothing but my own guesswork for the things I'd deduced about her, so I couldn't mention any of them. She hadn't talked about herself. Lucy might know something. I told Inspector Janice all this. "What about her other friends?" she asked. "I don't know. She didn't say. No one ever came to the house." "Had there been any disputes between you, any of you, at the house?" There'd been plenty, Terry being so lazy and grumbling all the time. But I thought quickly before I answered. I didn't like the drift of the question. What did they think had happened? I said, "Nothing much, just the usual squabbles about whose turn it was for the washing up. She kept herself to herself. We always tried to respect one another's privacy. Even people like us have the right to a private life, you know. It's not easy when you're all living together. You have to be careful not to ask questions, and we didn't." "Which of the men was her boyfriend?" "Neither. People come and go in squats. It just happened that we were 2 women and 2 men. For good measure, I added, "I don't have to stay here and be grilled by you, you know." "You volunteered to come to the station, Francesca." Not that I remembered. I said so. "We know it's been a shock," she said soothingly, "but we need to know the circumstances. We're grateful for your cooperation. Now, let's get through it as quickly and painlessly as possible, shall we? Tell me the last time you saw her." "Alive? Yesterday around lunchtime. Next time I saw her she was dead." "Hanging from the ceiling?" "Of course hanging from the ceiling. Where else?" Morgan was waiting. Nev wanted to take her down because she looked so hideous hanging there, but I told him we mustn't touch her. We had to tell your lot, but the council men turned up first. "But you were going to notify the police?" "Yes," I said fiercely. "Believe it or not, we were." "Oh, I believe you, Francesca. Why shouldn't I?" "Because we're squatters. Don't tell me the law's impartial. Tell your sergeant. He doesn't know it." Janice's eyes were pale grey, and now they looked like bits of steel. For a few minutes she forgot she was being nice to me, and this was a cosy girls' chat. "You've a complaint against Sergeant Parry?" Not if I knew what was good for me, I didn't. "Lovely fella," I said. Every woman's dream. She was studying me. We'll be getting a complete post-mortem report, but there are already one or two things which puzzle us. You're absolutely certain that when you left the house yesterday, you all left together?
I told you, yes. Nev and I went over to see if we could get a place to live up Camden Way. Squib went somewhere else, up west probably. He was looking for a clear piece of pavement to make a picture. He's a pavement artist.
Yes, we're checking on that. Why'd you call him Squib? I understand his name is Henry.
He doesn't look like a Henry. I didn't give him the name Squib. He always had it as far as I know. No one calls him anything else. If she'd known Squib, she could have worked out for herself that he had a low-wattage brain, and someone somewhere made a joke about his being damp. I added, "But he's all right. He likes animals and they like him." I leaned forward. "I know what he looks like and I know what you're thinking, but Squib is all right. You can trust him."
And Neville Porter. What about him?
I fixed her with a look and said very quietly, because I wanted her to listen and take it in, "Don't bully Nev." It would be easy for you to do that. He couldn't resist. He'd tell you anything you wanted him to say, whether it was the truth or not. He's been ill, had a breakdown. He's very intelligent, but he can't cope. That's why he packed in his studies. Get a doctor to talk to him. And you can check all this. He hasn't done anything, and if you got him to confess to anything, his medical history would mean you couldn't take it into court. So leave him alone. She gave a thin smile.
We already know some of this. We've had a call from his family's solicitor.
That was quick. They hadn't wasted much time. But I guessed what had happened. Once they'd got Nev on his own, he'd panicked and asked for that solicitor. Did Nev ask for a lawyer?
Yes.
Then she asked silkily,
We appreciate that he's very nervous, and it appears he has a medical history of breakdown. But all the same, why should he need a solicitor? Wouldn't a family friend do? Or one of the doctors who treated him? If he hasn't done anything, he only needs to answer a few routine questions.
I was angry because I'd just tried to explain all that, and it was as if I hadn't spoken. But I knew I mustn't lose my temper. I met her eye and said, firmly and nice and clearly, just the way they'd taught us to speak up at that school, "Surely he's entitled to have his solicitor." She blinked.
Yes?
So what's the problem? I'd hit the ball back into her court. She didn't like it, but there wasn't much she could do but give me a frozen smile. The corners of her mouth turned up, but her lips stayed clamped together. It was more like rictus than a smile and reminded me of Terry. I thought about Nev again. He must have been really afraid he'd go to pieces when he asked for the family lawyer. He would have known that the first thing that legal eagle would do would be pick up the telephone and inform Nev's parents he was in trouble. Next thing, they'd be down here from the wilds of darkest Cheshire before you could say knife. Still, I was relieved to know Nev had someone looking after his interests. But it had made the police even more suspicious. Neither Squib nor I had anyone to look after our interests, but we were probably luckier than Nev. I'd met Nev's father once, and he would be the last person I'd want around if I had problems. He's one of those who are always ready to tell you what you ought to do, even if any idiot can see you're in no state to do it. When Nev had his breakdown, his father just stood over him, telling him to pull himself together. What use is that?
Why, when you came home, and according to what you told Sergeant Parry and me, you cooked sausages, didn't someone go upstairs and ask Teresa if she wanted to join you? Didn't you usually eat together?
I don't know why she had to repeat the same set of questions so many times in as many ways. Either she was slow to get the picture, or she thought that eventually I'd start contradicting myself. I repeated for the nth time. I told you, Nev and I had already eaten and Nev's vegetarian. You can check everything I've said. I don't know what Terry did after we left her Monday midday. We didn't go up to her room when we got in because we thought she was out of the house and would be back later. I also told you she didn't confide in us. She just went off and did her own thing.
So, why did you go up to her room this morning?
Had something happened to make you suspicious?
No, we just thought she'd gone for good, and we were checking. But she had gone for good. Poor Terry. I wished I'd phrased it differently. All the same, trust her to make trouble for everyone else, even in dying. The image kept coming back to me, although I tried to keep it away. It was as if that hanging body was there in the room with us. The purplish black face, which hadn't looked like Terry at all, her delicate features bloated and discoloured, and her swollen tongue protruding at us in a grotesque, childish gesture of defiance. It seemed Morgan could read my mind.
When you found her, Francesca, did you notice the bruises?
The alarm bells were jangling even louder. Every visible bit of Terry's skin had been mottled mauve and grey when I saw her, but since then a doctor must have had a closer look. They couldn't have done a post-mortem yet, only a preliminary check establishing death. But someone, unless Janice was even more devious than I had already credited, had noticed bruises.
You mean as if she'd fallen?
I, too, could be devious.
More as if someone had hit her.
Someone had roughed her up recently? This was very bad news.
Well, we don't know, do we, Francesca?
She gave me that rictus smile.
Or at least I don't. There appear on cursory examination to be bruises on her thighs and upper arms, and a serious contusion on the side of her head, resulting from a blow hard enough to knock her cold. Also a graze on the right hip.
Getting worse.
So, I'll ask again. Were there ever any fights in that house?
I'll tell you again, no! We may have had a few spats. No punches were thrown. Ever.
These spats, were they ever emotional in origin?
I sighed. Whom would we have been fighting over? Nev? Squib? You've got to be joking. We had house rules, and it kept the peace, more or less. But I was thinking of something else. Janice was too.
How about the way she was dressed when you found her? Did it strike you as unusual?
I admitted it bothered me a little.
It bothers me too, she said. Jeans and a shirt. No underwear of any kind. Did she usually go around without any knickers on?
How should I know? I snapped. She never wore a bra. She didn't have much to put in one. The graze on the hip. Was the skin broken?
Definitely. And a couple of wood splinters lodged in it. Forensics will find the origin of those. Did she ever bring men back to the house?
The last question was slipped in like a knife beneath my guard. I knew what she was getting at, but I thought she was wrong. She didn't bring back anyone, male or female. If she was on the game, she was operating well away in another part of town. I never saw any sign of it. Janice abandoned that line of questioning and the tone of it, becoming conciliatory again.
I'd like, if I may, to ask you about the dog leash. The dog belongs to the one you call Squib, is that right?
Yes. The leash just lies round the house. The dog's very well trained, and it isn't often he puts it on a leash.
So, anyone could have got hold of the leash, is that what you're saying? We can expect to find all your fingerprints on it.
The question hit me with an unpleasant jolt to the solar plexus. So this was why they'd been in such a hurry to take our fingerprints before we could object. The sick feeling below my chest intensified. I didn't want to say anything else to make her more suspicious of me, but I'd been told by someone who reckoned he knew that there still wasn't any really reliable way of taking clear fingerprints off rough surfaces. Not clear enough to stand up in court, anyway. To be used as evidence, so the person who told me said, there had to be 16 points of similarity between a print taken at a scene of crime and one taken off a suspect, and that's an awful lot. That dog leash was a scuffed-up bit of old leather. They'd be lucky to get 16 points of similarity off that. She was still giving me that steely look. I countered it with one of my own. I don't think I should answer any more of these questions without a lawyer.
My goodness, she said. First Porter, now you. What's your reason for wanting a legal adviser, Francesca?
Simple.
You indicated you only wanted to ask about the circumstances leading to our finding Terry's body. You did say there were a few things puzzling you, but this line of questioning seems to me far more than is necessary for a suicide. I'm not daft. You think you've got yourselves a case of murder. Chapter 3. When they realised I really wasn't going to answer any more questions, the interview came to an abrupt end, for the time being. They weren't keen to see any more of us legally represented, even by the most incompetent of lawyers, at that stage. They didn't know for sure they had a murder case. For that, they'd await the final report of the post-mortem. Janice thanked me icily for all my help, and murmured that they might need to talk to me again. What was my address? I pointed out they knew. She said, still smiling, she understood we were about to be evicted within the next few days. I told her it was still the only address I had, and suggested she ask the council what it meant to do about us. I was asked to wait outside. Eventually, someone came to tell me they'd been in touch with the council and understood it meant to rehouse me, though not Squib or Nev. All this was news to me. The police must have put pressure on and succeeded where all else had failed. But it made me uneasy. As it turned out, rightly so. They also brought me a transcript of everything I'd told them. I signed after I'd read it a dozen times because I wanted to be sure what I was putting my name to. Then I asked, "Can I go now?" They weren't happy about it, but they let us all go. We trailed back to Jubilee Street to find a gallant specimen of the old Bill was guarding the entrance to our house. He wouldn't let us in. We told him all our gear was in there, and, as far as we were concerned, it was still our home. He told us we'd have to wait till someone told him officially he could let us inside. After some argument, he let us know that the forensic team was busy in there and nothing had to be disturbed.
"What are they looking for?"
Squib asked as we walked away.
"They've got the body. They took photos of the place."
I didn't want to worry Nev, so I just said that the police were like that, pernickety. Squib made what to his mind was a joke.
"They think we strung her up, do they?"
He cackled away happily, and I didn't tell him that he'd hit the nail right on the head. That's exactly what their nasty little minds were thinking. Shut out of the house, we were at a loose end, if that's not an inappropriate expression in the circumstances. Nev and Squib went down the pub, and I went to the corner shop to talk to Ganesh. I'd walked along the stretch of pavement going to and from the house or the shop at the corner, I don't know how many times. I knew every crack. I knew all the places rain collected and where edges stuck up and could trip you. I could walk down the street in the pitch dark and not put a foot in a puddle or fall flat on my face. Quite often I had walked down it in pitch dark because the street lighting was unreliable. The council never came around and fixed our pavement or resurfaced our road. The reason they gave was that the area was due for redevelopment. It was as part of the redevelopment that our row of houses was scheduled to come down. I don't know what they intended putting up in their place. Smart flats, probably, for young executives. If you kept going when you got to the end of the street, you got to the river. Looking across, you could see on the far side the luxury flats built in the docklands for yuppies, before yuppies became an endangered species like snow leopards. Looking down the narrow defile between crumbling brick terraces towards those shining towers always made me feel like Judy Garland, gazing at the Emerald City. Because of that, and the way the sun sparkled on all the glass of the high-rise office blocks, I called it the Crystal City. "Sounds like a football team," Ganesh said. "That's Crystal Palace. I'll call it what I like." Sometimes, of a summer evening, Gan and I walked down there and sat on a crumbling wall above the mudflats, looking across and making up stories about the people who lived there. Once we actually went across there and walked round, but we felt like little green men just dropped in from Mars. It was so clean, so prosperous. The people looked so fit and healthy, well-dressed and trim. They had a purposeful air, as if they were all going somewhere and knew where it was. We couldn't wait to get back again. Now, the developers were starting at a much slower rate on our side of the river. Our houses sprawled around the edge of the cleared building sites like a shanty town or squatter camp in the third world, clinging to the skirts of a big city. Most of the people round here had no more chance of making it across the Great Divide to the affluent part of the area than they could sprout wings and fly. It was the older ones who were bewildered. Old men who'd worked all their lives down at the docks before the work disappeared and the wharves became tourist sites. Old women who had lived here all through the Blitz and who still scrubbed their front doorsteps. People like Ganish's parents, who had come here thinking that it would be upward and onward in a new country, and who had worked hard to achieve success, but who had found themselves trapped now in this urban wilderness, a far cry from anything they had ever imagined. I think Mr. Patel was hoping the development would bring quality housing nearer, as it had done across the river, because no one round here had very much money at the moment. If people started moving in who had more dosh, they might spend some of it in his shop. He had all kinds of plans. Speciality Indian foods and so on. I didn't like to suggest the council might decide to bulldoze his shop as well. Everyone needs a dream. Right opposite the shop, on the other corner of the street, was a disused chapel and burial ground. We called it the graveyard. The building was locked up, the glass in its mock Gothic windows broken, weeds growing from cracks in the masonry. It had originally been a congregational chapel. It had changed hands and religious viewpoints several times since then. The last people to use it as a place of worship had been the Church of the Beauteous Day. The Church of the Beauteous Day had been really something. When they turned up of a Sunday morning, whole families dressed in their best. It was like Mardi Gras. And they knew how to worship, with songs and cymbals, all right, to say nothing of trombones, choirs and hand-clapping. When they weren't making music, they were listening to the preacher, the Reverend Eli, and shouting joyously, "Hallelujah!" and "Yes, Lord!" For one day a week, they brought light and life and faith to our street. But the premises weren't suitable for all their social events, and they moved out, led away by the Reverend Eli, a tiny man with crinkled grey hair. Away he took all those smiling ladies in the floral hats, smart young men, little boys with bow ties and little girls with snowy socks, like Moses leading the children of Abraham into the desert. I don't know whither he led them. Some said to Hackney. I was sorry. I missed them, especially the Reverend Eli, who, when he saw me, would sing out, "You ready to repent, child?" and beam a gold-toothed smile. Though the chapel was abandoned, the burial ground was still in use. By the living. A crazy old bag lady named Mad Edna had her home there among the headstones, with a tribe of feral cats for company. People taking a short cut through the graveyard were alarmed when Mad Edna sprang out from behind a tomb, like Magwitch the convict in Great Expectations, and began a conversation with them. She always treated them graciously, as if they'd come to call on her. She told me she'd been a debutante once, long ago, and I believed her. The council was having trouble over demolishing the chapel because of the graves alongside it, so Edna was safe for the time being. A load of fruit and veg had been delivered to the shop during the afternoon. It was stacked on the pavement and Ganesh was moving it, putting some on display outside the shop and carrying the rest down the side alley to the yard at the back. He was wearing grubby jeans and an old Fair Isle sweater because it was a mucky job, and his long black hair was tied back with a piece of ribbon. He ties his hair back when he's working because it's more convenient and because his father insists on it. If Mr. Patel had his way, Ganesh would be working round the shop wearing a suit and with his hair trimmed short back and sides, or so Ganesh reckons. Parents have ambitions for their children, I suppose. My dad had ambitions for me. Sometimes I hope that I'll manage to fulfil some of them, some day, and he'll know in heaven. I'd like to please him even at this late date, make up for all the disappointment. Ganesh looked up as I came along the pavement. His expression had been worried, but it cleared. "Fran, thank God you're all right. What's going on? I've been worried sick about you. Someone said a person had died in your house." "Someone did," I told him. "Terry." We both looked down the street towards the house. Besides the police, quite a few sightseers had gathered. There was a van parked just down from the police vehicles which hadn't been there earlier. My heart sank, if possible, further. If it had been any one of the other of us, there wouldn't have been half the fuss. Nev, with his history of breakdown, would have been written off as suicide. Squib hanging from the light fitting would have been written off as one fewer problem for society. They might have said the same about me. But Terry... There was something about Terry. She was going to be trouble. The police sensed it, just as I'd always sensed it. They knew they were not going to be able to write her off just like that. They were doing it all by the book, to head off any criticism at a later date. Ganesh didn't like the sight of all the activity down the street either. He dusted his hands and wiped them on his sweater, and by mutual accord we set off down the alley. The yard was full of stuff. Empty crates, full crates, packing cases, dismembered cardboard boxes baled up for the refuse people to take, and everywhere scraps of squashed fruit and withered leaves. Ganesh picked out a couple of apples and handed me one. I was surprised to find I was hungry. We sat down side by side, and between bites at the apple, I told him as much as I could. It wasn't much. Inspector Janice had given strict instructions that I wasn't to talk to anyone about anything. But Ganesh wasn't just anyone. Anyway, if he'd already heard someone had been found dead in the house, he knew nearly as much as I did. However, I'd had some theatrical training, so I made a good story of it, and finished up on a high point by suggesting the police thought it was murder. Cheap theatricals didn't impress Ganesh, who looked sceptical. Gossip around the place says she hanged herself. Word travelled fast. They think someone helped her. Oh, that was Ganesh for you, always the awkward question. Us, probably. We didn't. Something had occurred to me, and it made things worse. Gan, if it's true, if someone killed her, she let him into the house. We had fixed up a proper lock on the front door. Or rather, Declan had. We locked it when we went out to stop anyone else taking over our squat, quite apart from the council getting in and repossessing us. When we were at home, we locked ourselves in as a matter of principle. Apart from the council, there were plenty of people out there who might like to make trouble for us. The developers, for a start. We even blocked up the letterbox after dark to prevent anyone pushing lighted rags through it. That had happened elsewhere. End of side 2. Side 3. If one of us was alone in the house, we took extra care. Entrance was strictly by the front door. Terry would have locked it and not opened it for anyone she didn't know and trust. The downstairs windows didn't open easily. The wooden frames had swollen with damp and warped with age. The old sash cords didn't work. Just to push the window open an inch took 2 people and more effort than it was worth. When the police realise that, it's going to make it look worse for us, I concluded. Like an inside job. She knew people outside, he said. People she'd have let in. Let the police go and hassle them. That's the point, Gan. I can't name a single one. We knew nothing at all about her. Where she went, what she did when she left the house. She was always suspicious, secretive. Ganesh said unkindly that Terry had always struck him as a head case. At this point, his father came out to see why Ganesh had stopped working. Mr. Patel has a sort of sixth sense which tells him where and when anyone he's employing isn't working 100%. I've worked in the shop on a Saturday and I know. When he saw me, he looked relieved.
Ah, there you are, Francesca. We have all been extremely worried about you, my dear. What on earth is going on?
She's just telling me about it, Dad, Ganesh said patiently. Terry's dead, Mr. Patel, I told him.
That other girl? This is very bad. How has she died?
His brow furrowed into deep worry lines as I told him. Unwarily, I let slip that the police thought the death might be suspicious. At that, he erupted, jabbing a forefinger at me in accusation and looking as if he was going to have a fit.
Murder? Murder, are you saying, Francesca? In this street, so near to my shop? In this place where you are living?
He rounded on Ganesh.
Have I not told you so?
Ganesh snapped back at him in Gujarati, and the next thing they were at it hammer and tongs, with me unable to understand a word. But I didn't need a translator. I could guess what it was all about. After a while,
Mr. Patel turned and stamped off back into the shop. Ganesh, breathing heavily, said, "Sorry about that." "Never mind. I understand." "Look, they do like you." He thrust out his jaw pugnaciously. "Don't get Dad wrong. I know he flew off the handle then, but that's because murder on the doorstep isn't what he expected to hear about. It wasn't anything to do with you." "Leave it, Gan," I said sharply. The muscles around his mouth and jawline tightened, and he got up and began to stack some empty crates, throwing them around with unnecessary force. After a few minutes, when he'd got the anger out of his system, he sat down again and asked in a reasonably normal voice, "Yesterday afternoon? That's when the police think she died?" "They haven't said, but we were all out of the house between 1:30 and around 7 when Nev and I got home. Squibb came in later. The body was stiff. I'd guess sometime during the afternoon." He was looking thoughtful. "Look, it's probably nothing, but yesterday afternoon I noticed this guy." Irritatingly, he fell silent. "Go on, then. Where?" I prompted in frustration. "Hanging around in the street, by the post box on the other side, about halfway down. I'd never seen him before. I took a good look at him because, well, if a stranger starts hanging around casing places, you do, don't you?" "If he was thinking of breaking in anywhere round here, he was being a bit optimistic," I said. "No one round here's got anything worth pinching." "He didn't look that type. He was a big chap, 6-footer, well built, pretty fit. He'd have been aged about, early 30s, and he was well dressed. Casual clothes, I mean, but nothing he'd got down the market. Quality gear, sort of hunting, shooting and fishing things. Tweed jacket." I thought about this. "What time was this?" "I couldn't swear to it. Early on, around 3 or just before. At least, that's when I saw him. I don't know exactly what time he arrived. I was in the shop. I came out and there he was. I fooled around outside to watch him, then went inside and tried to keep an eye on him through the window. Then I was distracted, and when I looked again, he'd gone." "Did he have a car?" "If he did, he hadn't parked it in this street. But he was definitely looking at the houses, and it could have been yours." I thought about this for a while. That there'd been no car parked in the street didn't surprise me, because no one who had a decent car in any sense would park it around here. He might have been an estate agent or a property developer, or any of the people connected with the proposed redevelopment. It was more than likely that's who he was. I suggested this to Ganesh. "I thought of that. He wasn't making any notes or taking any photos. He looked shifty, as if he didn't want to be seen." "Then he probably was a property developer." I got up. "Show me exactly where you saw him." We went back into the street, and Ganesh pointed out the spot. The pillar box is about 20 feet from our house on the other side of the street. The stranger could well have been watching our place. I know it was a squat, but I still called it ours. "I think he realised I'd spotted him," Ganesh went on, "because he stooped and made out he was reading the collection times on the box. He wasn't any great actor, I can tell you. Think I ought to tell the police?" "Perhaps you should." I was more worried by the news than I wanted to let on. Just then, a car turned into the street and pulled up sharp by us. I recognised it as Ewan's Fiesta. He got out and came over to us, glancing worriedly down the street towards the activity outside the house. "There you are, Fran." "Suddenly everyone's looking for me," I murmured. "You forgot about the court, didn't you?" He gave a wry grimace. "So did I, nearly. We got our order for immediate possession, but I don't suppose that now you want to stay in that house, not now this has happened." "Yes, there's been a murder," Ganesh broke in angrily before I could speak, "and still you lot come harassing her, wanting to throw her out onto the street." Ewan had reddened angrily, but he wasn't going to argue with Ganesh, who was a bystander and not, in Ewan's view, involved. He turned his back on him and went on to me. "But cheer up, Fran. I got some good news for you. We've got you temporary accommodation." So I'd been told correctly at the police station. But I still asked, suspiciously, "What sort of accommodation?" "A flat. Only for 6 months, mind." "Oh, great," Ganesh burst out. So this is what it takes for you lot to offer her somewhere decent to live. A violent death. It's not marvellous, Ewan warned me, still ignoring Ganesh. But it's somewhere. Come over to my office and I'll give you the key. He drove off, and I said goodbye to Ganesh. As I was walking off, however, I heard someone calling my name. I turned round and saw Mr. Patel hurrying after me. "Francesca!" He came up, panting. "I wanted to say to you that I am truly very sorry about shouting like that, and the carry-on." "It's okay, Mr. Patel," I told him. "No, no," he said excitedly. "It's not okay. It is terrible, terrible, such a crime. But you are all right, my dear. That is good. You are not hurt." "I'm not hurt," I assured him. He waved his hands. "You see, it is very difficult for us, for my wife and myself. You are obviously of good family and an educated young woman. And education is a fine thing, but you should not be living like that in that place. You see what happens in such places." I told him I appreciated his concern, but he shouldn't worry about me. He looked at me in a lost way, as if he couldn't think of anything more to say, much as he wanted to say something. A worried man with a balding head and a biro stuck behind one ear, trying to make sense of something beyond him. Then he gave up and went back to the shop. I knew what he wanted to say. He couldn't understand how someone like me, who was neither deranged nor a criminal, could end up living on her own or with a group of other loners in a condemned house. It puzzled him that I hadn't any family or anyone to care for me. It seemed all wrong to him, and it presented a threat. Most of all, he was worried about the effect I had on Ganesh. I could have told him that I wasn't the cause of the problems he had with Ganesh. About 6 months ago, Ganesh's sister, Usha, had married a chap named Jay, who was in accountancy and had prospects. Ganesh had been mooching about, scowling ever since. He felt he was being left behind here. "1 more year," he told me privately. "1 more year and I'm out." But he hadn't told his people that yet. They knew, though. They were putting pressure on him. He hadn't said so to me, but I guessed what their answer to the problem would be. It would be a pretty 16-year-old with beautiful manners and a dowry. They thought I'd be the obstacle. They were wrong. I started wondering and worrying about Ewan's promised flat. Chapter 4. Ewan was right. The best you could say about that flat was that it was somewhere. It was on the 5th floor of one of a pair of condemned tower blocks. The building was already half empty and pretty well all vandalised. The lift didn't work. The staircase was graffiti-covered. There was a hole in the corridor ceiling outside my door with funny stuff hanging out of it which looked to me like asbestos lining. So he was also right to say it wasn't marvellous. My heart sank when I saw it. But I knew I couldn't stay in the house where Terry had died. This would have to be it for a few weeks anyway. Ewan had come with me, and I told him thanks. Naturally, I offered the hospitality of my new roof to Nev and Squib. Nev accepted gratefully. Squib, a natural loner, looked uneasy. Living with others had already shown itself too likely to attract attention. We went to Jubilee Street in another attempt to collect our belongings. Either the council or the police had boarded up the house, and we had to break in at the back. We put everything portable into black plastic rubbish sacks and took them over to the shop so that Ganesh could ferry them in the van to my new abode. He wasn't able to do it straight away, so while we waited for him to be free, Squib and Nev went to the pub, and I went for a last walk round the neighbourhood I'd got to know so well, or what the developers had left of it. Not that I was going far, but even a block or two is moving away. I was walking through the graveyard when Edna jumped out from behind a headstone doing her Magwitch impersonation. "Where are you going in such a hurry, dear?" she asked. "Nowhere," I told her. "I'm not in a hurry." Even the thought of not being waylaid by Mad Edna any more made me feel sad. I sat on a tomb. She sat down beside me and began rummaging in her grubby coat. She had an excited air about her, like a child who has learned a new trick and is going to try it out. Eventually, she produced a gold-coloured Benson and Hedges cigarette packet, very clean and not crushed. She held it tenderly in her mittened hands, and touched it with a yellowed nail sticking through the chopped-off ends of the gloved fingers. She stroked it reverently a few times, then opened it with infinite care and very hospitably offered me a cigarette. I declined, but she continued to push the gold box at me, peering up into my face to make sure I'd noticed how beautiful it was, if only card. If it had been real gold, she wouldn't have been happier, and she wanted me to share her pleasure in it. I said, "It's nice, Edna," but still refused a cigarette. She looked disappointed, but took one herself. She'd got matches, too, one of those little booklets you get for free in bars and restaurants. Watching her struggle to light it, I offered to help, struck the paper match for her and lit her smoke. Before handing the booklet back, I read the name on it. It came courtesy of a wine bar in Winchester. She didn't like me studying it, or even holding it, and snatched it away, tucking it and the precious gold-coloured packet away in some best-not-to-think-about place. The mittens didn't hide how rheumatism had swollen her knuckle joints. She oughtn't to have been living rough in a graveyard, but I knew anyone would have a dreadful job moving her out. She liked it there. She smelled a bit high, though, and I moved along the tomb as far as I could. 2 of the feral cats lounged nearby in the long grass, watching us through half-closed eyes. Another was curled up asleep on a grave. Wherever Edna sat, a cat or 2 was generally nearby. She was part of their extended tribe. As she was puffing happily on her cigarette, I told her I was being moved into a temporary flat. "Why don't you get yourself a little place in Chelsea?" she asked. "Chelsea is interesting. Wonderful parties. Although some people think living there rather fast." She gave a rasping cough. She wasn't used to this amount of fresh tobacco. Mentally, she was back in her debutante days again, whenever they'd been. I had no idea how old she was. She always appeared incredibly ancient. I told her I depended on the council and had to stay in the borough. She mumbled at that and began ferreting among several plastic carrier bags she always had with her. Smoke curled up into her eye and made her squint. Knowing that Edna normally collected her smokes from bins and gutters, I wondered about the gold packet and asked, "Splashing out, Edna? Buying the ciggies in a proper packet now?" "He dropped it," she muttered. "He didn't see. I saw, though. He didn't see me. He walked through here." She waved the cigarette at the path through the long grass and tipsy headstones. Who was he? I wasn't really interested, just making conversation with her. She seemed reasonably sane today. "Smart young fella," she said. "Stranger. Well set up. He'd left his car over there." This time she pointed behind us to an open patch behind the buildings in the road beyond, accessible through a gap which the Church of the Beauteous Day had cleared so that the Reverend Eli could park his purple transit van there. "I don't like strangers. They keep coming these days and telling me I can't live here any more. Where should I live? What about the cats? I've told them I've got to look after the cats." So when he came through, I hid and watched him. He was up to no good. The hairs prickled on the back of my neck. "How do you know, Edna?" "He looked it, dodging about from headstone to headstone. Didn't want to be seen. So busy hiding himself away he didn't spot me. I was over there." She waved at a jumble of overgrown bushes. It didn't surprise me the stranger hadn't spotted her. In her dirty coat and with her amorphous outline, she blended perfectly into her surroundings. I'd often passed by her myself and jumped out of my skin when she'd greeted me. She had a trick, like the cats, of sitting perfectly still and watching. I'd seen her sitting on the grass, quite surrounded by them, just blinking her eyes at them as they blinked back. I'd sometimes speculated whether they were the spirits of the dead buried in this place. That Edna could communicate with them didn't surprise me in the least. "When was this you saw the man, Edna?" She looked vague. Days were all the same to her. "Must have been yesterday," she said, uncertainly. I asked her if it had been morning or afternoon, but she couldn't remember. She wasn't, however, completely out of touch. Unexpectedly she asked,
Is that right, the girlie hanged herself, dear? She peered at me with a flicker of interest in her roomy old eyes. That's right, Edna. She puffed on the cigarette, staring ahead. It was impossible to say what she made of it. She didn't seem surprised or frightened. Even her curiosity, now I'd confirmed the rumour, was cured. It was hopeless. She may have seen the same fellow Ganesh saw. We'd never be able to establish it for sure. She came to life and leaned towards me confidentially. Got something to show you. My spirits rose briefly. What else had she found? I should have known better. She took me to a corner of the graveyard and proudly showed me some new kittens, mewing blindly but safely inside a ramshackle stone tomb. The tomb's inscription commemorated Josiah and Hepzibah Wilkins, who had died within a week of one another of the influenza in 1819, leaving 17 children. There'd been enough money to build them a decent monument, so I suppose there'd been money to take care of the 17 children. Perhaps the older ones had looked after the younger ones. The fact remained that if anyone asked questions of Edna, they'd get nothing sensible in reply. She might or might not be a vital witness. Her only concern was for the cats and what would happen to her and to them if the developers succeeded in levelling the surrounding monuments. I gave Edna all the loose change in my pocket, and she squirreled it away in another hiding place in her grubby old coat. "Call again," she invited as I walked away. We were allowed to remove our furniture, such as it was, from the house. We ferried it over to the new flat in several lots, using the Patel's van. Between us, we manoeuvred it up the filthy staircase and staggered with it along open, wind-swept balconies lined with unwelcoming doors. Some flats were abandoned and boarded up. Others, though still inhabited, were nearly as well barricaded, like medieval castles. It didn't promise a spirit of neighbourliness. The flat itself had been cleared and swept out, but still looked as if a major riot had taken place in it. The walls were pitted and scarred. Parts of the skirting had been ripped out. There was something very odd about the kitchen sink unit, which was at an angle. Anything placed on the draining board simply slid down into the basin. Squibb, looking more than usually perplexed, wandered around rattling loose fittings and opening cupboards. Eventually he said, sounding pleased, "Got it." We waited apprehensively, expecting him to turn round holding some furry creature he'd found lurking in the corner. Instead, empty-handed but triumphant, he declared, "Worked it out. It's the wrong place. The council gave you the wrong key, Fran." I told him I wished that could be true. Sadly, I thought it wasn't. This, despite all appearances, was home sweet home. He shook his head. "Can't be. Look, they condemned our house and it was better than this. They got it wrong, Fran." He took some persuading, and, finally accepting my argument, became offended and muttered, "Well, I'm not staying here." I found that hurtful, considering I'd generously offered him the shelter of my roof. For Squibb, of all people, to object. But he said he'd been offered a place in a hostel and he'd try it out. The police had told him he had to stay there so they could find him again. But if the hostel made a fuss about the dog, he'd leave. I suggested that if the hostel wouldn't take the dog, Mad Edna might look after it for a while. The dog would probably like being in the churchyard, and Edna, in her crazy way, could be relied upon for something like that. But Squibb wouldn't even think about being parted from the dog, even temporarily. Besides, he thought the cats were quite capable of ganging up on a dog. He'd seen them do it. I leaned over the balcony to watch him walk across the wasteland between the condemned blocks, his rucksack on his back, and the dog trotting nicely by his heels. Ewan, whom I liked more and more, had promised to try and rustle up some extra furniture. He had a friend in the Salvation Army. At least the hot water was working. It was ages since I'd lived in a place with hot water. While Nev dragged our existing furniture around, trying to make the place look habitable, I spent an hour cleaning out the bathroom before I got in the tub and lay there in the steaming water, just looking up at the cracks in the ceiling and another hole in the plaster where the lavatory cistern was coming away. As it turned out, Nev only stayed 24 hours before his parents descended on the place. I wasn't surprised to see them. I don't think Nev was either. He'd had the air of a condemned man about him since walking in the door. His father stood in the middle of the sitting room, heels together, bolt upright, hands clasped behind his back as if he were reviewing the troops. His mother looked at me just as my old headmistress did when I was being carpeted for something. I've mentioned my school before. My mother ran off and left my dad and me when I was 7, so I was brought up by Dad and my Hungarian Grandma Varady. I think my father felt he owed it to me somehow to give me every opportunity he could because my mum had left. I always told people she was dead because we didn't know where she was, and for me it was as if she was dead. So they scraped and saved, Dad and Grandma Varady, and paid for me to go to this school for young ladies. I was in and out of trouble from the first day I went there, and by the time I got to be 15, they told my father it really wasn't worth keeping me on there. They meant they wanted me to go. They wrote a final report on me. It read, "Francesca is extremely bright but lacks application. She has consistently failed to take advantage of the opportunities offered by this school." I have never been so ashamed of anything in my life as I was the day I watched my father read that report. He and Grandma Varady had gone without virtually every luxury to keep me at that school, and I'd let them both down, completely. I was sorry, but it was too late. I loved them both and wouldn't have hurt them for the world. But I had hurt them. If they'd been angry, shouted and stamped up and down, it would have helped. But they didn't say anything. Dad even said, "Never mind, Dedisham," and hugged me because he was afraid the report might have hurt my feelings. Grandma Varady had to be forcibly restrained from marching round to the school and socking the headmistress. She came from a long line of Austro-Hungarian hussars. We had faded sepia portraits of some of them, waxed moustaches, tight jackets with frogging, tighter pants and shiny boots. She firmly believed that the answer to every problem was a cavalry charge. I went away and shut myself in my room and howled. Afterwards, I made a resolve that never again would I ever act as plain stupid as that. But I suppose I have. Anyhow, the upshot of the visit from the porters was that they frog-marched poor Nev away with them, back to that luxury jail they called home. The way they talked to him, he might just as well have been 4, not 24. Even worse, they told him their very good friend, some high-powered head doctor, had a whole set of bright new ideas for treating Nev's nervous breakdown. As he left, he said, "I'll be in touch, Fran. I've left you my books." I said, "Thanks," but I knew I'd seen the last of him, so I just added, "Good luck." He might just as well have left me the books in his will. It was that final. His mother gave me a really nasty look. His father didn't look at me at all during the whole time he was there. He was pretending I wasn't there. Anything he couldn't handle he pretended didn't exist. Like poor Nev's illness. I knew that, for better or worse, my life had changed forever. Probably for worse. Chapter 5. I was on my own. I hadn't lived completely on my own for quite some while. It was a strange feeling, rattling around that depressing flat. But although I might be alone, I certainly wasn't forgotten, not by the police at any rate. Janice Morgan was presumably busy on more important matters, and I was left to the tender mercies of Sergeant Parry. His expression of sceptical disbelief at whatever I said, and his ginger moustache, began to haunt my dreams. "You're getting paranoid," said Ganesh, heaving a sack of potatoes around, preparatory to slitting it open and emptying it into a bin. "How can you say that?" I'd been having my usual moan, but still felt I'd every right to sound incredulous. "Parry's on my neck from morning till night. Always the same questions dished up in different ways. What do the police think I know?" "How about Nev and Squib? Are they chasing them in the same way?" "That's what I came to tell you this morning. I tried to phone Nev last night, and his father told me Nev's in a private clinic. They've got him hidden away, where the police can't question him. As for Squib, I went over to the hostel yesterday. It's run by some kind of religious group. They smile all the time, and their skins look as if they've been sitting in the bath too long. "Hey," interrupted Ganesh disapprovingly. "They're doing their best, right?" "All right." Anyhow, Squibb wasn't there. They said he'd be back this evening, and if I wanted I could leave a note pinned on a corkboard they've got in the entrance. So I did, though I don't suppose Squibb will even look at the corkboard, and I can't count on anyone telling him I was there. They call him Henry, I added, just like the police do. "It's his name?" Ganesh can be very irritating. "You can't expect them to call him Squibb." I wasn't going to argue about that. I had other things on my mind. Let's face it, Gan, I'm the only one the bill can really get at. And I'm the one getting the treatment. They can't seem to get it into their thick heads that it's wasting everyone's time and getting none of us anywhere. It's certainly not going to find out exactly what happened to Terry, if we ever do that. Ganesh grunted and tipped out the spuds. They rolled and bounced down into the bin with a strong smell of earth. Grumbling to Ganesh worked off some of the frustration, but I couldn't pretend the continual police questioning wasn't worrying me. They were starting to wear me down, which was the name of the game as far as they were concerned, I suppose. I was beginning to get confused in my own mind. They'd managed to convince me I hadn't told them everything, or that I'd forgotten something of great importance. I'd started racking my brains in the still of the night. "Quiet today," I offered Ganesh. The shop had been empty, but as I spoke, a woman came in with a grubby child in tow and started picking over the vegetables. Ganesh glared at her. "Who's doing any business with half the houses emptied round here? You want those beans or don't you, love?" She moved away from the beans and stared mistrustfully at the newly decanted spuds. "I want potatoes, but those are covered in mud." "They grow in the ground," Ganesh told her. "What do you expect?" "I expect them cleaner than that. Mud weighs, mud does. It's heavy. I'm not paying for mud." Ganesh sighed and pushed the top potatoes around. "These are cleaner." "I'll pick 'em out, thanks," she said crossly, shoving him aside. She began to pick out one potato at a time, peering at each for signs of mud or damage. "I ask you," said Ganesh to me, "who wants to be a greengrocer?" "Beats being a police suspect," I told him. "Leave you to it, Gan. See you later." There was a car parked opposite the shop, outside the graveyard. Someone, a woman, was attempting to talk to Edna. Our resident bag lady was huddled in a heap among her plastic bags, and I could tell she was pretending to be deaf. When I appeared, the woman lost interest in Edna, who scurried away among the tombs. The newcomer called out to me. "Francesca?" It was Inspector Janice. "Glad to see you," she added as I joined her. "What is it now?" I asked grumpily. I really had had enough. "Nice to know you're pleased to see me too," she retorted. "Don't take it personally," I told her. "But I'm not. I'm out of a job, living in a set left over from an old Hammer movie, and every time I turn round there's a copper wanting to ask me questions." "No questions," she assured me. "I was going to suggest we take a drive." It was an unmarked car, and she was in plain clothes. Janice liked her clothes very plain. She was wearing a sort of blazer today, with broad navy stripes. It made her look as if she'd been leaning against some newly painted railings. However she dressed, and had she been riding a tricycle, no one around here would have had any doubt who or what she was. "Give me a reason," I suggested. "I'm trying," she said, "to get you off the hook. That's what you want, isn't it?" "Go on." I had justification in feeling suspicion. Greek sparing gifts and all the rest of it. The way they worked, Parry had been sent to wear me down, and now I was at rock bottom, Janice was moving in for the kill. I winced as the last word crossed my mind. But Janice was smiling, conciliatory today in voice and manner, softening me up. "You told us you were out of the house for the whole of Monday afternoon and early evening. You were in Camden with Porter, so you say. I'd like to believe it, and we've done our best to check it out. But so far, anywhere we've asked, everyone has denied knowing either you or Neville or seeing anyone like you on that day." She waited. I sighed. They would. They don't want to be involved. You can't blame them. She hunched her shoulders. I thought we could drive around there. You might see someone. Look, I'm in my own time. I don't have to bother with this. I got in the car. Theresa Monkton's family's been in touch, she said casually as we drove off. That startled me. You found them? They found us. She explained that apparently the family had been trying to find Terry for some time. She'd left home before, but this time they'd feared something had happened to her. They'd kept a sharp watch on the news reports concerning any unidentified young women. The best they were hoping for was an amnesia victim. The worst of their fears had come true. I felt sorry for them. We drew a blank around Camden High Street. We called at the house where we'd had the Mexican bean stew, but the people Nev knew had left, or so the others there said. I thought they were lying. They just didn't want to get involved, just like all the others Janice had already asked. I wasn't surprised, but what with one thing and another, my life at the moment was akin to trying to paddle a canoe with a tennis racket. It was a nicer day, weather-wise, than it had been for a while. Pale sunshine inspired shops to put out racks of clothes on the pavements. But Camden was having one of its grotty days nonetheless, its gutters choked with litter. There were a couple of stalls with fruit and veg in side alleys, adding to the debris with dropped leaves and squashed fruit. They made me think of Ganesh, and I wished I hadn't bothered him with my troubles. He had enough of his own. There were plenty of people about, but no one and nothing of any help to me. We're wasting our time, I said, exasperated. I can't prove we were here, but it's the truth. We carried on looking without much joy. Then, just as we were giving up, I did see a couple I recognised, a man and a girl. The man was called Lou. I knew that, but I couldn't remember the girl's name. I leapt out of Janice's car and raced after them, yelling, "Lou!" They very nearly took off, but I managed to grab his arm. His girlfriend misinterpreted my enthusiasm at seeing him and took a swing at me. It took a fraught few minutes trying to explain. She was quite a bit taller than me and several pounds heavier, and neither Lou nor anyone else seemed inclined to intervene, although a few gathered to watch and cheer us on. Eventually, I managed to make them both understand that I wanted some help from them, not to break up their one-to-one relationship. As our fight broke up, the onlookers drifted away. One or two left small coins on the pavement, perhaps under the impression we'd been taking part in some street theatre. During all the time I was in active danger of getting seriously done over by an enraged Amazon in fishnet tights and combat boots, Janice had been hanging about in the background, not making any effort to come to my rescue, much as all the other gawpers. When she saw things had calmed down, she joined us. Grudgingly, they told her they'd seen me and Nev on the Monday afternoon at Camden Lock, and we'd had a coffee together. I could see neither of them liked being asked to give me an alibi, but at least they didn't issue flat denials, and perhaps their reluctance made Janice more inclined to believe them. I told them thanks, and that I was sorry I'd had to ask them. They weren't very gracious about it, but at least supplied names and an address before the Amazon hauled her man away like a hunting trophy. It wasn't my fault, but I knew they didn't see it that way, and if I knew what was good for me, I'd stay away from that part of town. I'd had my last free meal of beans. "Well, it helps, Francesca," Janice said encouragingly. "Not much," I told her. "No, not much," she agreed. She was honest, at least, but I still didn't trust her. Since she was feeling generous towards me, I asked her about the post-mortem. "Is this or isn't this a murder inquiry? If not, why do I need an alibi? If it is murder, I should be told so, outright. I don't have to cooperate if I don't know what's going on." She didn't answer at once. She pulled over behind a stall selling curtain material and twisted in her seat to face me. "It's not that easy to answer your question, Fran. It wouldn't be the first case where foul play has been suspected and then, after exhaustive and costly inquiries, it's been decided the injuries were accidental or self-inflicted. People do harm themselves in a multitude of ways. I wouldn't like to guess how often an investigation's taken time, money and manpower, everyone's got frustrated and tired, and still we've ended up closing the file. No one likes that. On the other hand, murder has been made to look like suicide before. The killers found it easier to try and fake a suicide than to fake an accident. In this case, we've an apparent suicide, but with so many inconsistencies about it that we have to be suspicious. Sergeant Perry, who was one of the first officers to see the body... I interrupted bitterly. I know what Parry thinks. He thinks we had something to do with it. No, she contradicted me. You don't know what Sergeant Parry thinks. Despite anything he may have said to you, he's not leaping to any conclusions about this, nor am I. Parry is a very experienced officer. I, for one, respect his opinion. So, if we haven't a suicide, what do we have? Janice glowered through the windscreen at the billowing net curtaining strung along the trader's stall ahead. The worst is trying to explain all this to the family. Suicide appalls most relatives. They want to believe it's an accident. Even murder is more acceptable to them. They can't be responsible for the accident or the murder, but the suicide leaves them with a personal burden of guilt. If I went to Teresa's family today and said, sorry folks, the murder theory was a mare's nest, it was suicide after all, you know, they'd be more upset than if I went to them and named a killer. But yourself, I persisted, you think that out there somewhere is a killer? Personally and off the record? Yes, I think so. But hunches, mine or Parry's, aren't enough, even when there's circumstantial evidence to back them up. Eventually it has to be proved to the satisfaction of a jury. That's not easy. Juries nowadays mistrust forensic evidence. They shouldn't, but they do. A couple of cases of verdicts declared unsafe which get wide media coverage, and there you are. Unsupported confessions are no longer acceptable. The boundaries of reasonable doubt get hazier every day. I think someone attacked her, that she was either naked or was stripped partially naked in the process. There was some struggle which took place on the floor, and the splinters of wood entered her skin. She then received a blow to the head which rendered her either unconscious or semi-conscious. The attacker finished the job, making it look like a suicide. There's evidence to support all that. But as yet, I don't know why, and I don't know who. I don't know who either. I hadn't missed the stressed pronoun. You see why I keep asking you about a fight, Janice said. If the bruises were come by in an earlier incident, some significant physical evidence drops out of things. No fight, I said. She smiled. I'm glad you didn't invent one. It wouldn't have helped, either of us. I think someone killed her, Francesca. But I need to be sure. I can't afford a mistake. I must have looked surprised because she flushed. You have to understand, there are certain tensions among police officers, as amongst people working together in any job. There are certain people who resented my promotion. They'd like to see me fall flat on my face. Clash of personalities, call it. An office of any kind is a claustrophobic place. You get that. She'd said more than she'd intended, and looked away, embarrassed.
End of side 3. Side 4. I was thinking of the blow to Terry's head. She would have to have been disabled in some way, or she'd have put up a fight. Perhaps she did put up a fight, and that's when he hit her. I must have sat there thinking for long enough to make Janice curious. Remembering something, Francesca? Nothing that matters. Why don't you let me decide that? I was in no mood to be patronised, and said so. Sorry, she said. I didn't mean it to come out like that. But if there's anything, tell me. You want the killer found, don't you? Of course I do, I said. He chose to string her up from the light fitting and leave her there to strangle to death. People get sexual kicks always. Maybe he sat there and watched her because that's the sort of thing he likes. There are a lot of very sick people around, Francesca, and a lot of them act and look normal, most of the time. You don't have to tell me. Do you think I haven't come across enough weirdos? I couldn't help sounding exasperated. This wasn't a sex game gone wrong. This was someone who wanted her dead. Someone who hated her enough to do what he did, quite deliberately and for no other reason than to kill. So? She was watching me carefully with her pale grey gaze. Any ideas who? If you're so sure, you must have some theory. "I don't have a theory," I told her. "But I do know there was someone else in the house that afternoon while we were away. The place reeked of one of those male colognes when Nev and I got home. Ganesh saw a stranger earlier acting odd. He told one of your boys in blue about it. He told Sergeant Parry. We haven't been able to find anyone else who saw the man he described." "He's a friend of yours, Mr. Patel, isn't he?" "Yes, sometimes I lend a hand in the shop on a Saturday. But he didn't make up seeing someone just to help me out." "I didn't say that. Why? Should he have felt it necessary to do that?" "They like doing that, the police. They like asking you the sort of questions which, however you answer them, you sound guilty. They have suspicious minds. Even when they try to be fair, as I suppose Janice was, it comes out sounding like a caution. They can't help it. It's the mentality they have, or the way they train them at police college." I could have told her that Edna had also seen a stranger, well-dressed and too intent on sneaking through the churchyard to notice her, or that he'd dropped his cigarettes. But what use was Edna as a witness? Even if I could get her to talk to Janice, from what I'd seen earlier, Janice herself hadn't been having much luck with Edna. I wondered suddenly why she'd been trying. "For about the 100th time," I said, "I didn't have anything to do with her death, and I don't know who killed her or why." "Neither do I, Francesca," she said cheerfully. "But by the time I've finished, I shall." "Bully for you," I muttered. The stall-holder, squat, grubby little fellow, had had enough of us sitting there chatting. He came storming up and mouthed through Janice's window. "Listen, darling, this undercover obbo or what? I'm selling a few yards of nylon net, not bleeding heroin." "Got a stall-holder's licence?" Janice asked. "Do me a favour, doll," he pleaded. "Haven't you coppers got anything else to do but harass honest businessmen?" "Get a licence," Janice told him. I could see something was bothering her as we drove off. After a moment she asked, sounding bemused, "Francesca, tell me honestly, do I look like a policewoman?" "To some people, perhaps," I told her diplomatically. She seemed puzzled. When I got back to the flat, Ganesh was waiting for me sitting on the landing. A net of oranges lay on the top stair by him. He greeted me with, "I came to see how you were getting along in this place." His voice and manner were more sympathetic than when we'd last spoken at his shop, and put me vaguely in mind of someone visiting a friend in hospital. Dealing with a person who is ill, and one who's having trouble, must be similar. The oranges presumably equated with taking flowers to the patient. I've always thought that it was nicer to take fruit to the sick than flowers. Fruit doesn't make you think of funerals. "Don't ask," I said as I opened the flat door to let us in. "I've been trawling Camden with Inspector Janice trying to find an alibi." "And did you?" Ganesh dropped the string of fruit on the table and gave me a sharp look. I told him what had happened. "It's something," I finished. He shrugged and looked disapprovingly round the flat. "I'll make us a cup of tea," he said, and went out into the kitchen whence I could hear him rattling crockery. Whilst it's always nice to have a lover, sex can get in the way, and sometimes what's needed is just a friend. That's what Ganesh is, a friend. A friend is someone you can tell your troubles to, argue with, not see for weeks, and then meet again and take up where you left off, all without getting tied up and wrung out emotionally. Problems, I think, are what constitute the basis of the friendship between Gan and me. He has his problems and I have mine. I don't entirely understand his, nor he mine, but it doesn't matter. I listen to him, and he listens to me. It doesn't solve anything, but it certainly helps. Of course, I'd be fooling myself if I told you the familiar man-woman chemistry played no part at all. Sometimes I see Ganesh looking at me with half a question in his eyes, and I dare say he catches me looking at him in the same way from time to time. But that's as far as it's ever got. Things between us work well as they are, and you know what they say, if a thing's not broke, don't fix it. Sometimes I think it's a pity, though. Right now, I felt absolutely whacked. I really didn't want to talk to anyone, even Ganesh, but I needed all the support I could get. As we sat in the kitchen drinking the tea, he said, "I've tried asking around too, Fran. Customers mostly. But it's hard to get anyone to talk about it now. It was a 9-day wonder. Now all they do is moan about our prices. If they ever knew anything, they've forgotten it. My impression exactly, I said gloomily. But thanks for trying, anyway. Dad says he still needs someone in the shop on a Friday and Saturday if you want to earn some extra money. I told him I didn't think his father really wanted me around the place. I was a bird of ill omen, filling Gan's head with ideas of independence and a free lifestyle, consorting with suspicious types, at odds with the police. They like you, Ganesh said obstinately. You personally. The other, it's a clash of cultures. They don't understand, but they still like you. They think I'll lead you astray, I said unwisely. He got angry then. For God's sake, Fran, do you think I want to spend my entire life flogging spuds and bananas to old women with string bags? Listen. He leaned across the table. I've been thinking. We both need to get out of where we are. There is a way. If I've learned something from the shop, it's the basics of running a business. You and I together, we could run any kind of business we liked. We can go to the bank, get them to put together a small business package for us, get one of those start-up grants. I've been keeping my eye open, looking for a suitable place. And if we needed help with the accounts to start off, Jay would do that for us. No charge. Family. It was the most harebrained idea I'd heard in a long time. And coming from Ganesh, whom I saw as sensible, it was unbelievable. He didn't honestly think it would work, did he? Even if I had the aptitude for business, which I don't. I suppose his family had been giving him hassle, and that's what had brought all this about. But he had betrayed himself with the idea of Jay helping with the accounts. With one breath he was talking of branching out on his own. With the next, he was still relying on the family network. Rather unkindly, I retorted, Forget it. It's a balmy idea. It'd drive me round the bend. I certainly couldn't stick your brother-in-law coming round once a week to audit the books. You might, he said touchily, think about it. I've got the police on my back right now. How am I supposed to think about anything else? I can't even think straight about what happened at the house any longer. He mumbled a bit, and I could see he was annoyed with me. But I couldn't imagine myself, even when the present crisis was over, sitting over the books every evening, with or without Jay at my shoulder, trying to make them balance, worrying about staff and business rates, profit and loss. I think I'd pitch myself out of the window. But it illustrated, if nothing else did, the reason why Ganesh and I couldn't ever progress beyond friendship. When it came down to lifestyles, he was a traditionalist at heart. I was just me, a gypsy, if anything, an urban nomad. No fixed abode, no fixed employment, no fixed anything. Another word for that is freedom. But none of that helped me right now. I didn't want to hurt his feelings, and tried politely to explain to him how I saw it. He said it didn't matter, and took himself off, still looking huffy. Alone, I sat eating the oranges, one after the other. It's called comfort binging. I did need the extra money, so in the end I went over to the shop and helped out. I thought the customers would recognise me and ask me questions. But Ganesh had been right. All they were worried about was making sure I didn't sell them any bruised fruit and making me pick all the yellow leaves off the greens. Going back to the flat in the evenings was something I began to dread. For the first time in my life, I was actually afraid, although I didn't tell Ganesh. I hadn't been frightened in the squat or in any other place I'd lived in, and I'd lived in some crummy ones. But that tower block was unbelievable. The winds whistled round it and right through it, and when I woke up in the middle of the night, I had a dreadful feeling of being lost in some kind of nightmarish desert. I felt that when dawn came, I'd find everyone had gone and left me entirely alone in that place. I can't describe it. I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy. I took to switching on the light if I awoke and reading till morning. I was getting through Nev's books at the rate of about one a night and getting bags under my eyes as well. I told myself I was at least making up for my missed education. Nev's book choice was on the heavy side. One afternoon, Inspector Janice turned up on my doorstep. With luck, I'd at least seen the last of Parry. It was the first time Janice had tackled me in the surroundings of my own home. I made her coffee and let her have the armchair Ewan had got from the Sally Army for me. When she sat in it, the springs collapsed under her, her knees shot up to chin level, and she grabbed the balding plush arms and glared at me. I was being polite, I told her, not playing a practical joke on you. You can sit on this one if you prefer. I indicated the tubular aluminium and plastic effort I was sitting on. She struggled to the edge of the armchair and perched there. Her mug of coffee was on the floor by her feet. "This is a dreadful place for you to be living in," she blurted. "How did you get into all this mess, Fran? You're young, fit, and you've got all your marbles." For the first time, she wasn't wearing her police hat to ask questions. She really wanted to know, for herself. Perhaps for that reason I didn't resent her words. "It's a place," I told her. "You don't want to know the story of my life. I became homeless. It's easier than you think." "Tell me," she persisted. "The person I was living with became ill. She had to go into hospital long term. She was the tenant, not me, and the landlord wanted me out." I was telling her the truth, but still not telling her how it really was. After Dad died, Grandma Varady and I had stayed on together. But after a while she became confused. I think it was Dad dying. She couldn't really cope with it. She began to talk as if he was still alive, and even worse, she began to call me Eva, which was my mother's name. It was as if she couldn't remember that my mother had left. "Bundy's late this evening, Eva," she'd say. Bundy was the name she had for my father, whose name had been Stephen. She also started getting up in the middle of the night, believing it was morning, and wandering out of the house and down the street in her nightgown. Her doctor found her a place in a home. I'd always sworn I'd never let Grandma Varady go into such a place, but things never turn out the way you expect. I couldn't look after her. She no longer knew who I was. She lived about 6 months in the home, and died there in her sleep. By then, I was already living at the first of many irregular addresses. I said to Janice, "Look, I've had jobs, dozens of them. But when employers find out you don't have a regular address, they can't get rid of you fast enough. Or else they take advantage of the situation to offer you slave wages. You drop out of the system. You have to fight to get your foot back in the door." "So tell me about systems," she invited. "All systems exclude you if you don't kick your way in. Try making it as a woman officer in the CID. She had a point, but I didn't want her to think I was whinging, and I told her so. "I'll get out of here one day, one way or another, on my own 2 little flat feet. Getting this murder business behind me would be a start." She nodded, picked up her mug and sipped. "I'm going through divorce," she said suddenly. "So I know how you feel, believe me. When I get the divorce behind me, I'll be all right. Right now." She bent her head over the mug. I'd never seen any rings on her hand, so I hadn't reckoned on her being married. But there was no reason why she shouldn't be. "Is he another plod? I mean, police officer?" She gave a rueful grin. "No, he works for a bank. I'm rather sensitive about living space myself at the moment." She jerked her head to indicate the room. "Tom, my soon-to-be ex, wants to sell up our house and split the proceeds. I'm damned if I'm going to lose my home. I decorated every room in that house, up a ladder with a tin of emulsion every evening after I got in from work, while he sat in front of the telly or pushed off to play squash with his mates." She sounded really fierce. Tom obviously had a fight on his hands. I sympathised with her and made a few encouraging remarks. We were getting on pretty well together by now. Then Janice seemed to remember she was there on official business. She put the mug on the floor and sat up as straight as she could in the chair. "Finding someone who could remember you and Porter in Camden has helped, Fran, but the superintendent still isn't happy. He can't believe that you knew so little about Teresa Monckton, where she went during the day and other people she met. She lived with you. Even if she wasn't talkative, she must have let the odd comment slip. When you live with people, you find out about them by a kind of osmosis. I found out plenty about Tom by living with him, not because he told me, but because you can't hide from people you're with every day and night. You're either not trying to remember or you're holding out on us. Give yourself a break. Give me a break. Come up with something, can't you?" I told her I would if I could, but as I'd told her before, even though I'd seen Teresa every day, I just hadn't known her.
What about her family? They have to have known more about her than I did. She hadn't been in touch with them in months. They'd been trying to find her. You can imagine how distressed they are. I cast about desperately. How about Lucy? She brought Teresa along in the first place. Did you find her? Lucy Howe? Yes. She met Teresa by chance in a pub and felt sorry for her. Janice looked both irritated and depressed. There's a sort of vacuum around that girl, and I'm beginning to think it was deliberately created. She saw I was about to deny responsibility, and added quickly, I don't mean it was created by you or the others. I mean she created it herself. Janice hesitated, as if unsure whether to confide in me. Then she hunched forward on the chair edge and went on in a rush. Fran, think about this. No friends, no visitors, no background details about herself, no attempt to mix with the others and be friendly. To me, that's someone trying to hide, terrified of giving clues. I did think about it, and conceded she might be right. She was careful not to leave any trail for someone else to follow, Janice insisted. I could see it was her pet theory. I played devil's advocate. Someone followed it, because someone found her. I sounded hard-boiled, but I wasn't feeling that way. I was feeling guilty. It had never occurred to me that Terry had been scared, living in fear all the time she was with us, and in need of help. None of us had offered it. I reasoned that she hadn't seemed afraid. But then I hadn't tried looking beneath the surface of the front she'd put up. All right, she couldn't have expected much help from Nev or Squib, and Declan had his own problems and had left. But I could have listened. I could have tried to give her some support. I didn't know what made her tick, I said. She lived with us, but she was a stranger. And that was the truth, although I was just beginning to see it myself for the first time. Janice struggled out of the chair. Thanks for the coffee. I'll be in touch. I felt even more depressed when she had left. I realized that I was feeling grief for Terry, something I hadn't felt before. I wasn't proud of myself. I should have felt it before. Now I knew that I owed her. I hadn't helped her then, but I could still help now if I knew where to start. I gave it a lot of thought, without coming up with an answer. Ganesh came over in the van and took me to our old place down by the river, where we sat on a chunk of concrete and looked across to the Crystal City and watched gulls picking over debris on the mudflats. Gan said, I wrote a poem about her, about Terry. Gan is a good poet. Generally, he only shows his poetry to me, although he has been known to read out some of it to Mad Edna. The last time he did that, she said it was very good, and had he thought of taking up the piano. I'm not bloody no coward, Ganesh had told her. So he read his poem to me now, the one about Terry. It was strange, hearing him read it, because he hadn't known her as well as I had, and had no reason to feel guilty as I did. But it was as if he felt what I felt, and was able to express it better than I could in words. When he'd finished, I said, Thanks, Gan. Perhaps we aren't meant to know, he said, tucking the paper away in his leather jacket. What happened to her, really, I mean? I want to know, I retorted. But short of Edna recovering her sanity and backing up your story, I can't see where to begin. That must have been giving fate a gentle hint. The next day, out of the blue, I had another visitor at the flat. The doorbell rang as I was trying to block up some of the gaps round the bedroom window with ready-mixed filler. I'm not much of a handyman, but I was making a fair job of it, and I was annoyed to be called away. I peered through the little spy hole and saw a very smart, elderly gent outside. More out of curiosity than anything, I opened the door. Miss Varady? He asked very politely, and raised his hat. I'm Alistair Monckton, Teresa's grandfather. He held out his hand.
I apologised for having Tetrian smeared over me and suggested it would be better if we didn't shake hands. He followed me into the sitting room, trying not to look too appalled. I invited him to take the notorious armchair while I washed my hands and brushed my hair. When I came back, I asked him if he'd like a cup of coffee. He probably didn't fancy coffee made in a place like that. He said, "I don't want to impose, Miss Varady. You realise I want to talk about my granddaughter. Perhaps you'd allow me to take you to lunch." I wanted to talk about his granddaughter too. He was hoping I could tell him something, but I was hoping he'd tell me. Moreover, any lunch he'd buy me had to be better than anything I had in my kitchen. I said yes straight away. Chapter 6. Monkton had a taxi waiting downstairs. It must have been building up a terrific fare on the clock, but he didn't seem to mind. The taxi driver certainly didn't, although you could see he didn't much like waiting around in that district. We went to an Indian restaurant which Alistair Monkton said was very good. It certainly wasn't like the Indian takeaways I knew. It had a carpet on the floor and starched white damask tablecloths, and the waiters wore white jackets. The food on the other tables looked and smelled pretty good too, nearly as good as Ganesh's mother's. The menu was the size of the Times, and it took nearly as long to read it. I settled for the special fish curry, and he chose the lamb curry with ginger. When we'd had time to settle down and size one another up across the naan bread, he asked, "I hope you won't take this amiss, Francesca, but may I ask how old you are?" I told him 21, also that I preferred to be called Fran. 21? He looked for a moment as if his thoughts had drifted away somewhere. He said, more to himself than me, "No age, really. No age at all. Life before you. Everything to do, everything to live for." He must have forgotten the flat we'd just left. He turned his gaze back to me and rejoined the present. "Then you're much of an age as Teresa, my granddaughter. She was just 20. We had hoped she would have phoned home on her birthday, but she didn't. We didn't know where she was. We couldn't even send her a card. We couldn't help her at all, and she obviously needed help so desperately. We called her Terry. That was her idea." I hesitated. "She was doing what she wanted to do. I know that's hard to explain to you. She didn't want help. She wanted to be independent." I realised as I spoke how futile that sounded. Independence takes money. Not for nothing is it called independent means, money with no strings attached. Without it, you can forget independence. I realised I'd been deluding myself with notions of my own independence, when all I was, truly, was at a loose end. Nevertheless, it was a freedom of sorts. Alistair wouldn't have understood. He would have sent Terry money if she had phoned home on her birthday or any other day. But it would have come with chains, not just strings attached. For that reason alone, she would never have reached for that phone. I knew he was going to ask me next if I had any idea how her death could have happened, and I didn't. He was so nice, and obviously Terry's death had been such a dreadful blow to him that I really wished I could help. "She was very quiet," I said. "She didn't talk much about herself. I never saw her with a boyfriend." I knew she'd been keen on Declan, but that didn't count, because it didn't come to anything. "I've been to Cheshire to talk to young Neville Porter." That surprised me, and I must have looked it. He smiled and said, "I thought he seemed a pleasant young man. Sadly, it was obvious he'd been ill. You too, if I may say so, seem a pleasant, sensible young woman. I'm glad that Teresa wasn't in with a bad crowd, even if you were all living illegally in that condemned house. You and young Porter, you seem to be so, well, normal. A matter of style aside, Porter's people seemed very decent. I dare say yours too. I admit I've been forced to reassess my earlier impressions." Obviously he hadn't met Squibb. I rather hoped he didn't. He seemed to be thinking over something again. He was staring down at his plate, and he looked very sad. I felt very sorry for him. but a little embarrassed too. I looked away and saw that people at the next table were looking at us and whispering. We must have appeared a strange couple, Alistair and I. The woman at the table looked shocked. She probably thought Alistair had picked me up off the street for lunch, followed by a session involving leather and bondage. I treated her to a stony glare, and she flushed and looked away. Is something wrong? I hadn't realised Alistair had come out of his reverie. No. We were getting funny looks from the next table, so I gave them a funny look back. Oh, he almost smiled. I see. Quite. There was an awkward little pause. The waiter brought our food. I was feeling very hungry by now, so I started on mine. Alistair pushed a fork into his, but didn't eat. Teresa first ran away from school when she was 16. She came home of her own accord, but refused to return to the school. About 6 months after she came home, she ran away again. We traced her quite quickly and persuaded her to come back. When she was just 18, she left again. We had more trouble finding her that time because she was no longer underage and the authorities were less helpful. They pointed out that she had a history of running away. There was no reason to suppose anything had happened to her. We tried every other way we knew to trace her. We even contacted the National Missing Persons Helpline, and they managed to get that little magazine to show a photograph. The one the young people sell on the street. You mean the big issue? I couldn't see Alistair poring over the magazine sold by and on behalf of the homeless, and it almost made me smile. The image was so incongruous. Luckily, I managed to keep a straight face. We'd had no idea, he was saying, until we contacted the helpline, just how many people go missing every year. Where are they all? He sounded bewildered. I could have replied that some of them were on the streets, and some had turned to crime. A few were probably dead, and some others, against all the odds, had made perfectly good lives for themselves elsewhere. But I didn't interrupt. He wanted to tell me about it. He was trying to explain what had happened, not just to me, but to himself. As it happened, she came home again by herself, just as she'd done the first time. She'd been travelling with a sort of hippie convoy. New Age travellers, they call themselves. She was in a pitiful state, and had developed a bad bronchial cough. She stayed with us until she was fit again, and then, one day, it was so trivial. He was looking distressed, so I finished for him. There was a family quarrel of some sort, and she left again. Oh, she told you? I shook my head and grimaced. It was always the same story. The last time I ever saw my granddaughter alive, he said sadly. We exchanged harsh words. I'd give anything in the world to be able to take them back, to have her back. She was willful and undisciplined, but I just don't understand how anyone could harm her. She was a beautiful girl. I mumbled that he wasn't the first person to feel that way after a bereavement, that he oughtn't to feel responsible for anything. Terry had been old enough to make her own decisions. I know things weren't easy for her. He'd listened to me, but I don't think anything I'd said had helped. He had to work it out for himself. Her parents divorced when she was 13. Neither of them was in a position to offer her a home, so naturally she came to live with me. Looking back, I realised she may have felt unwanted, although I assure you she wasn't. I did try. We all tried. His voice tailed away. I wondered, since Terry's parents had taken off somewhere, who we were. We all. That suggested more than two. I asked, what did her parents do? After they broke up, I mean, since neither of them had room for Terry. He gave a little start, as if his mind had been drifting off again. Conversation with him was a little difficult in more ways than one. He wasn't one of those elderly people who were confused. His mind was clear enough, but it didn't like focusing on one person, me, for more than 5 minutes. I do apologise, he said, as if he'd realised what I was thinking. I suppose it's one of the drawbacks of age that one wool gathers. My son, Teresa's father... Alistair's voice had become stilted, and it was obvious relations between father and son were cool. He works in America, and has remarried there.
Teresa's mother took up her former career, which involved a great deal of travel. She's in the fashion business.
I thought of that expensive knitted jacket of Terry's, a conscience-salving present from her mother. Abruptly, Alistair added, "Marcia, that's my former daughter-in-law, Teresa's mother, has been to see me. She's naturally distressed, and some harsh words were spoken. She was offensive. She seems to blame me for the way Teresa kept leaving home. I have taken the charitable view that Marcia's words were spoken in haste and grief. In the circumstances, I shall overlook the unpleasant nature of them." He gave a snort. "My belief is that Marcia feels guilty. So she damn well should. Hope she feels guilty as hell." He stopped short and muttered, "Excuse me." I thought Marcia was lucky the old chap was so well bred. It now seemed Terry and I had more in common than I'd thought. At least only my mother had dumped me and my dad at the same time. Terry had been effectively dumped by both her parents. "When Philip and Marcia parted," Alistair was saying, "it seemed the only practical solution for Teresa to remain with me. It meant I had the melancholy task of informing both her parents of the dreadful tragedy." Unaware of what Janice had told me, he went on to explain, "We saw it in the newspaper. That is, I didn't see it, but someone else did. Only a small item. A young woman, police seeking next of kin. We all felt it would be Teresa. We'd been expecting something of the sort. Yet it was still a terrible blow." He raised his eyes to peer at me over the table. They were very pale blue, the whites discoloured, the rims watery. He looked frail for all his neatness and upright bearing. "She was an innocent. She thought she knew about the world, about life, but of course she didn't. She didn't see the dangers. I tried to warn her that living as she did, she ran such risks. She wouldn't listen. I was just an old man who knew nothing about modern youth. But some things don't change. Human nature doesn't, more's the pity. Sooner or later she was going to find herself dealing with people who would be stronger, more ruthless, and I have to say cleverer than she was. One wants to protect. One can't. That is the worst of it. I couldn't protect her. Too old. Just too old." He rubbed his hands together in a nervous gesture. The skin was thin over the back, paper-like, and the veins stood up, corded and thick. I didn't know how old he was, and wished I did. But I noticed a slight yellowness to the fingertips. He was a lifelong smoker. I remembered Edna, and her golden packet, and the matches too. But this old man couldn't have done violence of the kind I'd seen done to Terry, nor would he have wished her harm. He had loved her. He pulled himself together and began to speak again, more briskly. "My son is flying over for the funeral. They, the police, say we'll be able to bury Teresa quite soon. They'll be finished. All they want to do." He pushed his plate away, and I didn't fancy eating any more either. When he spoke again, however, his voice was firmer. I guessed he thought out beforehand what he wanted to say and had it well rehearsed. He didn't look at me as he spoke, but kept his eyes fixed on his hands, clasped on the tablecloth. "There is a strong possibility that her death came about through murder, not suicide or any other kind of mishap. The police have classed it as suspicious." It must have cost him, but he went on. "They believe she was knocked unconscious by someone who stood behind her and a little to one side. Almost certainly someone she knew and had admitted to the house." He cast me an apologetic look to show he wasn't accusing me. "Whoever did it arranged her body afterwards to make it look as if she'd hanged herself. Even if she'd started to come round before he completed his task, it would have been too late to defend herself, to stop him." His voice faltered, but he went on steadily enough once he'd had a moment to pull himself together. He was a tough old fellow under the outward frailty. "You saw the body." It was a statement, not a question. I nodded confirmation. "The fixture in the ceiling from which the body hung wasn't particularly secure.
My granddaughter weighed very little. All the same, had she been conscious at any stage and thrashed around, she, the rope, everything would have come crashing down. It leads the police to conclude that she was unconscious throughout. That, in turn, would seem to rule out suicide. It was true that Terry had been an anorexic 7-stoner. Anyone virtually could have lifted her. I could have done so in an emergency. To talk of he might be jumping to conclusions. A woman might well have done it. But dead weights are more difficult to handle, or so I'd been led to believe. If Terry was unconscious, would that have made her necessarily easier to lift? I wasn't sure. He had raised his eyes and was studying my face. I'd been lost in my own thoughts and must have looked startled. He gave a small, dry smile. I want to know for sure, Francesca. I want to know what happened. I want to know if it was, after all, suicide. The police have not completely ruled that out. Or if it was murder, and if so, who killed her and why? I want your help. He hesitated. This is an unpleasant subject to discuss with you. Perhaps I shouldn't have done so. But I came to you for a particular reason. It's okay, I told him, trying to disguise my unease. I have a proposition to make to you, Francesca. The people at the next table clearly thought he had too. The murmured words, at his age, floated across. I hoped Alistair hadn't heard them. The police are working hard on this. I have no criticism of them. However, they didn't know Teresa, and you did. They didn't live in that house with her, and you did. They don't know the world she moved in, and you do. I want to ask you if you would undertake inquiries for me into her death. Me? I must have just gaped at him. It had been the last thing I'd been expecting. I began to stutter objections. That I didn't know how, hadn't the facilities, that there were private inquiry agencies better placed than I was to do as he wished. He cut me short. Private detective agencies don't handle that kind of investigation. I've been in touch with a couple. They seem to spend their time serving summonses and following errant spouses around town. In any case, I've the same objection to them as to the police. They don't have the first-hand knowledge that you have. The police won't like it, I said. Janice's reaction didn't bear thinking about. They won't have to know. That took my breath away. He was a surprise, was old Alistair, in more ways than one. But he was right. The police would have to be unaware of my activities, or they'd put a stop to them immediately, with or without a charge of obstruction. I'm sure you can be discreet. He cleared his throat. I admit I had some reservations about asking a young woman to do this unpleasant task. But Neville Porter was clearly in no state when I saw him to undertake anything. I understand the third member of your group might be unsuitable. I haven't met him, but from what I've heard, I fancy he would prove unreliable. You think I'm reliable? I had to ask. His faded eyes fixed mine with disconcerting sharpness. Yes, I do. I thought you would be before we met, and now we have met and talked, I'm sure of it. I will, of course, meet all your expenses, and if you obtain any firm evidence of either suicide or murder, pay you a further sum. Oh, and should you get into trouble with the police over this, I shall naturally come forward and provide any legal representation you might need. That was a relief, of a sort. He put a hand to his inner breast pocket and took out an envelope, which he put on the table, propped against a wine-glass. £250 on account. There will be a further £250 on positive results. Does that seem fair to you? It sounded like a fortune to me, but I had to make it clear to him that he might be throwing money away. I may turn up nothing. I realise that, but I sense you are a determined young woman. Perhaps if you turn up nothing, as you put it, it will be because there is nothing to find. In other words, perhaps my girl took her own life after all. Will you do it?
End of side 4. Side 5. "You're crazy," said Ganesh, with such finality that I didn't feel like arguing with him about it. I'd already worked out for myself that I couldn't be in my right mind. It was difficult to refuse him, Gan. Poor old chap. Basically, he just wants to know what she'd been doing in the weeks before she died. He's desperate to fill in the gap between the last time he saw her and when we found her. It's occurred to you that grief might have unhinged the old fellow? He seemed pretty sane. He gave me his card. I took it out and put it on the greasy table in the cafe where we sat discussing Alistair's request. The proprietor was writing up the day's menu on a blackboard. He was having a little trouble. Sausages and eggs. Pizza with topping of choice. There was nothing to suggest that his cooking was an improvement on his spelling. Certainly not the smell of ancient grease coming from the kitchen. "We're not eating here, are we?" Gan grunted and shook his head. He was turning the card over and over, although nothing was written on the back. "Abbotsfield near Basingstoke, Hampshire," he read aloud. "And what's this Astara stud?" "Horses, I assume." "What sort of horses? Race horses?" "I don't know, do I? I've taken his $2.50 on account, and I'm going to do my best to earn it, right?" "Don't look at me," he said discouragingly. "I'm not going to help you." "Well, thanks. I'll manage on my own." We left the cafe and bought 2 foil boxes of special fried rice from the Chinese takeaway. We sat by the river to eat, looking across at the Crystal City. "Where are you going to start?" Gan asked. "I'm going to talk to Edna." He tipped out the remains of his rice for the gulls. "And that's going to be worth 250 quid, is it?" Needless to say, it wasn't. Edna had chosen to obliterate everything from her mind relating to the man she'd seen and the cigarette packet. "Have you still got it, Edna? Or the packet of matches?" She pushed her hands into the sleeves of her grubby coat and hunched on a tomb, sulking. "Come on, Edna. I'll buy you a new packet." She wriggled away from me along the tomb. "Don't want it." "Has something upset you, Edna?" She raised furious eyes. "They took them all away." I didn't understand at first. And then I realised that there was a curious absence of cats around the place. My heart sank. "Who, Edna?" "Animal Charity called themselves. Came with little cages in a van. I told them they didn't need any animal charity, they had me. I looked after them. She said..." "She, Edna?" "Skinny young woman in charge, face like a ferret. She said they'd find new homes for them. Don't believe it. Don't believe anyone. Don't want anyone. Don't want you." End of conversation. I was more than disappointed, because I'd already had thoughts I hadn't confided in Gan. The book of matches Edna had shown me had been printed with the name of a wine bar in Winchester. Winchester wasn't so far from Basingstoke, and that, in turn, was near Abbotsfield and the Astara stud. That book of matches was evidence, and it had gone. It didn't change my mind. The police were looking in London for the answer to the mystery. I had an idea that was the wrong place. Down there in Hampshire was where the story started, and down there in Hampshire was where I might end up having to go. Having a permanent address of my own now, even if it was only the flat, helped in one way, and I was able to find another job. I still had Alistair's money, but it wasn't for day-to-day living, it was for my inquiries, and so far they hadn't cost me anything. It was a pretty lousy job, waitressing in another cafe which sold nothing but fry-ups and slabs of bread pudding to truck drivers and labourers from building sites. My clothes and hair stank of frying oil when I got home, but the tips were good if the pay was meagre. I also got free food, which meant eating what was on the menu. I came out in spots, but I saved money. In between, I trailed from pub to pub and squat to squat, trying to trace Terry. Sometimes my path crossed one left by the police. Generally, they'd been ahead of me every time. I had to give them full marks. Whether they'd found out anything, I didn't know, but I doubted it. No one had anything to tell me, and they were more likely to talk to me than to the coppers. I even found Lucy again, but she had nothing to tell me. She had met Terry by chance and knew as little about her as I did. Lucy had a job now, child-minding. She seemed happy. I was glad. All this time I'd heard nothing from Squibb, which didn't really surprise me. On the other hand, I had been to the hostel, and in theory at least, he ought to know that. I wanted to know he was okay. I wanted to know what the police had been saying to him and he to them. And I wanted another talk about Terry. Squibb was, after all, one of the few people other than myself who had known her. Accordingly, one evening after I'd finished my shift at the cafe, I went back to the hostel and settled myself on the stone wall outside. After a few minutes, a woman came out, smiling, of course. Did they ever stop? She asked if I needed anything. I told her I was waiting for Henry, and refused her offer of a nice hot dinner, which, from the smell oozing through the basement grill, was mostly cabbage. She left me on my wall, which was hard. The coldness of it seeped through my jeans. I wondered whether I'd get piles, and kicked my dangling legs back and forth to generate a bit of heat. To occupy my mind, I listed my favourite films in order of preference. I'd done that before. It took me quite a long time, and The Good, the Bad and the Ugly came out on top, as it usually did. As the evening wore on, the residents began to drift past me into the hostel and the boiled greens dinner. There were winos, who left their empty sherry bottles stacked by the door, dropouts and junkies, with the occasional out-and-out psycho twitching and rolling his eyes. But no Squibb. When it was nearly dark and I was about to give up, I saw a small white shape trotting towards me out of the gloom. Squibb's dog. Squibb himself emerged from the shadows. I jumped up and nearly hugged him. I can't say he responded with equal enthusiasm.
"Hello, Fran,"
he said, trying to sidle past me. I told him I'd been before and left a note. Had he seen it? He mumbled and tried to get away again, but I grabbed his sleeve. "Listen, you don't want whatever they're dishing up in there. I'll buy you egg and chips. I've got the money."
"Cafes don't let dogs in,"
he muttered. "Then I'll buy us all a burger from the van along the street there. The dog, too." The van had arrived about 10 minutes earlier and was setting up in business, smoke belching from it. "I've been sitting here waiting for you for ages and my backside's numb," I added. He gave in, and we went to the van, first customers of the evening, and the food hadn't yet got leathery. I bought Squibb and myself a burger each with all the trimmings, and one for the dog without onions, mustard or pickle. We sat on a bench under a streetlight to eat them. "How's it going, Squibb?" I asked, licking my fingers.
"I'm going to be clearing out soon," he said. "I think I'll go travelling again."
"They've told you to go?"
"No, but they don't like him."
He pointed at the dog, which had gobbled up its burger and was eyeing mine.
"And I don't like them."
"What about the police? They've been in my hair."
"I got to report in twice a week and stay at the friggin' hostel. Otherwise they don't bother."
I told him there was no justice. They didn't leave me alone. Why didn't they pester him in the same way?
"You're bright, ain't you?" said Squibb. "They asked you questions because they think you got answers. Me, I'm thick. They don't bother."
"I don't know anything, Squibb, but I'm trying to find out."
"What for?"
He was getting bored, fidgeting and wanting to get up and walk off. I wasn't going to tell him about Alistair. I told him, "For my own sake. I want to know why she had to go and die in our house like that. I want to know more about her." There was a silence.
"There was a bloke asking for her one time."
It was Squibb speaking, but the words were so unexpected I found myself looking round to see if someone else had joined us. "What do you mean? At the house?"
"No, in the pub, couple of streets down, the Prince of Wales. He had her photo and was showing it around. He showed it me. I don't split on a mate, so I said I didn't know her. He said he was going round all the pubs. I wished him luck. Off he went. Flesh filler."
I suppressed a tingle of excitement. "When was this, Squibb?" Asking him to be specific was a little like asking Edna. He looked vague.
"Couple of weeks before she topped herself."
"And you didn't tell any of us?" In the lamplight his face had an eerie sheen on it, and his expression was aggrieved.
Matter of fact, I did see. I told her. Told Terry. Reckon she ought to know.
What did she say? Keeping my own tone nonchalant was getting difficult. I had to try not to squeak. Squibb racked what passed for his memory.
She was scared, I reckon. But I told her it would be all right, 'cause I'd said nothing. She give me a £5.
£5? Terry did?
Yeah.
Squibb frowned.
It was more'n I expected. But he'd have given me that, wouldn't he? The bloke in the pub, if I'd told him. So it was fair.
Both fair and shrewd. Squibb hadn't given away information that time, but he might be tempted if the inquirer came back again, brandishing a fat wallet. Terry had been making sure. I was annoyed, though, remembering how she never had any money when it came to household expenses. "I wish you'd told me," I said. He settled his woolly hat over his ears.
Why should I? Wasn't nobody's business but hers.
True, at the time. Now it was mine. "Come on, Squibb," I ordered him firmly. "What else did she say?"
Nothing, he protested. I forget.
After a moment he added sulkily,
She said her people must be trying to find her. That's where the bloke had come from.
"Did she name a place?"
Chuck it, Fran, will you? I forget.
Basingstoke, I tried. Winchester? Abbotsfield? Ring any bells?
Horses, mumbled Squibb. He had something to do with nags.
"Squibb," I said, "was it called the Astara Stud?"
He muttered, Can't remember.
But he didn't mutter it fast enough. He remembered all right. I sat there both excited and frustrated, because he was still holding out on me. Suddenly he asked, sounding odd, sort of shy and hopeful mixed,
Reckon her people got money?
"Probably," I said. "Everyone's got more money than us." That seemed to make an impression on him, and he sat, thinking about it until, without warning, he stood up. The dog, which had been curled up under the bench, jumped up too.
It's getting late, he said. They close the doors 9 o'clock. After that you're locked out. It stops us staying down the pub late. They don't allow drink, no beer, nothing.
He was already setting off down the street. I called after him. "You can still set out your bedroll at my place."
Forget it, he called back. I got plans.
I dismissed that because Squibb had never been known to have a plan of any kind ever. I should have paid more attention. Especially I should have realised that, being a novice where thinking was concerned, if Squibb had finally got a plan, he was bound to screw it up. Chapter 7. My life continued on its usual doomed course. After 2 weeks of dishing out fry-ups by day and sleuthing around the less savoury parts of London by evening, someone left the fryer switched on overnight by mistake, and my place of employment burned down. So I was out of work again. I sat in my highly undesirable residence and wondered where else I could go to ask about Terry. I'd reached the end of the road as far as I could see. By now I'd read nearly all Nev's books, and reached the point where I couldn't stay in that flat another 48 hours. The estate's kids had taken to rampaging up and down the staircase. I had to lock and bar the door. The mould on the bathroom wall, despite my washing it down with bleach, was spreading, and there were scuttling noises behind the rotten skirting boards, which I was sure meant rats. I'd had enough. Parry hadn't been to see me for a while, nor had Janice been in touch again. I felt a little hurt by that. I wondered if she was still on the case. Maybe she was having problems over the divorce, and her mind was on that. I knew I wasn't forgotten by the police in general. I'd never be forgotten until they closed the file on Terry. But I didn't see how they ever would. No one knew what happened that Monday afternoon. I was still thinking about Terry in the way I'd started to think after Janice's last visit. I still felt I owed her, and there had to be something I could do. I'd made a start. I had what Ganesh and Edna had told me added to Squibb's story. I wished I also had Edna's packet of matches, but unfortunately that was lost forever. I did go back to the hostel and try to see Squibb again, but they told me, still smiling, that he'd cleared out, as he'd told me he meant to do. Everything was pointing me in one direction only. I took myself to Victoria Coach Station and asked about national buses down to Basingstoke. The return fare was cheap enough even for me. I went to see Ganesh and asked if I could borrow a camera. It seemed to me the sort of basic equipment a detective would need, although I wasn't sure what I would snap with it. Not an expensive one, just an ordinary one, easy to use. Nothing that it would be disastrous to lose or anything, though I'll take great care of it. "What are you up to now?" he asked suspiciously. I told him I intended going down to the country, to the Astara stud, and seeing what I could find out. He was aghast. "You can't do that. The old fellow thinks you're investigating up here, scene of the crime. He doesn't expect you down there stirring up trouble. If you ask me, it's time you called him and told him you're quitting. You've tried, and you can't do more than that." "I've done nothing, Gan, except trail round in the footsteps of the police, asking the same questions they asked and getting the same blank looks. I'm nowhere further on, and frankly, it's a matter of pride. I will get to the bottom of this." "You're in enough trouble already," he argued. "You don't know anything about this family except what the old man told you over lunch. Who's to know how accurate that was? You said his thoughts kept wandering off. You probably forgot half a dozen things. That woman inspector would throw a wobbly if she knew you meant to go there. You know sod all about being a detective. What have you found out so far? Nothing. You admit it yourself." "All the more reason to try somewhere else," I growled. He gave me a superior smile. "What would you do if you turned up a murderer down there in the sticks? On top of everything else, you don't know anything about the country." "What's to know?" I asked airily. "Has it got fields and cows, and people saying 'arr'?" "It's different," Ganesh snapped. "You won't know your way around there as you do here. You don't know those kind of people. Here in the city, people are too busy to bother what you do. Down there, a stranger will attract attention. You will, that's for sure." "Why me?" I was insulted. "Look at you," he said unkindly. "Jeans with holes in the knees and a black leather jacket, Doc Martin boots. They'll barricade the doors when they see you coming." I was sorry I'd asked to borrow the camera, but his attitude made me more than ever determined. "Don't be so negative. Have a little faith in me, can't you? I took his money, and I'm trying to earn it." "There's more to this than taking the old man's money," he retorted suspiciously. "All right. I have a stupid feeling that somehow I let Terry down when she lived with us. I was mean to her." "No, you weren't. She was mean to everyone else. You used to moan about her all the time. And even if you were, there's nothing you can do about it now." I lost my temper. "That's a cop-out of an attitude. I'm not just giving up." Ganesh yelled. "This isn't about her at all, is it? Or old Alistair. This is really all about you and your father. You think you let him down. You just want to put this business of Terry right because you wish you could put right the way you think you failed your old man. Do you know what you're in danger of doing? You're in danger of adopting this Alistair Monckton as a substitute father figure. That's a very dangerous thing to do. It's risky for you and him, and it's unfair on him." I was in no mood to be psychoanalysed. "Are you going to lend me a camera or not?" He went upstairs and came down after some minutes with a really neat little camera in a leather case on a strap. "Don't lose it. It's foolproof. A 6-year-old could work it. Don't put your finger over the lens." As he handed it to me, he muttered, "I wish I could come with you, but we're busy in the shop and Dad's back is playing him up. He can't lift the crates. But promise me you'll keep in touch?" "Promise, Gan." Ganesh's remarks about my appearance had hit home. I had to admit he was right. I'd stick out like a sore thumb around the Astara stud. I had to look respectable. They were a traditional lot in the country, or so I imagined. I washed my hair and tried to style it. In the squat, long hair wasn't practical because we only had hot water if we boiled a kettle. Although I kept it short, it was longer than I had it in my punk days, when I wore it cropped down to a 1/4-inch stubble and coloured it purple. Now it was back to its normal mid-brown. At the time I'd been going through my purple phase, I had a gold ring put through the outer edge of my right nostril. I was still at school then. I think that was what finished the headmistress off as far as I was concerned, the day I walked in with my purple hair and nostril ring. I just wasn't the image she wanted for the school. She told me so. They were trying to turn out ladies even in these benighted days. She meant, of course, that well-heeled parents arriving to visit the school with a view to sending their precious daughters there didn't expect to see a purple-haired, nostril-ringed punk lounging along the corridor. There was a Barney. I was told to take out the ring and grow my hair. I refused. About a week later, Dad got the letter. "Goodbye, Francesca. We tried to make you one of us, but you weren't suitable material. No one can make a silk purse out of a sow's ear." It was couched in more official phrases, the letter, but that's what they meant. A little later, when I was on the drama course, which I was also destined never to finish, I swapped the nostril ring for a nostril stud, gold with a diamond chip in it, which twinkled in the sunlight. I still wear the stud. It fixes in with a fitting like a tiny Allen key. If I leave it out for any length of time, the hole in my right nostril fills up with soap. Sorry, but that's life, full of sordid details. I sorted through my wardrobe. I'd got my best clean jeans with no holes in them, a clean shirt, a denim waistcoat, and my Victorian-style lace-up ankle boots with little heels. All put together, it didn't look bad when I studied myself in the bathroom mirror. Although that mirror didn't encourage confidence in your appearance. It had livid patches all over it. If you looked at yourself in the nude in it, the reflection made you look as if you had leprosy. Apart from the nostril stud, I'm not one for jewellery. But I have Grandma Varady's gold locket, so I put that on. I used to babysit for Lucy while she was out job and flat hunting. When she left the squat, she gave me her good jacket because I'd always admired it. It was blue-grey loose weave with a pretty silver-grey satiny lining. She'd always kept it in a polythene bag away from the children, so it was quite smart. It was a bit on the big side for me, so I turned the sleeves up and the satin lining showed on the outside. But it looked quite good. So that was what I would turn up in Abbotsfield wearing. I wasn't sure how long I'd be staying, or if I'd be thrown off the place as soon as I got there. "Hope for the best and plan for the worst," said William of Orange, or somebody. I got out my green and purple duffel bag and put in a towel and my toothbrush and soap. Then I put in 3 pairs of clean knickers and a spare pair of opaque black tights and spare shirt. There was still room, so I added a sweater in case it turned chilly, and finally my one blue cotton button-through skirt, because I wasn't quite sure where I'd end up, and it might be somewhere that jeans didn't suit. That skirt was handy because it didn't need ironing. It was meant to look crumpled. I managed to get it all in and just do up the zip. I've always carried my money in a purse on a cord round my neck under my shirt. The places I'd lived in, you kept your money on you, and you didn't let anyone see it. Amongst Nev's books was one called 3 Plays by Turgenev. One of the plays was entitled A Month in the Country. That seemed an omen, so I put the book in my pocket to read on the bus. I'd got that far when the doorbell rang. It was Ganesh. "I thought, if you hadn't left yet, I'd come to Victoria and see you off." He picked up my duffel bag. "What on earth have you got in here? A crowbar and a hammer?" "Ha, ha. My overnight essentials. I might stay a few days." He was frowning at me, studying the outfit. But he didn't say anything, and I asked, nettled, "Something wrong?" He shook his head, but still didn't say anything. I couldn't be bothered whether he approved or not, and turned away to check I'd not left anything I'd need. From behind me, Ganesh said very loudly, "I wish you weren't going down there on your own. You don't know a thing about the place, or who will be there." "It can't be worse than this flat," I pointed out snappishly. "Have you got my camera?" "Here." I picked it up and slung it across from one shoulder, bandolero fashion. "Want me to show you again how it works?" "Thanks, but I remember. I'm not totally simple. And you don't have to come to the coach station." "If I have to come looking for you," he said, "I want to know which bus you went on, where it was going and what time it was supposed to get there.
It'll give me something to go on when I report you missing to the police and we start tracing your last movements. It wasn't exactly an expression of confidence. At Victoria, I got a seat on a bus going to Basingstoke. Ganesh went off somewhere and came back with a plastic carrier containing 2 packets of crisps, a box of orange drink with a straw, and a tuna sandwich in a triangular box. In case you don't get a chance to buy lunch. I knew Ganesh was the best friend I had. More than that, really. But all I said was, thanks. When I actually got on the bus, sat in my seat by the window, I found I was really suffering a bad case of butterflies. My stomach was just a quivering jelly mass. I could see Ganesh standing by the side of the bus with his hands shoved in the pockets of his black leather jacket. His long black hair curled loose round his face. He has nice hair. I can understand why he doesn't want to cut it off, even if his dad does believe it would be the first step on the pathway to success. He looked worried. I smiled brightly and waved to him. He took one hand from his pocket, waved back, and gave a thumbs-up sign. Then we were off. I was on my own. Just me and Turgenev. I wondered if Ganesh was right, and I would find a murderer down there in the country. And I wondered what I'd do if I did. Chapter 8. The coach crawled through mid-morning traffic out of London. I'd brought along a little notebook, and I thought I'd better start off straight away, being organised the way a proper detective would be. So I began to write down all I knew about Terry under the heading Lines of Inquiry. But it was difficult to write clearly as the bus wove in and out of traffic. There wasn't much room, and an old woman next to me took out her knitting. She was doing some sort of complicated stitch, which meant that every other minute she threw the wool over the needle with a flourish and her elbow stuck into my ribs. When this happened, she said, "Sorry, dear," but then she did it again. I squashed myself up in the corner of my seat, which was by the window, put the notebook away and decided to think it through. But that didn't work, largely because I'd been sleeping so badly the last few nights. My brain was sluggish. It was the warmest day for weeks, and it was really hot in the bus, with the sun beating in through the window. We were stuck in a traffic jam. I decided perhaps I'd better leave it for a while and come back to it when I had my head together. The jam was building up. The old lady next to me was unscrewing her vacuum flask. She was obviously a seasoned coach traveller and preparing to sit it out. I took Turgenev from my jacket pocket and made a start on A Month in the Country. I wish I could have completed that college drama course. It was just getting interesting when I quit. I remember being told to think myself into a part as I read it. So I cast myself as Natalia and set myself the intellectual exercise trying to be her. I admit the first thing which struck me was that it must take Russians ages to carry on even a brief conversation, what with calling each other by such complicated names all the time. Leaving that aside, I found the play was about a group of people shut up in a country house in the wilds of Russia in the 1840s, all bored stiff and trying to get off with one another. Not very successfully, I might add, which, considering how long it took one character to ask another character to go for a walk, wasn't surprising. Was I going to find life like that when I got down to the country? The heat was overpowering. I closed up the book, and I fell asleep, with my head propped uncomfortably in the angle between the back of the seat and the window. When I woke up, we were belting along the motorway. I drank Ganesh's orange drink and ate a packet of crisps. I still hadn't worked out what I was going to do when I got to Abbotsfield. I hadn't planned this at all well. Just borrowing a camera wasn't enough. And now, before I knew it, we'd reached Basingstoke and I had to get off the coach. Like most people, I suppose, I'd always vaguely thought that going abroad or to a foreign country meant crossing the borders into another nation's territory. Some foreign countries appear more alien than others to the mind. I, for example, have never thought of Hungary as a foreign country because Grandma Varady talked of it so much. Yet I've never been there, and were I to go now, it wouldn't be the Hungary Grandma remembered. It would be somewhere else, resembling nothing I'd ever imagined. Perhaps that's the reason I've never made a serious effort to get there. I want to keep my image of it intact. The truth is subtler. It usually is. None of us has to travel very far to find a different tribal territory, certainly not outside the boundaries of your own country. You need only travel a few miles, or streets, a mere block away, and hey presto, you're a foreigner. That's what Ganesh had been trying to tell me. And he was right. I realised that as soon as I set foot to the ground in Basingstoke. I didn't belong here. I didn't know where to begin. I pottered around for a while and bought a bag of vinegar-drenched chips and ate them in the street, while I wondered whether to go on or just find a coach back to London. It hardly seemed possible that only this morning I'd been in my familiar surroundings of boarded-up houses and crumbling blocks of flats. Basingstoke, on the other hand, had an air of depressing respectability, a pleasantly dull sort of little place. Busy enough. It must have been just a market town to start with, but some years ago the modern world had hit it, and now it even had a couple of shiny office blocks, giving it a foot in both camps. The people scurried about, mostly looking ordinary and harassed. In the crowd was a scattering of women in calf-length skirts, teamed with knitwear over a blouse. Some of them wore headscarves, expensive headscarves, which made them look like off-duty royals. Me, tie a headscarf on me and I looked like a babushka. Time was getting on. I still didn't know what I was going to do when I got to Abbotsfield, or how I was going to get there, or find the Astara stud, or where I was going to sleep that night, or anything. I thought about telephoning Alistair Monckton and letting him know I was on my way, but I chickened out when I got to the call box. And anyway, I didn't have the right change. Besides, if I rang, anyone might answer, and whoever it was might be far less welcoming than I hoped Alistair would be. If Alistair were there. Suppose he was away. What did I do then? By now I was muttering like Mad Edna as I talked myself out of going to the stud. But if I turned back now, after coming this far, I'd lose all self-respect. Ganesh would crow over me for weeks. I got a grip on my nerves and went in search of a local bus to take me to Abbotsfield. I was lucky to find a bus which went to Abbotsfield at all. It arrived there late afternoon, around 5 o'clock. A couple of women with shopping bags got off and disappeared quickly. I was left staring round me. It had been a pleasant drive, if you like countryside. It was pretty, I suppose, but it might just as well have been on the moon as far as I was concerned. I'm a townie through and through, and was realising it with horrible clarity, even more so than in Basingstoke, which had at least offered a jumble of streets and shops. I like bricks. You know where you are with bricks. You turn a corner and there are more of them. Turn a corner in the country and you never know what you're going to find. You can hide in a town. You can't hide in the country. Or I couldn't. It was all too open. Miles of empty fields. On the other hand, you could bury a body out there, and who would find it? From that, it was only a step to thinking, who would find me? Abbotsfield was a sprawling place, bigger than I'd imagined. It had a centre of terraced cottages, a church, 2 pubs, a post office cum general store, a garage, and Lisa Marie Ladies and Gents Hairdressing. Beyond this was a sizable estate of elderly council housing and a primary school. There was a newer estate of brick bungalows on the outskirts of town. When I'd explored all this, I made my way back to the general store, which was still open. It looked the kind of place which stayed open as long as anyone was interested in buying anything. Mr. Patel operated on the same principle. I went in and bought a carton of milk, and asked the woman for directions to the Astara stud. She was obviously curious. She must have heard all about Terry's death. But she told me which way to walk, down the hill out of Abbotsfield, following the signpost for Winchester, then to look for a turning which indicated Lord's Farm. I asked, puzzled, "Is that the stud?" She told me no, it was just a farm, but the stud wasn't marked on the main road. They didn't believe in making it easy for visitors down here. I thanked her and made my way to the church. I couldn't get into the building itself as it was locked. But the doorway was interesting. A rounded Norman arch, carved with strange geometric designs, resting on corbel heads which had blunted with time and weather into faceless things. The tombs in the churchyard were also old, mossy, the lettering mostly obliterated, although in the far corner was a patch with newer headstones. The sun was going down, and it was warm and pleasant here. I sat on a tombstone and ate the tuna sandwiches, feeling and perhaps looking a little like Edna. The sandwiches were threatening to go off by that time. They'd turned warm and squishy. Perhaps I'd get food poisoning. I drank the milk and decided what to do. In fact, I didn't have a lot of choice. I had to head for Alistair's place and see what turned up. Although I'd be the one turning up, or after the sandwiches, throwing up. There's a general assumption these days that everyone has transport. I didn't, except my feet. By the time I started walking, it was 6 o'clock. I'd passed a public loo in a car park on the way out of town and cleaned myself up, but I still felt sticky, dusty, and a mess. The boots weren't made for walking, unlike the ones in the song. I was soon starting to hobble a bit. I felt conspicuous going along the road, not only because of my increasingly dot-and-carry-one gait, but because no one else was walking. It wasn't like a London pavement where you're shoving or being shoved out of the way all the time. There wasn't any pavement, only a narrow, beaten track along the verge. There weren't any houses, so no obvious reason to be wandering along. You just weren't supposed to be walking here. Cars passed, one or two slowing as the drivers, men, took a look at me. I realised I looked like a hitchhiker. I stuck my hands resolutely in my pockets to show I wasn't thumbing. Grandma Varady used to read the News of the World and newspapers of that sort. They were great on tales of rape and murder of young girls. She would read the details out with gusto. "You never do this, darling." She'd peer over her spectacles at me, shaking the paper under my nose and making hitching motions with her thumb. "These men are out there everywhere. Devils. They are lying in wait for young women." Despite this, I have on numerous occasions hitched. I always applied the rule taught to me by a chance acquaintance, a girl I met at a Salvation Army coffee stall near King's Cross one cold winter evening. She was working the area professionally. I was just passing through. She was a cheerful sort of girl, friendly once she'd established I really had just stopped for a hot drink and wasn't aiming to work her patch. She wanted to give up the game on account of her varicose veins, but her boyfriend wasn't having it and beat her up when she complained. "Standing him out down here in the cold in a miniskirt with your ass freezing is no joke," she said, "and it does in your legs and ankles." Her advice was, "Never get in a car with any man under the age of 35. I remembered that as I walked along the verge. I also remembered her other advice, which was never wear a skirt so tight you can't run or kick. Also, have steel tips on your high heels so that you could kick out the windscreen if you did get in the wrong car and things got really tough. I never had to take that kind of action, though I had a few wrestling matches with sweaty truckers. On the whole, they weren't serious. They nearly all had wives and kids and just wanted company in the cab. The worst thing was being bored to death with tales of the kiddies and their photos taken on Spanish beaches. I was thinking of all these things as I hobbled along that verge, looking for the turning to Lord's farm. I was beginning to think I'd missed it and was about to retrace my steps and check, when one of the cars swooping past me screeched to a halt. The driver got out and called to me. "Want a lift?" It was a big, smart car, a Volvo. He was a big, smart bloke. He wore a shirt patterned in small green check and one of those sleeveless jackets with pouch pockets, coloured khaki. He looked self-confident and was clearly trying his luck. I told him no thanks, I wasn't going far. I really hoped that last bit was true. I couldn't make it much further in these boots. He smirked. "Come on, girlie, hop in." No one but no one calls me girlie. I said sharply, "You deaf or something, laddie? I said no." He pulled a face, still grinning. "Oh, a feisty lady. Where do you want to go?" "Shove off," I said wearily. I couldn't be bothered with him. "No need to be like that," he said. "I'll take you anywhere you want. We can stop off for a drink on the way." I couldn't believe it, that anyone could be that dim to think I'd fall for a line like that. "You must be off your trolley," I said. I must have sounded as though I believed it because it annoyed him. "Look," he said nastily. "You're walking here hoping to be picked up, right?" "Wrong. I'm going to call on someone." He glanced round in an exaggerated way, drawing attention to the dearth of dwellings. "Where?" I was wasting time. I started walking again, and although my feet really hurt, I was determined not to hobble while he was there to see. After all, if Chinese noblewomen could make it on bound feet, I could make it in pixie boots. He got back in the car and drove alongside me, with a practised ease which suggested to me he had done his share of curb-crawling. King's Cross is full of cars like his, doing slow-motion manoeuvres, until they see a copper, and then they speed off like it was Silverstone. After we'd gone a little way like this, he stopped the car again, just ahead of me, and got out, confronting me on the verge. "All right," he said. "You've made your point. What's the name of these people you're looking for?" I suppressed the first retort to come to my lips. It occurred to me he was probably local, and if I told him I was looking for the Astara stud, he'd know where it was. So I told him where I was bound, and added Alistair's name for good measure. The reaction was extraordinary. It wiped the smirk right off his face. "Then we're headed for the same place. I'm James Monckton." He scowled and looked nonplussed. He wasn't sure what to do next. Oh, shit, I thought. It would be. "But I don't know you," he said doubtfully. His manner suggested that he was used to a better class of acquaintance. I told him, "I'm Fran Varady. I knew Teresa." For a moment he was reduced to silence. A couple of cars rocketed past. Then an ugly look crossed his face, and he said, "You're that girl Alistair talked to in London. You lived in that place where Teresa died. What the hell are you doing down here?" "My business, all right." The road was empty now, and we were alone by the verge. I hoped I didn't look as nervous as I felt. "And I'm making it mine," he told me. "You can just turn around and go right back where you came from." "Alistair told me to come and see him. He gave me his card." I stood my ground and hoped the half-truth would work. James wasn't to know exactly what had passed between Alistair and me. End of side 5. Side 6. He thought about it for a moment, then decided to accept what I'd said. "Then I'll take you to see him. And there'd better be no funny stuff. I'll be watching." He gestured at the car and added sarcastically, "Go on, get in. On the level." "Thank you," I told him. I slung my holdall onto the back seat and we set off. "Alistair didn't say anything about expecting you?" He glanced sideways at me. I felt rather foolish. "We hadn't fixed a date. He said to come when I wanted. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. I meant to phone from Basingstoke, but I hadn't any 10-pence pieces." It sounded weak, not to say the height of bad manners, but James wasn't worried about my lapse of etiquette. He didn't expect any better from me. His mind was running in a different line. "So, you came down here without even 10-pence for a phone call. Really up against it financially, are you?" It was clear what he was thinking, and I felt my face burn. "I came to talk to Alistair, I told you that." "Not to touch him for a handout, by any chance?" I said very coldly, "You don't have any right to suggest that. You don't know me. You don't know why I'm here, and you don't have any business to know as far as I can see." "Quite a little Daniel, aren't you? Running into a den of lions. Or did you think Alistair lived alone?" As a matter of fact, I had assumed that. It had been stupid of me. Obviously he didn't. Indirectly he had mentioned others, but I hadn't thought they all lived under one roof. What I wanted to know now was whether James here beside me was a permanent member of the household, or, like me, a transient visitor. When I didn't reply, he treated me to a smirk of satisfaction. I tried to pretend I hadn't seen it. We'd reached the turning marked Lord's Farm. James spun the wheel and we slewed off left and then right. We were now following a single-track road, very badly surfaced, and slowly climbing through rolling pasture land. Horses grazed peacefully behind the neat fencing. This must be part of the stud. I sneaked another look at him. I supposed him to be in his late 20s. He was good-looking in a solid, healthy outdoor way. The solidity was muscle, not fat. I was pretty sure he could take care of himself, and probably anyone who got in his way. I could see he was thinking about me, too. I caught him giving me a couple of sidelong glances, just as I was doing to him, and there was a mean set to his mouth. Our glances collided at last, and we both looked away. He was wondering what to do about me. For 2 pins, I think he'd have pushed me out of the car while rounding a corner at speed. But he was curious to know what I wanted. Suddenly, a wooden board appeared by the roadside. On it was painted a horse's head and the words, Astara Stud. There were a couple of fir trees either side of an entrance. James turned into it with another flourish and roared down a long drive bordered with overgrown purple-blossomed shrubs, which I recognised as buddleia. Buddleia grows anywhere at the drop of a seed and has a liking for the sides of railway tracks in and out of London. James drew up in a shower of grit before the principal block of a cluster of buildings. "Here we are, then," he said. I stared through the windscreen. This must be the main house directly before us. It was red brick, with sash windows in white painted frames, and looked Georgian. A newer extension had been built to the left, forming a separate wing. The ground floor of that looked as though it might be kept for offices. The really intriguing part lay on the other side of the house. What had been a stable yard had been considerably expanded. I could glimpse the stabling built around a square yard. Between it and the drive, a garage block had been added, standing by itself. Behind that, I glimpsed a modern bungalow. In addition to the buddleia, rhododendrons had been planted, either to give the bungalow privacy or to shield the main house from the sight of the humbler dwelling. James was watching me as I studied all this. He still thought I'd come to see if I could shake some money out of Alistair. He was sure he could take care of it, if so. I found myself wondering if they kept any dogs, the sort which could be set on unwelcome visitors. I said, just as sweetly as I could, "Thanks for the lift. I didn't realise it was so far out of town." He just gave a dry little smile and got out of the car. I hopped out too, grabbing my holdall off the back seat. The front door of the house was on the latch, which shows you how different it was to London. Leave your door on the latch where I came from, and when you got back, either all your belongings would have disappeared, or someone you'd never set eyes on before would be sitting in front of your fireplace, drinking lager out of a can, all his kit stowed round the room. James walked in, leaving me to lug the holdall in by myself, which wasn't very gentlemanly. But I had the funny feeling James Monckton wasn't entirely the country gent he took so much trouble to appear. We were in a wide hall, with a polished parquet floor and a staircase running up to a landing. James pushed open a door to a room on the right. "Why don't you go and make yourself at home? I'll see if Alistair's anywhere about. He might be out back in the garden, or over in the yard." The room was a sitting room. The evening sun was shining in the bay window, and it looked very comfortable and pleasant. The chairs were old and chintzy and soft. There was a big new TV set in one corner, and it gave me quite a surprise to see it there. I was beginning to imagine they'd sit round all evening playing the piano or cards or reading to one another out of leather-bound tomes, like all those characters in Turgenev. I sank down on a sofa and took another look around. If this was where Terry had lived, she must have found sharing the squat with us about as big a change as she could have made. I guessed I had time to look around. James would want to find out from Alistair as much as he could before he let the old chap anywhere near me. He was probably trying to persuade Alistair to let him, James, send me off back to London forthwith. There was a big marble fireplace, and over it a shelf crowded with photos and knickknacks. I got up and went to have a look. I didn't know most of the people in the photos. I recognised one of Alistair, in tweeds at some sort of gymkhana or show. He looked as if he were judging. He had a rosette pinned on his jacket. There were a couple of women standing with him. They had weather-beaten faces and were grinning away at the camera with teeth which wouldn't have disgraced a respectable horse. In one large silver frame was a studio portrait of a remarkably beautiful girl, all done up in a party dress and looking like $1 million. It was with shock that I suddenly realized I was looking at a picture of Terry. For a moment I doubted it, and thought perhaps a relative looking a bit like her. I took it off the shelf for a closer look, and it was Terry. I was holding it in my hand, still staring at it, when I heard a footstep behind me. I just had time to put it back, before Alistair came into the room. James was just behind him. I knew that he meant to hear for himself what I had to say, how I'd explain my being there. But old Alistair forestalled us both. He came straight over to me, took my hand and said, "Francesca, my dear, why didn't you let us know you were coming? I'm really so pleased to see you. What a good thing Jamie passed you on the road. This house isn't the easiest place to find." I could see James looking a bit miffed at all this. It made me feel quite cheerful to think his nose had been put out of joint. I apologised to Alistair for turning up unannounced and so late. He asked where I was staying. That embarrassed me, and I mumbled that I'd have to go back to Basingstoke unless there was anywhere in Abbotsfield which offered rooms, perhaps one of the pubs. "Nonsense, you must stay here," he said at once, ignoring negative signals from James. "Stay as long as you like, my dear. I'll get Ruby to make up a bed for you. I dare say you could do with a cup of tea. Jamie, why don't you go along to the kitchen and see if you can rustle one up?" James didn't like being dismissed, certainly not to fetch the tea, but he went. I think the phrase for it would be in high dudgeon. It occurred to me he'd chalk it up against me as a score to settle. That stopped me feeling so chirpy about it. He was the sort who made sure he always got his own back on anyone who crossed him. When the door had closed, Alistair leaned forward. "Have you something to report, Francesca?" He looked anxious, but hopeful too. I explained to him that, to be honest, I'd discovered nothing in London, and, even worse, had found myself following the police around. "They're doing a good job," I said. "If you want your money back, I've brought it, less my bus fare. But I've been thinking, and maybe you won't agree with this." I waited, but he said nothing, forcing me to plunge on. "I haven't had much luck following her back trail in London, so perhaps I ought to start here, where she lived before she came to London. Or just seeing where she came from might give me some ideas. You see, I know she shared the house in Jubilee Street with us, but that doesn't mean any of us knew Terry well. To tell you the truth, we found her a bit of a pain and we tended to ignore her. I'm sorry." Alistair didn't seem to find that rude. He nodded. "I quite understand. Frankly, Francesca, if you'd said you and Teresa were bosom pals, I'd be sceptical. I know my granddaughter had difficulty in forming relationships. She didn't make friends, or at least not what I would have called real friends." "But I do want to know what happened," I insisted. "I wish I'd talked to her more. I wish I'd been a better friend to her, someone she could have confided in. I promise I mean to do my best by her now, and by you. I don't want more money. That's not why I'm here. James thinks that's why I've come, but he's wrong." Alistair frowned. "My dear, Jamie is not the arbiter of who may visit here and who not. Incidentally, although he knows I called on you in London, he doesn't know about our little arrangement, and I see no reason to tell him. The money I gave you on account is yours to keep, and, as I promised, I'll pay an equal amount upon result." "I may not get any results," I pointed out. "I feel sure you will," he retorted optimistically. "Now you're here, we'll put our heads together, eh? Work it out." He sounded quite enthusiastic, and I began to feel a lot better. He was such a nice old boy. If there was a fly in the ointment now, it was Jamie Monckton, who clearly thought I was up to no good. Suddenly, Alistair said, "As for getting to know poor Teresa, I wonder if any of us ever did that." Before I could answer that one, the door opened, and a middle-aged woman came in, carrying a tray with teacups. "There you are, my dear," she said, putting it down on a little table. "So, you're Teresa's friend. Really nice to have you here. I'll make up our old room for you. I think you'll be comfortable there." Alistair said, "Thank you, Ruby." I hadn't really expected to find a family retainer, and I certainly hadn't reckoned on being given Terry's room. But if it still had some of her stuff in it, there might be a clue amongst it all. Jamie had come back and looked more miffed than ever. He said sharply, "Teresa's room? Isn't that a bit depressing for Fran?" "No, it'll be fine, thanks," I said quickly, which earned me a dirty look. I decided to take the initiative and asked, "Are you a cousin?" because that seemed the most likely. "Sort of," he said shortly. Or at least I think that's what he said. "Jamie is actually the son of a cousin of mine," Alistair said. "Rather a complicated relationship, but cousin's a fair enough description. Teresa always called you a cousin, didn't she?" Jamie grunted and began to hunt through his pockets. A tingle ran up my spine. He produced a familiar-looking gold packet of cigarettes. "Relax," I ordered myself. "It's a popular brand. It doesn't have to mean anything." He looked up and saw how I stared. "Do you mind if I smoke?" "No," I told him honestly. I wanted to see if he also used a book of matches. But he didn't. He had a lighter, one of those disposable ones in coloured plastic. I resolved at the earliest opportunity to hunt through any waste paper baskets in the house. We drank our tea and made small talk about the countryside, and then Ruby appeared to take me up to my room. As I passed by Jamie's chair, he murmured so that only I could hear him, "Don't make yourself too comfortable."
Chapter 9. I tried as I followed Ruby upstairs to get some idea of the layout of the house. Living in an old house, the squat, had given me an eye for the architectural features of yesteryear. They liked a lot of plaster moulding then, picture rails, arches, that sort of thing. Even a quick glance round here told me that serious alteration had been made to this house, probably a century ago. To begin with, no one would be allowed to mess with the interior of a building as old as this one nowadays. Even the alterations had a permanent look. The telltale clues were the arches which began and never finished, chopped off by a partition wall. The rectangular, uneven tracks across the plastering of walls marked where once doors had been blocked up. Other doors and windows with the wrong proportions, added later, where they were never meant to be. There were hazardous drops in the level of the corridor so that one suddenly had to step down a pair of flights just to continue in the same direction. All this in the main part of the house, not the additional newer wing I'd noticed from outside. I mentioned it to Ruby. "The house seems very old. Has it been much altered?" "Not in my time," she said without turning her head, her broad rump plodding on ahead of me. "But I do believe that it originally was two houses, back to back, as you might say. This corridor," here she paused and pointed vaguely up and down the dusky passageway, "this was where one house met the other, do you see? These doors were knocked through to make the two into one. Doesn't make it an easy place to clean, I can tell you." We reached our destination. She pressed down a polished brass door handle, and light streamed into the corridor. "Little Teresa's room," she said. "Can't seem to believe she'll never use it again. You'll be all right then, will you, dear? Let me know if there's anything you need. The family usually eats at 7, but I'll hold up everything till 7:30 to give you a chance to settle yourself. There's plenty of hot water if you want a bath." I understood immediately why Ruby couldn't believe that Terry wasn't ever coming back. The fact was, she had never left. I knew as soon as I walked into the room that Terry was there with me. I even glanced at the white-painted Lloyd loom chair, as though I would see her sitting there, in her grubby knitted jacket, peering at me through spaniel's ears of tangled blonde hair. But there was one difference. Before, in life, she'd always appeared to resent me. But this had changed. This time, she didn't mind my being there. I had the even stranger feeling that she was pleased, that she knew why I'd come and approved. She expected me to do something. I hoped I didn't let her down again.
Alistair and Terry, both pinning their hopes on me. Ganesh was right. I'd bitten off more than I could chew. The room itself was pretty. An adored little girl's room. A collection of stuffed toys, all rather worn and damaged, huddled together on the top of a white-painted chest of drawers. All the paintwork was white. There was a floral patterned duvet and a kidney-shaped dressing table with a matching flounce round it. The curtains matched too. Someone had taken a lot of trouble with this room. It was very feminine, just a bit twee, and definitely not my sort of scene. In fact, it made me feel a tad uneasy. There was an obstinate clinging to childhood innocence in it. Terry, whatever else she'd been, couldn't have been described as innocent. But that was my view of her. Alistair, in our talk over the Indian meal, had clearly clung to the view that his granddaughter had no idea of the wicked ways of this world. She had been his little girl. She'd always be that. Death had done him a favour, did he but know it. It had preserved his image of her, always young, always beautiful. Not a human being with failings and the right to make her mistakes, but a doll, preserved in cellophane so that her clothes would never get dirty and her hair never must. My unease increased. I went to the window. I was at the back of the house here, which meant that at some point Ruby and I had stepped through what had once been the dividing wall between two dwellings, and had passed from the front one to the back one. It would be quieter here, away from the stable yard, which would be a noisy, busy place from early in the day till last thing at night. The view from here was down the garden behind the house, a tangled, unkempt affair of grassy paths, overgrown shrubs, unpruned trees and uncut lawns. Attractive, though. A place to wander in. Kids would like that garden. A great place for hide-and-seek, cops and robbers, all the rest of it. Cops and murderers, even. Someone could stand out there and watch the house from the shrubbery, and no one here be any the wiser. He could stand only some 15 or 20 feet away, invisible. He might be there now, looking up at this window, watching me. I moved away. I did feel like a bath, and, looking at my watch, I saw that it was already 10 to 7. The bathroom had been pointed out to me just along the corridor. I didn't have much time. A faded, quilted dressing gown hung behind the door. I took it down. There was a Cash's woven name tape sewn in the neckband. T.E. Monckton. It took me back to when I was 11 years old and just starting at the private school my father hoped would educate me into a success. Grandma Varady had sat sewing name tapes just like that into all my new school uniform, even on my socks. They were sticklers at that school for that sort of thing. I wondered who had sewn in Terry's name tapes. From what Alistair had told me of her mother, she hadn't sounded the type to do that, even if she was in the fashion business and ought to be able to manage a few stitches. This old dressing gown reminded me Terry had been at boarding school. Mine had been a day school. I was glad I hadn't been sent away to school. I'd hated the school I was at, but at least I got to come home at the end of each day. I pulled the robe on and hurried along to the bathroom. I nearly fell headlong when I opened the door because the bathroom marked one of those unexpected drops in level. I stepped in and plummeted down 2 steps, saving myself only by grabbing the door jamb and swinging on it like a chimp. Ruby might have warned me. The bathroom was the size of a bedroom, and probably had once been one. Modern plumbing had come by degrees into this house. I ran 3 inches of water in a massive, old-fashioned cast-iron tub standing on lion's paws. I hadn't time to run more. I'd taken my skirt with me and I hung it up so that the steam would help the creases fall out. Then I clambered up the side of the tub and down inside it into the water. I felt lost in depths of it and began to wonder just how many people it was designed to accommodate at one go. I hadn't imagined the Victorians going in for merry jinks all together in one bath. I wished I'd run more water. When I lay back, bits of me stuck up above the tide line, knees pointed up like twin atolls, my stomach a low, flat island which would be submerged at high tide, and nipples lurking like coral reefs. I was splashing water over these dry land bits of me when I heard a curious noise outside the bathroom door. It was a low whine, accompanied by a faint rumbling, It sounded as though a very small milk float was going past. That was unlikely, but that's how it sounded. Then I heard a clang, like a metal gate, and there was no doubt about this, the noise of a lift. A lift? In a private house? It looked as if the evening was going to be full of surprises. I felt better as I climbed out of the tub, freshened up. I'd been afraid I'd discover my toes rubbed raw from the hike in the pixie boots, but they were all right, which was a relief. I couldn't afford to be laid up lame now. I let myself out of the bathroom, wrapped in the dressing gown, and turned to shut the door. The corridor was dark here. As I fumbled with the handle, I heard a step behind me, and a hiss of indrawn breath. A man's voice whispered, "Teresa?" I turned. It was Jamie, white as a sheet, as even I could see in the gloom. When he saw who it was, colour flooded back into his face. He snapped, "What the hell do you think you're doing, wearing my cousin's clothes?" "The robe?" I twitched at the dressing gown. "I didn't bring one with me. It was hanging in the room. I didn't think anyone would mind." "Well, I mind." He sounded really shaken. I felt I ought to apologise. It must have given him a bit of a shock. I said I was sorry. "I didn't think anyone would see me. I've only come along the corridor in it." "Don't let anyone else see you. The old people, Alistair, the old boy would have a heart attack. Even if he didn't, it would be distressing." He turned and strode off, still visibly shaken, and leaving me by the bathroom door. Something he'd said had lodged in my brain. Old people. Who else, then, other than Alistair? Back in Terry's room, I opened the drawer in the kidney-shaped dressing table and found a jumble of odds and ends of makeup. There was a pink lipstick which wasn't too lurid. I smeared some on and rubbed the pad from a box of pancake powder over my nose, put on the skirt and my tights, polished up my dusty boots with a tissue from a box on the dressing table, and set off downstairs. But first, I went exploring up to the end of the corridor. Sure enough, just round a corner in a little nook, there was a lift. A lift in a private house. An old house which didn't even have modern bathroom fittings. I thought about getting in and pressing the button, but decided that might be thought presumptuous. I went back to the staircase. As I walked down, I could hear voices coming from the sitting room. Jamie was making a speech in a hectoring tone. I could hear Alistair murmuring some kind of protest. Then Jamie said quite clearly, "But you don't know a thing about this girl. She says she knew Teresa, but we all know what kind of company Teresa kept. This girl is probably some heroin-shooting dropout from God knows where. We'll be finding needles in the flower beds, and we'll have to keep everything locked away." I thought it was time I made my entrance. I threw open the door and marched in. I was going to make a little speech about how I didn't do drugs and never had, nor was I a thief, so they needn't worry. I wasn't going to make off with the family silver. But before I could speak, a deep but female voice boomed out. "So, you are the young lady my brother met in London?" I hadn't seen her when I first went in, and so when she spoke it gave me quite a start. I fairly leapt round. I saw a very stately old lady in a ruffled blouse and long skirt which covered her legs. Her hair was white, blue-rinsed and very neatly waved. Her eyes were deep-set, but very large, dark and clear, with a look which seemed to see right through me. She was in a wheelchair, which explained the lift and the noise I'd heard outside the bathroom door. She was also so obviously Alistair's sister that even if she hadn't said brother, I'd have guessed it. She had the same large, strong features, but looked a year or two older than he was. Alistair had risen to his feet as I came in, but Jamie stayed seated, glowering at me. He knew I'd overheard what he'd said about me. He was glad. It saved him having to say it all to my face. Alistair said courteously, "Yes, this is Francesca Ariadne. Fran, dear, this is my sister, Mrs. Cameron." Then, really throwing me, he added, "This is her house." I'm not the sort of person who's easily embarrassed, but I felt really embarrassed then, because if this was her house, I ought to have been invited to stay by her and not by Alistair. I hadn't even known about her. And here I was, a real gate-crasher, someone who had just marched in and wangled an invitation. I couldn't meet Jamie's eye. I must appear to be confirming every doubt he had about me. However, Ariadne said, "It's very nice to meet you, Francesca. I hope you'll be comfortable in that room. It was Teresa's, as I expect they told you." I mumbled, "Yes," adding, "Please call me Fran. Only the teachers at school ever call me Francesca, so when I hear it I always feel I'm in trouble." "Hear it often?" Jamie added silkily. Mrs. Cameron gave him a look which would have stopped anyone in their tracks, but she spoke quite mildly. "Now, Jamie, behave. Fran's made a long journey to come down here and visit us." She made it sound as though they'd really invited me, and I was doing them some sort of favour, so I was truly grateful to her. She must have noticed how red my face had turned. She and Alistair both seemed so nice. It hardly seemed possible that they and Jamie could be genetically connected. Ruby came in and told us all to hurry up and get to the table. It's all getting cold. The meal was traditional. Grilled lamb chops with tomatoes, mushrooms, and the best mashed potatoes I'd ever eaten, followed by treacle tart and custard. Mrs. Cameron didn't have the pudding, only a small piece of cheese. The rest of us fell on the food and ate it all up. I hadn't realised I was so hungry. We all went back to the sitting room afterwards, and the coffee was there on a tray ready for us. It was getting late, so I asked, "Would it be okay if I rang someone in London and let them know I've arrived? I'll pay for the call." "Of course you must ring and let your friends know you're safe," Alistair said. "The phone's in the hall." I went out into the empty hall. From somewhere in the distance I could hear crockery rattling, Ruby in the kitchen. There was a grandfather clock by the phone, ticking softly, but there wasn't anyone to overhear. I rang the Patels. Ganesh answered. He said, "Thank God, I've been worried sick. Where are you?" I explained I was staying at the Monktons and he needn't worry. "I'll be the judge of that," he said grimly. "Look, don't hang around down there. You don't know those people." "They're dead respectable, Gan. Don't make a fuss. Look, I can't hang on the phone and run up a bill. I just wanted you to know I'm all right." "Fine. But if anything odd happens, anything, right? Get on the phone and I'll bring the van down and pick you up. Otherwise you might wind up very dead and not very respectable." "I promise. Cheers, Gan." I put the phone down and turned round. I was wrong about not being overheard. Jamie was lounging by the closed sitting-room door with his arms folded. He must have made an excuse to go out just so he could eavesdrop on my conversation. I was furious. "Heard enough?" I snarled. "Who is Gan?" he countered. "What's it to you? A friend?" "Male or female?" "Male." "You don't mind asking questions, do you?" I stormed at him. "How dare you snoop on me?" "Not snooping, sweetie. Came out for a smoke. Ariadne doesn't like it, makes her cough." He produced his Benson and Hedges packet and held it out to me. "I don't," I said coldly. "Got at least one virtue, have you? Lost the rest?" He lit up and grinned at me. "As for snooping, I bet you're no shy violet when it comes to asking around, Fran. Isn't that what you came down here to do? Or one of the things you came here to do, anyway?" It scored a point over me. I snapped. "So what?" "So mind your own business," he snapped back. "This Gan, is he a boyfriend?" "Let's both mind our own business, shall we?" I'd had enough of him. Besides, my relationship with Ganesh was no concern of his. Jamie and I locked stares, but he backed down first. He opened the sitting-room door for me with mock politeness, and I stalked past him to join the others. Mrs. Cameron didn't have coffee. There was a glass of water on the tray. Her brother handed her that, and she took a couple of tablets with it. I wondered if they were painkillers. Her face had that drawn look which people have when the pain never quite goes away. Directly after she'd taken the tablets, she said she would go up now and bid us all good night. That left me and the two men. Alistair opened a drinks cabinet, but I didn't want anything else. I was fit to drop with tiredness. I said good night too. I was sure that once I'd left, Jamie would start trying to persuade Alistair to get rid of me. They were going to have a whisky apiece and were clearly settling down for a talk. Alistair had produced a pipe and tobacco pouch and was fumbling with it. I waited hopefully to see if a book of matches would appear, but he got up, took a paper spill from a jar on the mantelshelf and lit it from the hearth. Jamie had produced his Benson and Hedges again, together with his plastic disposable lighter. I was beginning to think the match booklet was going to prove a non-starter as a clue. I wasn't worried about what Jamie would say in my absence. I was sure either of the old people could handle him. I did wonder, if he was such a distant relative, just what he was doing there. But I was glad they were settled for a while. I knew that if I meant to do my detecting properly, I must lose no time making a search of Terry's room. I was well aware that if there was anything to be found there, which anyone in the house thought I oughtn't to see, tonight might be my only chance of finding it before it was removed. But I just felt so sleepy. I knew I'd make a rotten job of looking, and probably would miss anything significant. I decided to get up early and search the room before breakfast. I pulled back the curtains so that the early morning sun would wake me. It was pitch dark outside. Not the sort of darkness I was used to in the city, where there's always a glow above the rooftops from the streetlights in the main roads. This was just a solid wall of black night. If there was a moon up there, it was behind cloud. It was so quiet. In the city, there's always the faint background hum of traffic or trains. People stay up later and go out at night to have fun. Here it was only 9:45, but Ariadne was already in bed. I was about to go to bed, and judging from the lack of any sign of life out there, everyone else round here, with the exception of the two men chatting over whisky downstairs, had also turned in early. As a child, Grandma Varady had lived in a village out on the Puszta, the great Hungarian plain. She had described nights there as being like black velvet, dotted with the dancing orange fires of the herdsmen who tended the horses and cattle. Perhaps I will go to Hungary one day, if I ever have the money. There are lots of things I'd like to do if I ever have the money. I could seek out my roots. Not that I feel I have roots there. All my roots are in London. I don't even speak Hungarian. I've often wished I had learned when I was a child from Grandma Varady and Dad. Learning languages is a doddle to kids. But I hadn't. Another opportunity missed. The story of my life. Nothing broke this darkness. We were an oasis in the middle of a sea of nothingness. I wished I could see the stable yard, because that must have security lighting. But from here, nothing. I pulled myself together and told myself it was the lack of purple in my eyes. Someone told me once that city dwellers lack purple, whatever that is, and that's why they can't see so well in the dark. Country dwellers are used to darker nights and manage better. I didn't know if that was true. And I didn't know whether someone who didn't mind the dark, as I did, was out there. The Watcher, still watching. I'd begun to believe in him by now, try as I might to convince myself he was only the figment of my imagination. As if I didn't have enough worries about possible events inside the house. I turned the big old key in the door, locking myself in. I fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. I woke up, just as suddenly. I'd no idea what time it was, and, for a moment, didn't even know where I was. The moon had appeared to shine through the undraped window, and the room was bathed in clear white light. I could see everything now. All the furniture, my clothes lying over a chair where I had thrown them, too tired to hang anything in the wardrobe, the battered collection of stuffed toys sitting on top of a chest of drawers, the pattern on the wallpaper, and the door handle. I'd sat up, and that made me stare directly at the door, and the handle, which was twisting downwards ever so slowly, as someone on the other side pressed it down. I watched it, fascinated. I ought to have been scared, but in a way I'd been expecting something like this, and in my own mind I was prepared for it. I wasn't altogether prepared for anyone actually getting into the room, but what I'd do then would depend on a lot of things. Besides, I reasoned, the door was locked. The handle went up again. The person outside was having a rethink. I was pretty sure it must be Jamie, realised I'd turned the key. The floorboards creaked. I thought he'd given up and relaxed. I was wrong. After a moment or two, he was back. He'd only gone to collect a sheet of cardboard. He slid this under the door where there was a sizable gap. I guessed what was coming next, but I watched just to see if he could do it. The key rattled in the lock. He was pushing it through from the other side. It fell out and landed with a click on his cardboard. He began to inch it back under the door. The thing to do was leap out of bed, grab the key before it disappeared from sight, and foil him. But I'd left it too late. It slithered under, the lock scraped, the door handle turned. I was naked, and didn't fancy offering Jamie Monckton a free show. I jumped out of bed and ran to snatch up the robe, pulling it on as the door opened. "Come in, why don't you?" I invited. He walked in with as much composure as he could muster in the circumstances. He wore tennis shoes, jeans, and a sweater. Burglar's kit and keeping burglars' hours. I wasn't worried how to handle him because I was sure he wouldn't want to start a shouting match, which would bring Alistair to investigate. But I did want to know what he was after. It wasn't my body, I was almost sure of that. I must have made it clear how I felt about him. But you never knew with men. They're loath to take no for an answer, and big, handsome Jack-the-lads like Jamie here can never get it into their thick heads that any girl doesn't fancy them, no matter what she says. "If you're going to tell me I'm the sexiest thing you ever saw," I told him sarcastically, "skip it." "You've got to be joking," was his reply, expressed with considerable feeling. So much feeling that it really wasn't flattering, and although I'd asked for that, I felt quite offended. He went on, "I wouldn't touch you with a barge pole, with a rubber glove on it, as the saying goes." "Kinky," I said. He just gave me a disgusted look. "As far as I'm concerned, you're just a piece of garbage which blew in here off the city streets. God knows what I'd catch. You might even be HIV positive for all I know." "Thanks." If nothing else, I really knew for sure now he hadn't come looking for Nookie. "So, what do you want?" I asked. "You've got a confounded nerve." His tone was almost one of wonder, as if he really couldn't understand it. "You come here, get yourself invited to stay, run rings round the old people, even old Ruby, help yourself to my cousin's bathrobe, her room, anything else of hers you can find, I guess." Remembering the lipstick, I felt my cheeks burn, and was glad of the moonlit room, which meant I hoped he couldn't see it. "I don't creep around at night trying to get into other people's rooms while they're asleep," I snapped. He just grinned, holding up the key and waving it slowly back and forth like a metronome beating time. "Expecting me?" He still laboured under the misapprehension that I must find him attractive and had been lying here hoping he'd appear. I suppressed the impulse to deny it, because he wouldn't have believed me and would have taken my protest as proof. "What do you want?" I asked as coldly as I could. "A little talk, nice and private. And keep your voice down. I've taken care not to make a noise and disturb the household. You'll oblige by doing the same and not shouting your head off as if you were still on your street corner." "Drop dead," I invited him. "You're out of your tiny mind if you think we've got anything to discuss, right?" Even in the pale light I saw him glower. "Wrong. We're going to straighten out this situation here and now, before you see Alistair at breakfast and get another chance to play little girl lost." That made me wild. But I realised that if I reacted to the jibe, I'd be playing this his way. It was time to set a condition of my own. "You can do all the talking you want," I told him. "I'm not saying a word unless you give me that key." I saw him debate that with himself. It was no use his being my jailer if I just heard him out in silence. No situation was ever straightened out that way. He didn't want it to look as though I'd won a point, however, so he decided to be amused by my request. "Here." He chucked the key at me. I just managed to catch it, and I have to admit, to have the small piece of metal pressing into my palm was comforting. Preliminary negotiations settled, we moved to the next stage. Jamie swivelled the dressing-table chair and seated himself. I took the Lloyd loom chair, wrapping the bathrobe round me as much as I could. It was on the skimpy side, being tailored to fit, at a guess, a 14-year-old. I held it together over my thighs, but my boobs threatened to pop out the top, which didn't quite wrap over enough. He watched me wriggling uncomfortably and offered, "If you want to put some clothes on, I'll turn my back, although I'm surprised you're so shy." "Just a moment," I snarled. I got up, sidled my way over to the bed, grabbed the duvet, wrapped that round me and returned to my chair, swathed like a chief attending a powwow. End of side 6. Side 7. When I was settled, he cut through any more ceremonial with, "How much?" "How much what?" "How much do you want to go back to London first thing in the morning? I'll pay a reasonable amount." "Why are you so keen for me to go?" I countered. 50 quid? 80? That's my final offer." The man was determined to insult me, not just by offering the money, but so little. I wasn't even worth a decent amount. But offering at all. He was worried. "My, you're really keen for me to go. I'm just a bit of garbage, right? Why should you bother about me? Or have I got you rattled, Jamie?" He couldn't take mockery. He leaned forward, his face twisted in anger. "Listen, you little bitch. Alistair doted on Teresa. Losing her was for him like losing an arm or a leg. He's been eaten up with guilt too, poor old devil, because he believes he could have saved her, as he puts it. No one needs to be a shrink to work out what's going on now. You walked in, and as you no doubt hoped he would, he's seized the chance to work off some of his guilt and loss. But you're not going to play that little game. I won't let you. Think yourself lucky I'm offering to pay you off. I could just as easily take you out of the house and beat you to a pulp." I fought the instinct to flinch before the venom in his voice, and managed to sit steady and meet his eye. "You'd have a job explaining that to the old people, as you call them, and you'd have a job explaining to Alistair what you were doing in here, if I screamed." "You? Scream? When did you last scream to defend your honour?" He gave a hoot of laughter. "Go ahead. I'll tell Alistair it was your idea. You invited me here, then tried to get money out of me for sex. He doesn't know you well, but he knows your background. He might just believe it." "He still wouldn't consider it gave you the right to be preparing to fornicate under his or Ariadne's roof. Alistair's old-fashioned. He probably imagines you're a gentleman, Jamie, and somehow I don't think you want to disillusion him. As for money, forget it. I came all the way here after giving it a good deal of thought. I'll leave when I'm ready, or Alistair tells me to go, whichever happens first. Either way, you don't come into it." He got up, towering over me. "You're going to be sorry you turned down my offer," he said. "I won't make it again. You're a fool, Fran." He walked out. The door swung closed behind him, leaving me wondering if he wasn't right. I didn't think he'd be back. I returned the duvet to the bed and clambered back under it. Thumping the pillow, I tried to settle down, but it was hopeless. Detectives oughtn't to leap to conclusions. Just because I didn't like Jamie didn't mean he was a complete villain. Perhaps he was just worried about the old people and wanted to protect them from me. Perhaps he had just come here tonight to offer me money to leave, or try and frighten me into leaving. But the more I thought about it, the more dissatisfied I became. Was it my being in the house he didn't like, or my being in this room in particular? If so, was it just sentiment? Or perhaps he feared there was something in here, amongst all Terry's stuff, which might give me a clue. If so, a clue to what? My earlier intention had been to search the room before anyone could tamper with the contents. Perhaps I oughtn't to put that off any longer. Wide awake now, I got out of bed and switched on a lamp. I didn't want to make a noise and waken the whole house, so crept about barefoot as sneakily as Jamie had done earlier. First I went to close the curtains, in case anyone was outside in the darkness. I could see a black frieze of tree shapes moving in the night breeze against an indigo sky. The moon slid out for a moment and bathed the garden in a light which bleached out all the colours. My eyes, too, were becoming accustomed to the dark. Now I could see the outline of shrubs and paths. As I watched, the bushes moved, leaves shivering. The wind, I told myself. But I couldn't be sure. Was that a shadow down there, darker than the surrounding ones? Was it long and thin, not round and stubby like the shrubs? Did it stoop and shrink into the box hedges? Was it only shreds of cloud floating by the moon's face? Was I hallucinating? One thing was certain. I was clearly silhouetted against the lamplight. I dragged the curtains to. This was a time to keep my imagination firmly under control. Detectives had to be businesslike. I began to work over the room, systematically, slow and steady. I tried the drawers of the dressing table. They contained the items I'd already seen there: makeup, crumpled tissues, a manicure set, a couple of old bus tickets. They were similar to the one I'd bought to come from Basingstoke to Abbotsfield. So Terry had taken the bus into town a couple of times. I had to find something more significant than that. I abandoned the dressing table and turned my attention to the chest of drawers in the corner. I took all the stuffed animals off the top and pulled it away from the wall. Nothing behind it. Nothing of interest in the top drawer, just a couple of sweaters. Second drawer empty. Third drawer filled with old school books and paperbacks. I took them all right out, each and every drawer, because there are good old reliable tricks like taping things to the reverse of the frame. Declan told me that once, when a landlady threw him out of a furnished room he'd rented in Bayswater, he'd tacked a kipper to the reverse of a drawer frame before he left. He reckoned it would have stunk the place out before they found it. But there was nothing behind any of these. I sorted through the books, but I didn't see what relevance a bunch of old Agatha Christie's or an introduction to the poets of the First World War could have to any of this. One of the Agathas had a picture of Hercule Poirot on the jacket. I fancied he was looking at me in a smug way, clearly thinking my little grey cells were vastly inferior to his. No doubt he would have worked all this out in 5 minutes, assembled everyone downstairs and pointed at... whom? It would be nice to think he'd point at Jamie. I checked through all the other books to see if anything had been slipped inside, but there was nothing. I put them all away and turned my attention to the wardrobe. No luck. I looked under the bed, under the mattress, under the carpet. I remembered reading a book where the heroine had sewn love letters into the lining of the curtains so that her wicked uncle couldn't find them. But these curtains didn't have any lining, and who did that sort of thing these days anyhow? I sat down on the bed, discouraged. It was nearly 5. It was light outside now, and the birds were singing. Several times I heard a horse whinny. They were already at work over in the stable yard. I'd forgotten to put back the stuffed toys which all sat on the carpet in a row, gazing at me with their glass eyes. I felt that Terry's ghost was sitting with them, fixing me with the same reproachful look. I was supposed to have found it, and I hadn't. I still didn't even know what it was. "It's no use looking at me like that, you lot," I told the toys. I got up and picked them up in one armful to replace them on top of the chest of drawers. As I did, one of them crackled. I thought, if I had to hide something small, I could do worse than hide it in one of these toys. If I couldn't sew it into the curtains like the heroine in that book, I could sew it into one of these animals. I examined them all, one by one. I ran a thumb along all the seams, tugged at their limbs and heads, prodded them all over. Bingo! It was a blue and white rabbit, and when I pushed its tummy, it crackled again. Someone had definitely re-sewn the seam up his back, and not very well. The stitches were big and lumpy. I got a pair of nail scissors from the makeup drawer and snipped away at a few of them. It pulled apart easily, and I pushed my fingers inside. They encountered a piece of paper, folded into a tiny wedge. I eased it out, my palms sweating with excitement. It was 2 pieces of paper, not one. 2 sheets of letter paper folded up together. After all, was this going to turn out to be an outpouring of purple passion? If so, I'd no right to read it. I flattened it out and took a look at the signature. It had been written by Ariadne Cameron. Chapter 10. I sat on the edge of the bed and placed the 2 rectangles of thick cream writing paper side by side beneath the bedside lamp. Each sheet was written on one side only, and the letter was headed with the Astara Stud's address and dated 3 years previously. It began, "Dear Philip." The only Philip I'd heard mentioned so far was Terry's father, Philip Monckton. All I knew about him was that he was absent, unpopular, and parted from Terry's mother. Why this letter to him from his Aunt Ariadne should be in Terry's possession, and why she thought it necessary to hide it away, I'd only find out by reading it. I quashed any twinge of conscience at reading someone else's private correspondence, and scanned it with indecent curiosity. The writing was cramped, but clear, an educated hand, but an elderly person's. Frankly, few younger people nowadays could write that beautiful, even copperplate. My handwriting looks like the tracks of a drunken spider. The letter began with a general query after Philip's well-being, and some remarks about Ariadne's own none-too-good state of health. Then came the nitty-gritty of the affair. "I am writing, Philip, to tell you that I've now settled details of my new will, and Watkins, the solicitor, is drawing it up. I shall be signing it on Monday. The future of the Astara Stud is, naturally, my first consideration. Until recently, my entire estate was bequeathed to my brother, but the passing of time and the corresponding change in circumstances has necessitated some different arrangement. Alistair is getting on in years, as I am, and would not wish the responsibility, besides which the Grim Reaper is as likely to call on him as on me. You have never shown any interest in the stud, and you are, in any case, busy with your own very successful career. Neither you nor Alistair is in need of money. With the exception of a few personal bequests, therefore, I've left everything to Teresa. By everything, I encompass the stud, all property including this house, and the residue of my estate after the individual bequests and other outgoings have been settled. I've discussed it with Alistair, who thinks it the best decision. I hope you will also be happy with the arrangement. It will leave Teresa a wealthy young woman. That, in turn, will relieve you of any future financial burden in her regard. In view of your remarriage, which may in time produce a new young family for you, it will be, I'm sure, a great relief. Teresa has been a little wild of late and caused us some anxiety, but it's to be expected of youth. God willing, I shall hang on for a few more years yet, so that by the time she inherits, she will be older and wiser, ready to settle down. She has a good head on her shoulders, and I don't doubt she will cope. I have told Jamie. He is perhaps disappointed, having worked so hard, but he is not so close a relative, and, besides, he is one of those I feel who needs direction. Left entirely to his own devices and completely in charge, the temptation to realize a large sum of money could prove too much to resist. He might simply sell up. I don't believe Teresa would do that. She knows how much the Astara Stud has meant to me. It's a pity we are such a small family. The letter concluded with a few more general phrases. I sat back and thought hard. There was a waspish touch to the letter which rather appealed to me. Clearly, Ariadne disapproved of Philip's remarriage, and hadn't the slightest intention that a penny of hers should ever fall into the hands of the new wife and any children she might bring Philip. Poor old Phil had been cut off with the proverbial shilling. It was put more politely than that, but that's what had happened, and he'd know it. The letter was dynamite. It was reasonable to suppose Ariadne had no idea it had come into Terry's possession, and that was why Terry had taken such trouble to hide it. How had she come by it? Had Philip shown it or sent it to her? Had she come across it by chance amongst her father's papers and simply taken it? Had Ariadne, or anyone else, ever told Terry openly that she would be heiress to Ariadne's entire fortune? And fortune it certainly must be. Or had Ariadne and Alistair deemed it unwise to tell such a young girl she was going to be very, very rich one day? I pulled myself together. Speculation was dangerous. Nevertheless, I was sure I had a valuable piece of information in my grasp. It opened a whole new aspect on the affair. Janice would certainly like to know about this letter. I had to keep it safe. Above all, I had to keep it out of Jamie's hands. Ah, Jamie, I thought. He too had been cut out of the will. Too unreliable, Ariadne thought him, though he'd worked hard. Worked here, presumably, at the Astara. Someone must run the place. Neither Alistair nor Ariadne looked up to it. Nevertheless, she believed that given a chance, Jamie would sell up and blow the lot on a couple of years' fast living. She knew him better than I did, and nothing I'd seen of him so far made me doubt her judgment. I tried to make the rabbit look as if no one had touched him. I couldn't sew up the slit in his back, but I pulled the cloth together and he looked intact. I folded the letter up as it had been in a tiny wad and put it in my purse. Then I thought that was stupid, because if I had to open my purse in front of anyone, they'd see it. So I took it out again and smoothed both sheets out flat. The book of Turgenev plays was on the bedside table. I eased off the wrapper, smoothed the 2 sheets round the boards, and put the original wrapper back over it. It wasn't perfect, but it would have to do until I could think of something better. I went back to bed quite satisfied, and fell fast asleep. When I went down to breakfast at 8:30, in a clean shirt and jeans, only Alistair was there. "Good morning, Fran. Sleep well? My sister breakfasts in her room. Jamie might join us later. He's been out since 6, in the yard." I sat down and Ruby bustled in and put bacon and eggs in front of me. I hadn't had bacon and eggs for breakfast for so long I'd forgotten what it was like. "Glad to see you've got a decent appetite," Alistair said, meaning it kindly. "It's going to be a nice day. I'll take you out in the yard when you've finished and show you around. Do you ride?" I confessed I only rode a bike. "Well, we might be able to find a nice quiet animal to put you up on. I'll ask Kelly." I wasn't very keen, but thanked him, adding, "I thought I might try and get to Winchester and have a look round there, if that's all right with you. If I go back to Basingstoke, I'll be able to get a bus from there to Winchester, won't I?" I'd 2 reasons for trying to reach Winchester. One was to try and track down the wine bar which had been the origin of the book of matches Edna showed me. The letter was important and suggested a motive for someone, but the matchbook was my only lead. My other reason was to phone Gan and get his opinion on my discovery. I'd already found I risked being overheard if I tried to phone from inside the house. "Look at the shops, eh?" said Alistair cheerily. "Or King Arthur's Round Table. They've got that in Winchester. Fake, of course." He chuckled. "They painted up an old table to please Henry VIII. I think Jamie's going in later this morning. He can give you a lift." My heart sank. I mumbled that I didn't want to bother him. Alistair said heartily, "Oh, it won't be any trouble for him." I'd have liked to hear what Jamie had to say about it. Later on, I probably would. Alistair led me out to the stable yard after breakfast. Jamie hadn't appeared by the time we finished, and although I looked for him in the yard, I didn't see him. With luck, he'd already left for Winchester. Perhaps I'd been wrong in assuming he ran the place for Ariadne. Perhaps Kelly, whoever Kelly was, ran it. It was now about 9:30, and clearly most of the morning chores had already been completed. Lie-a-beds like me wouldn't be much use around here, where everyone was up with the lark shovelling muck. The yard was clean and tidy, except for a stack of hay bales in one corner. A girl was grooming a chestnut horse, working like a Trojan over it. "Ah," said Alistair, Come and meet Kelly." I had been supposing Kelly to be a wizened Irish groom in a check cap. But Kelly was also a first name, a girl's name. I'd overlooked that. She straightened up as we approached and came round the horse, holding a couple of brushes, one in either hand. "Morning, Mr. Alistair," she said cheerfully, and gave me a curious look. She was hefty in build, thighs like hams in tight jodhpurs, and a bust like a ship's figurehead bouncing around beneath a knitted pullover. Her sleeves were pushed up over her thick forearms and wrists. She had bright ginger hair plaited into a single long braid, and, as often goes with such hair colour, a pale skin which had freckled alarmingly in the sun. Alistair performed introductions, while she rubbed the two curry brushes one against the other to clean out the hairs. She wasn't hostile, but she didn't know what to make of me. She smiled a little uncertainly, and when Alistair mentioned finding a quiet animal for me to ride, said, "I'll see what we can do." At that moment, a man I hadn't seen before came out of a loose box and looked across at us. He was middle-aged, stocky and tweed-capped. Alistair murmured, "Lundy, I wanted a word with him. Excuse me, won't you?" He set off towards the other man and left me with Kelly. I took the opportunity to explain I wasn't all that keen on being turned adrift on horseback. "If you've never ridden before," she said, "we might have a problem finding something suitable for you. There's old Dolly, she might do. She can be a bit moody, though, and on her off day she goes on strike. She'd realise you were a novice straight away and play up. We aren't a riding stables, you see. This is a breeding stud." "What are they? Racehorses?" The question was probably foolish, but not knowing one end of a horse from another, I could be allowed it. Kelly shook her head. "No, future competition animals, show jumpers, dressage, eventers. We've got a good reputation. The top riders come here to look over our stock." "Who runs the stud?" I asked. "I assume Alistair doesn't." "Oh, no, Mr. Jamie does. He's done for about 6 or 7 years. Joey Lundy is head stud groom, and I'm dog's body. But Mr. Jamie makes all the business decisions and does all the paperwork, deals with buyers, that sort of thing. He's fantastic, and the only one who can use the computer. The place was starting to go downhill before he came, but business has picked up terrifically." I thought about this. "It's been here some time, then, the stud?" The horse stamped a hoof and looked round inquiringly. Kelly patted its rump. "The stud's been here 30 years. That surprised me, and I must have shown it. "Mr. and Mrs. Cameron founded it," she explained. "Then Mr. Cameron died, and Mrs. Cameron carried on until her accident." It was beginning to fall into place. I asked as tactfully as I could whether the accident had put Ariadne in the wheelchair. "It had," said Kelly. "But Mrs. Cameron had continued to run the stud until just a few years ago. Then Mr. Alistair, as she called him, had taken over for a few years. Then, as it got too much for him, Jamie Monckton had come along." All this was fascinating, but Kelly, as well as the horse, was getting restless. She wanted to get on with her work. I thanked her, apologised for taking up her time and for not being able to stay and lend a hand, and walked over to where Alistair talked with Lundy. Lundy shook hands with me. He had a vice-like grip which mangled my fingers, and he didn't smile. He looked an ugly sort of customer closer too. His eyes small, with yellowed whites as hard as pebbles. I decided I didn't want to tangle with him. He smelled strongly of horses and, I suspected, whiskey. Certainly not of cologne. But he looked just the sort of person to hang a body up as easily as a butcher does a side of beef. I wondered whether he smoked, and resolved to look around the yard for the odd crushed packet or dog end. But no doubt smoking was forbidden here for fire hazard reasons, all that hay and straw. I told Alistair I was going back to the house. On the way I saw Kelly had finished grooming the chestnut and was walking towards a loose box. She glanced across and waved. I returned the salute. She continued on her way, pausing only to stoop and heft a bale of hay which she carried before her into the box. I couldn't have lifted it, at least not without ricking my back. She was the first person I'd met who heartily approved of Jamie. And that might be significant. I thought that if I was quick about it, seeing that Jamie hadn't yet shown his face, I might get out and catch the bus before he set out by car. But as I walked into my room, I knew Jamie was quicker off the mark than I'd been. The reason he hadn't been anywhere I'd been that morning was because he'd been in here, going through the room. Don't ask me how I knew it had been Jamie. I just did. Well, it wasn't likely to have been anyone else. I was mad with myself, aside from being mad with him, because I should have expected this. My holdall had been turned inside out. I'd left Gann's camera in it, and he had found that and taken out the film. The celluloid reel sprawled in a tangle across the carpet. The film hadn't been used, but he wasn't taking any chances. I wondered what he'd been afraid I might have photoed. Himself, perhaps. It was a thought. Another one which hadn't occurred to me before. I was a really lousy detective, that was for sure. The wardrobe door, which I'd closed, swung open. My skirt had fallen off the hanger onto the floor. I picked it up, muttering what I'd like to do to the culprit. He'd even gone through the pockets of the jacket, leaving them pulled out. He'd also searched around in the dressing table and the chest of drawers. But he hadn't touched the stuffed animals, and, when I checked, I found he hadn't touched the Turgenev. The letter was, as I'd left it, wrapped round the boards. He was determined, was our Jamie, but skimped detail. He didn't know how much I knew, and he wasn't sure exactly why I'd come down here. He wanted to get rid of me, but not before he found out. He wanted to know exactly what I planned to do, but there'd be nothing he could find to tell him, except... I gave a screech. My notebook. Yes. He found it. He'd sat on the bed and read it. I could see the dent in the duvet. Then he'd thrown it down. I picked it up and looked through it. I hadn't written much. Just a few key words with question marks. T's parents. The last quarrel at home. The man Gann saw. That sort of thing. It told him enough. It told him I was playing detective. And playing was the right word for it. Had I been halfway competent, I'd have made sure the notebook was where no one could lay his hands on it, or at least invented some kind of code instead of writing it out so plainly. I tied it up, muttering to myself, put on my jacket and went downstairs. Jamie was in the hall, standing before a mirror and adjusting his cap to a rakish angle. He thought himself quite something, that was clear. He'd also splashed around aftershave, one with cologne scent. It was trapped in the hall. The same cologne scent I'd noticed when Nev and I had come back from Camden, and which had told me we'd had a visitor in the squat. Reflected in the mirror, he could see me, and see the furious glare I was giving him. "Something wrong, Fran? Sleep badly?" He grinned and turned to face me. "Bad conscience, perhaps?" "Tell me about it," I growled at him. "My conscience is clear, sweetheart. Alistair told Ruby to tell me you want a lift into Winchester." "I don't. I'll go to Basingstoke and find another bus. Alistair had the idea I could go with you, but the bus seems much more attractive." "Bad-tempered little tyke, aren't you?" He shrugged. "It'll take you all day to do it by bus both ways. Anyway, Alistair wants me to give you a lift. We need to keep him happy, don't we?" He gave that nasty grin again. "Both of us." Alistair was walking back from the yard as we left. He waved at the car as it passed him. I waved back, trying to smile brightly. "That's the ticket," Jamie said. He succeeded, as he probably intended, in irritating me. "You think you've got all the answers, don't you?" "Not at all, Fran," he retorted. "Not as far as you're concerned. But I reckon I can make an informed guess." "Guess away. It won't do you any good. You wouldn't last 5 minutes where I come from, let me tell you that." "Spare me the tales of your seedy lifestyle, Fran. If you don't like it here, go back to the smoke. Keep out of our way." "You mean keep out of your way? Why did you search my room during breakfast?" He glanced at me, eyebrows raised. "Did I?" "You know you did," I snarled. "Don't play stupid games. Ruby wouldn't need to sneak in. She could go in there openly to vacuum out or something if she wanted an excuse. It wasn't likely to be Ariadne, and Alistair was with me." "My, what a clever little sleuth.
And that's what all this is about, isn't it? You fancy yourself as the great detective. Notebooks, camera, all the trimmings.
He was laughing openly. Anything I said would only encourage his mirth, so I seethed in silence. I had another reason to keep quiet. I had remembered how Alistair had insisted on taking me to the yard after breakfast and talking to Kelly about finding me a horse to ride, even though I'd made it clear I wasn't keen on that idea. Was he giving Jamie time to go through my gear? I hoped not. But it was Alistair who had suggested Jamie take me to Winchester. Was that so Jamie could keep an eye on me? I was feeling miserable by now. I had trusted Alistair, but that was no attitude for a detective to have. From now on, I trusted nobody. Jamie planned a cross-country route. We took the lane which had been signposted Lord's Farm and bumped along over its potholes. There were high banks to either side and no passing place that I could see. Jamie drove at a fair pace, and I hoped we met nothing coming the other way, say a tractor. Even as I worried about this, we rounded a corner and Jamie slammed on the brakes, cursing. I shot forward and was jerked back by my seatbelt and grabbed the dashboard. The road ahead was filled with cows. They'd just come out of an open gate from a field on the right and were plodding down the narrow track ahead of us. We inched forward, but it was no good in this narrow defile. They'd more or less come to a stop, and we had to stop too. There were hairy bodies and big, soulful eyes all around us. They peered in the windows and swung their mud-caked tails against the car's sides, which obviously drove Jamie wild. Blasted animals! They only had the car cleaned 2 days ago. Who's in charge of them? No one, I said, slumping down in my seat. A huge bovine was investigating the door on my side. The creature's breath was misting up the outside of the window as it snuffled around, trying for all I knew to get it open, and its gungy muzzle left yucky smears on the glass. You could understand Jamie being so mad. This is ridiculous. He was building up a nice head of steam. Fran, get out and clear a way through the brutes. What? You're out of your tiny mind. He glowered. Go on. You wanted to visit the country. All you have to do is chivvy them a bit. They'll move for you. Forget it. They're making a hell of a mess of my car. What's the matter? Afraid of them? I thought you were the tough sort. All that streetwise guff. I wouldn't last 5 minutes where you come from, eh? Well, you don't seem to be making out very well here. I know I should have ignored it. I shouldn't have risen to it. He was needling me into doing something I shouldn't. I knew all this, but I still took the bait. All right. I slipped off my jacket. I couldn't afford to get that messed up, and got out of the car. I had a job even to get the door open, because the cow, which was so interested in it, wouldn't move. I kept pushing the car against it, even though Jamie got very hot under the collar about making the mess on the outside worse, and at last the beast backed off. Once I was out, I was marooned. The cows were all around me. There was one thing even I knew cows did a lot of, and it made me very careful where I put my feet. Have you any idea how large a cow is? It's enormous, like a tank. You do not argue with a cow. It does what it wants and goes where it likes. Not only did they show no sign of moving out of my way, but they seemed to find me some sort of interesting novelty, and they all wanted a closer look at me. I was pinned against the car by steaming, smelly, dribbling monsters. It was a matter of honour, although it felt more like a matter of life and death. I couldn't get back in the car. Jamie had never let me forget it. So I edged my way round to the front and clapped my hands. Zilch. The cows ignored it, but the flies which had been buzzing around the cows now began to investigate me. I flailed my hands around my head to drive them away. When I looked behind me, Jamie was watching through the windscreen, laughing himself sick. That made me mad. I slapped the nearest cow on the back. Come on, Bluebell, you've got to help me. It's you and me against him. It turned its head and gazed at me. There was a black and white one coming up on my left with a moody look in its eye. I had to act as though I was in charge and hope the bluff worked. I gave a piercing whistle and yelled, "Move it!" Cowboy stuff. Funnily enough, they did try to move. They shuffled a bit sideways, bumped into one another and started lowing noisily. It was pretty clear to me by now, because I stopped panicking, that something up ahead was preventing them from going on. I shoved my way between them, and sure enough, just around the next bend was the farmyard, and the gate was closed. They were all waiting for someone to open it. I unhitched it and dragged it open. The cows began to plod through at quite a brisk pace and mill about in the yard. Then a dog ran out and started barking at me. I was trapped between gate and cows, so there was nothing I could do but get behind the gate as the dog ran up and began growling at me. The cows didn't like it much either, and one of them put down its head and made a little rush at the dog. The dog backed off very sensibly and joined me behind the gate. We were both rescued by a man in a pullover and gumboots, who came out of a barn and shouted, "What's the matter?" "The gate was closed. They couldn't get in," I yelled back. "Oh, right." He began to push the cows around, and they ambled off towards the barn and disappeared inside. The cowman, or farmer, or whatever he was, came towards me. He was a big fellow, built like a brick barn. He rested broad, calloused workers' hands on the top rung of the gate. "Who are you, then?" he asked. His voice was educated, and he didn't ask it impolitely, just curious. The dog wasn't bothered about me now it saw the man didn't object to me. It sat down, waiting, with its tongue lolling out. I explained about being stuck in the car behind the herd. I'd just finished when there was a beep of a horn, and we both looked round to see that Jamie had driven up as far as the gate and was gesticulating to me to get back in the car. The farmer's friendly manner cooled distinctly. "With him, are you?" The tone of his voice told that he'd met Jamie before and had much the same opinion of him I had. "I'm not with him," I denied. "I mean, yes, he's giving me a lift, but that's as far as it goes. I'm staying at the Monktons, as Alistair Monkton's guest." "Oh, yes?" He looked at me thoughtfully. His face was sunburned, and he had rather nice blue eyes, with little crow's feet lines at the corner which crinkled up as he squinted into the light, studying me. He was wearing one of those tweed caps they all liked so much, but from beneath it escaped a mop of untidy light brown hair. There was something about him I liked. He was looking at me as though he rather liked the look of me, too. "My name's Fran Varady." I decided to establish the acquaintance on a formal basis. "Is this Lord's farm? I saw the signpost further back." "Nice to meet you, Fran. Yes, this is Lord's farm. Welcome to it, if you take my meaning." He grinned and wiped one of his shovel hands on the front of his sweater before offering it. "I'm Nick Bryant." It was pretty obvious he was deliberately ignoring Jamie, who was grimacing at me and signalling I should rejoin him. I tried turning my back on him. Jamie opened the car door and leaned out, yelling, "Fran, are you getting back in this car, or are you going to stand there all day gossiping?" At that point, Jamie saw my companion and said loudly and sourly, "Oh, it's you, Bryant. Your wretched beasts have made a mess of my car." My, said Nick amiably. "So they have. You'll have to get the brush and bucket out, Jim." "Don't call me Jim," yelled Jamie. He made an obvious effort to regain control. He looked at me and then back at Nick. "And how's Mrs. Bryant?" Jamie's gaze slid maliciously towards me again as he asked. Damn, I thought. The nice ones are always married. "She's fine. Old Mr. Monkton and Mrs. Cameron, they all right?" Jamie told him ungraciously that they were, and as there appeared to be no more family members left between us to inquire after, conversation came to a natural end for the time being. "I'd better go," I said apologetically to Nick. I wanted to talk to him more than ever, now that it was clear he knew Jamie and the Monktons. "Look," I said, quickly in a low voice. "This may sound odd, but I need to come back and talk to you sometime." Jamie squawked, "If you don't get back in this car straight away, I'm going to drive on without you." "I've got to go," I urged. Nick glanced at Jamie in no very kindly way. "Watch yourself," he muttered, "and come back any time you like." I got back into the car. Jamie was scowling, and now he sniffed the air and said, "You stink of cows. Open the window." "So whose fault is that?" He drove off with a squeal of tyres. I waved farewell to Nick, who raised a hand in salute and set off towards the barn and his charges. "Shouldn't have thought Farmer Giles there was your type," said Jamie sarcastically. At least he was polite. Jamie muttered. After a little while, he spoke again quite calmly, sounding almost polite himself. "Look, Fran, we can go on like this, sniping and snarling at each other, or we can put our cards on the table, come clean. Last night was a mistake, I admit it, but we really do need to talk." He must have thought me simple. It was obvious that he'd realised that I'd made a possible ally in Nick Bryant, and he was reformulating his own tactics accordingly. After trying to bully and frighten me, he was trying being nice to me. "I don't have anything I want to talk to you about," I told him, "and there's no reason I should. Alistair came to see me in London. He sought me out. I returned the compliment. It's between him and me." Jamie gave a hiss and swept round a corner. "It concerns me too. I am family. In fact, I'm the only family they've got left apart from Alistair's son, Phil. I feel responsible for the old people. I am responsible for them. I carry the responsibility for everything round here, and I take it seriously." I didn't want to give away anything I'd learned from the letter. I asked casually, "Why doesn't Phil run the stud?" Jamie hooted. "Phil? Hates horses for a start. Anyway, he doesn't get on with Alistair. Alistair's a loyal old bird. He tries hard to welcome Phil whenever he shows up, but it's not easy. If you had been here when they both, Phil and Marcy, Teresa's mother, turned up for the funeral, you'd have understood. Talk about undercurrents. Of course, they divorced some time back and Phil's remarried. He didn't bring his second wife. I wondered whether he would, but even Phil didn't have that much nerve." That had given me a jolt, because I hadn't realised that Terry had been buried in the time between Alistair coming to the flat and my coming down here. I said so, and asked, rather miserably, whether she was buried in the churchyard at Abbotsfield. I'd sat there to eat my tuna sandwich, and perhaps she had been only a few feet away beneath the turf. I didn't tell Jamie that last bit. He said she was buried there, which made me feel pretty grim. The police had given permission, he said, especially as it was an internment and not a cremation. He didn't explain that, but I guessed the reason. They could always dig her up again if they wanted to. "What's Terry's mother like? Marcia, you said she's called?" He nodded. "She's a gold-plated bitch, but I like Marcy. To be fair, she was genuinely cut up at the funeral. So was Phil. I don't want to give you the wrong impression about that, but neither of them could wait to get away afterwards. Phil back to the States and Marcy back to the new man in her life." Jamie gave a short laugh. "She probably doesn't trust him enough to leave him for too long." I gave it a minute or two, then asked, "And that's the whole family? There's really no one else?" "Not a soul." We had reached a junction with a more important, busy road. Jamie drew up, waiting for a break in traffic. "I don't want you down here asking questions. Ariadne's sick, and Alistair is far more frail than he looks. Teresa's death knocked the stuffing out of both of them. Don't go making things worse." "I'm not thick," I told him crossly. "I'd be tactful." "I won't. If I find you've been talking to either of them about it, I'll break your grubby little neck." End of side 7. Side 8. We didn't talk again until we reached Winchester. He parked in a public car park near the town centre. "If you want to live back with me, be here at 4. If you're not here, I'll assume you've caught or mean to catch the bus." "I'll take the bus," I told him. I hadn't put my jacket back on again when I'd got back in the car after talking to Nick. Now I picked it up. Loose change I'd kept in my pocket for phone calls spilled out and rolled over the well of the front passenger seat, most of it disappearing under the seat itself. I cursed and scrabbled for it, watched impatiently by Jamie. I pushed my hand under the seat, feeling for the coins, and my fingertips touched something else. Small, pyramid-shaped, and with a familiar but momentarily unidentifiable dusty feel to it. Instinctively I scooped it up with the coins and withdrew my clasped fist and shoved the whole lot into my pocket. Jamie slammed his door and locked up. We parted at the top of the road, and I was able to look at my hand, the one I'd reached under the seat. The fingertips were smudged with blue colour. I reached in the pocket and took out the small, pyramid-shaped object. It was an end of blue chalk. One of Squibb's chalks, I was almost sure. And it tied Jamie into the squat, along with the cologne smell, and the fact that his general description was a match to that of the man seen by Ganesh. The chalk scrap must have been trapped in his shoe, or maybe he'd worn trousers with turn-ups that day. 3 things were too much of a coincidence. So it was you, Jamie, I thought, and it was followed by an even more alarming thought. The note I'd stupidly made about the man Gan saw. If I was right, and Jamie was the man, that put Gan in real danger. It was quite possible Jamie was a killer, and I had kindly suggested his next victim, supposing the next not to be myself. Chapter 11. Winchester came as a surprise to me. I hadn't expected it to be so busy, but it was obviously on the tourist trail. The pavements were crowded, the streets blocked with traffic. There were a number of expensive boutiques and any number of places to eat or drink. Seeking out one wine bar wasn't going to be so easy as I'd imagined. Now that I had even less reason to trust Jamie, I had to make doubly sure he wasn't following me. In these crowds it wouldn't be difficult to do it unobserved. I dodged in and out of pedestrians, nipped across the road between cars, risking my neck and getting a fair amount of abuse, and eventually decided that I must have given him the slip if he had tried to trail me. If he saw me now, it would be just bad luck. I couldn't remember the exact name of the wine bar on the match packet, but it had been something to do with ecclesiastical architecture, crypt or vault or cloister, something of that sort. There had been a thumbnail sketch of a Gothic arch on the packet. I decided it would be located centrally, where most tourist trade was. But it took me a while, trudging round. It goes without saying that everyone I asked turned out to be a visitor. Eventually, I stumbled across it, in a narrow side alley. It had to be the one, not only because I was exhausted and there had to be a limit to the number of watering holes in this place, but it was the only one so far with a name remotely in the category I sought. Beneath the Arches, it was called. I'd been near enough. I went in. It looked old and certainly had arches. It was nearing lunchtime and already pretty well packed out. I squeezed into a corner and ordered a glass of red wine and a cheese sandwich, that being the cheapest thing on the menu. There was an ashtray on the table, and propped in it, an identical packet of matches to the one Edna had so proudly displayed. I pocketed it. I was in the right place. I wasn't quite sure how much further on that would take my investigations. The sandwich and wine arrived. As I ate, I reviewed what I'd learned so far, and came up with several theories, each of which I discarded 2 minutes after deciding that it must be the right one. I paid my bill and went along to the ladies' room. I discovered, as I'd hoped, that just outside the toilets was a public payphone, and, thank goodness, one which took coins, not cards. I rang the Patels. As bad luck would have it, Mr. Patel answered, and although I asked him to fetch Ganesh, he started talking to me himself. I didn't want to upset him, but I did try and get across to him that public phones eat money, and I didn't have that much loose change. Eventually, he fetched Ganesh when I was nearly out of coins. "Listen," I ordered Ganesh before he could start. "I'm nearly out of money, so can't waste time. I'm in Winchester, in the wine bar which advertised with that book of matches Edna had." "What's this about a book of matches?" Ganesh asked. "You told me it was a cigarette packet." Down the line came a tremendous crash of falling crates and voices upraised in dispute somewhere behind Ganesh. I hoped he could hear me. "There was a matchbook too. Don't interrupt, Gan, please. I told you I ran out of money. I believe the man you saw in the street is down here, and his name is Jamie Monckton. He's also the one who dropped the cigarette packet. I feel sure of it. And Gan, Jamie knows you saw him, so take care. He's a nasty bit of work. I've also found something else. A letter. I think all of this has to do with a will. Someone at Ganish's end of things had now begun bashing some metal object with a hammer. "Will who?" he shouted. "A will," I yelled. "Testament, saying who gets your goods and chattels." "Now you've found all this out, come back." He didn't sound particularly impressed. "Can't. Met someone today who might be able to tell me more. A farmer." "A what?" "A farmer. Beep, beep, beep. I've got no more money. Fran?" The phone went dead. I had a cup of coffee in order to collect more coins in change. This time, I rang through to the police station and asked for Janice. They tried to stall me and find out what I wanted first, but I wasn't having that. I told them either I'd talk to Janice or no one. If she wasn't there, I'd call back when she was. Eventually, they put me through to Janice. "Fran?" Janice's voice, howling down the line, nearly dented my eardrum. "What on earth do you think you're playing at? You had no business to leave town without telling me of your intention and giving me your new address. Where are you?" I'd learned something from my call to Ganish. I told her I only had a few coins, so would she ring me back? I gave her the number of the payphone and hung up. The phone buzzed almost at once. I picked it up. "Janice, listen, don't yell. You can yell at me when I get back to town." I told her what I'd told Gan, and explained why I was in the wine bar, that Edna had shown me the matchbook and had probably seen the same man as Ganish had spotted. "I smelled cologne in the squat when I got back that evening. Didn't I tell you that? Jamie Monckton uses a very similar cologne." She stopped shouting and became quiet and businesslike. "Fran, you could cause us all a tremendous amount of trouble. You're intelligent enough to know you shouldn't be blundering around in police investigations. As for the letter, you're not authorised to remove anything from that house, and if you do, it's theft." "I've got this gut feeling it's the key to the whole thing." I was beginning to get exasperated. She really didn't have to be so dense. Was someone else listening in at the cop shop? Yes, I thought. Someone probably was. "We need more than your gut feelings, Francesca. I've already got more than enough cause to charge you with obstructing the police. As for Jamie Monckton, I can't proceed on your flimsy evidence. The bag lady's testimony is useless. She's certainly not mentally competent. As regards the so-called identification of an aftershave scent, all those male toiletries smell more or less the same. Tom uses them. They all stink." "Not like this one." "How is dear old Tom, anyway?" I asked because she was being awkward and I wanted to needle her. "Still being a shit. He wants to move back in." "You're going to let him?" "He wants to rebuild our marriage. He's made an appointment for us to see a relate counsellor." She changed her tone. "However, this is nothing to do with the matter in hand. I can't go by a smell you think you can identify. This isn't some party game. As for a vague description made to you by your chum, Ganesh Patel, you didn't see this mystery man in the street. You don't know it was Jamie Monckton. You're guessing, Fran, that's all." She was beginning to give me doubts. I could be wrong. "The chalk," I said desperately. "Fell out of your jacket pocket with the coins." "It didn't. There was no chalk in the pockets. I know that." "Prove it." "You can't. Look, I'm engaged on police work here, not kids' games. If you want to play detective, go and buy yourself a box of Cluedo." "But I may have put Ganesh in danger," I bellowed into the receiver. Two women passing by on their way to the loo gave me alarmed glances. "You're in danger," Janice said silkily. "You're in danger from me. Get yourself back here to London pronto. Understand? And no nonsense. If you try any more playing at detectives, I'll see you really are charged with obstructing police inquiries." "Stuff your police inquiries," I said. Her ingratitude had really got to me. I hung up the receiver before she could reply. I stomped back into the wine bar in a rage, and it was nearly my undoing. Jamie was there, sitting at a table, making a start on what looked like steak and kidney pie, and talking to a pallid man in a business suit. The pallid man was sipping soup and looked as if he was making it his meal. A bottle of mineral water stood by his glass. Perhaps he had an ulcer. He looked depressed enough. although having to sit in a cramped room full of tourists watching Jamie munch through pie and chips and knock back half a bottle of plonk by himself would depress anyone. They must have come in just as I left to find the phone. It was a bit of luck, because if I'd been at a table, they'd almost certainly have seen me. Equally, if I hadn't gone to find the phone, or if Mr. Patel hadn't kept me talking, I might have left and missed them. But there he was, Jamie, large as life. This must be one of his favourite eating spots. I wished I had the nerve to go back and call Janice again, because here was another coincidence, and even she would have to admit it was one too many. If Jamie hadn't dropped that matchbook, someone else had who'd been in this Winchester wine bar. The likelihood of that was nil. I hadn't asked Jamie his reason for coming to Winchester today. In any case, it was unlikely he'd have told me. Clearly it was a business lunch of some kind. I wished dearly I knew what they were discussing. Jamie was doing most of the talking, the pallid man pushing the spoon around his bowl and crumbling a bread roll in gloomy silence as he listened. I hoped that Jamie was so intent on getting the point across that he'd be oblivious to all else around him. I had to walk past their table to get out into the street. I edged past, trying not to look at them. If someone is looking at you, you sense it. I got to the door without anyone calling after me, and glancing back, saw that Jamie was still talking away and refilling his own glass at the same time. Even from the back, the man in the business suit looked depressed. I reached the street. Safe. I set off. I had some shopping to do. I went to the nearest chemist and bought a new film for the camera. I wanted to get back to Astara-Stud quickly, and the bus services would be too slow. Nothing for it but to hitch. I was in luck. A middle-aged woman stopped for me, concern on her face as she peered at me through the window. "My dear, you really shouldn't be doing this. It's very dangerous. Anyone could offer you a lift, just anyone." "I wouldn't go with just anyone, honestly," I told her. "And I wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't desperate. My boyfriend dumped me here. We had a quarrel. He'd pushed me out of his car on this road and just drove away and left me. I don't even know where I am. I need to get to a place just outside Basingstoke, Abbotsfield." She was shocked. "How callous! What an irresponsible young man! Really, there can be no excuse for that sort of behaviour." Indecision showed on her face. "I don't normally give lifts to hitchhikers. One never knows." She peered at me again, and I tried to look innocent, harmless and hard done by. "I suppose it's all right," she said. "I'm going near Basingstoke. I can drop you on the main road in." I hopped in the car before she had time to change her mind, thanking her profusely. "What did you quarrel with your young man about?" she asked as we drove off. This was a tricky one. But I noticed a mascot swinging from the keyring, holding the ignition key. A little plastic dachshund. "He made me get rid of my dog," I said. "He wouldn't let me keep her." "What?" The car swerved. Perhaps I shouldn't have picked on something she felt so strongly about. "What did he do with your dog?" she demanded sharply. I had to get this right. "A friend took her. A good home, I know that. In the country and everything. It's not that any harm's come to my dog. It's just that I had to give her away. I was very fond of her. She used to sleep on my bed. That's what he didn't like. He said he was allergic to her. I don't think he was. He just wanted rid of her, you know." She sniffed. "Couldn't you have compromised? Bought a dog basket?" "He wouldn't," I said firmly. "He said she had to go." "What sort of dog is she?" One can over-egg the pudding. I turned my eyes from the dachshund mascot bobbing on the key. "Part retriever, part German shepherd." "Goodness, wasn't she rather large to sleep on your bed? I must admit, dear, I can see why your young man might object." "But she'd slept on my bed since she was a puppy," I said pathetically. By now I'd begun to believe all this myself. I felt quite aggrieved. She sighed. "I know how it is with animals. It's so easy to spoil a puppy. Such adorable little creatures. Bad habits set in, and if it grows into a really big dog... You were rather unwise, dear." "Yes, I know that now," I said meekly. "I won't make the same mistake again." "You're going to get another dog?" "Yes, and another boyfriend." "Perhaps you should get a smaller one," she said thoughtfully. "Yes, this one was a bodybuilder and it was hopeless arguing with him." "No, dear, I meant a smaller dog." She frowned. "A bodybuilder, sharing a bed with a German Shepherd Retriever cross. And you. It really couldn't have been very comfortable." She had been intending to stop just outside of Basingstoke, but in view of my predicament, as she termed it, and the distress I was obviously feeling over parting with my dog, she insisted on taking me right into town and putting me down at the bus station. "You are sure you got money for the bus fare, dear?" I promised her I had. I was feeling as guilty as sin by now, but the deception was in a good cause. Plus, she drove off with the glow that comes from having done a good deed. I jumped on the Abbotsfield bus, reckoning that I'd be home before Jamie. I knew he planned on leaving Winchester at 4 that afternoon, and I knew how long it had taken us to drive there. Arithmetic told me what time to expect him home. And sure enough, there was no sign of his car at the Astara stud. I looked in the garage. Empty. I'd cut it fine, but I'd done it. I wanted to know who else was out and about in the vicinity, because I didn't want to be observed when Jamie got back. I walked over to the stable yard. It had a sleepy, late afternoon look about it. I wondered where Kelly was. As I stood at the entrance, looking around, a horse whinnied inside a loose box near at hand. A male voice cursed it, and a moment later, Lundy came out. He saw me and stopped. "Can I help you?" The words contrasted markedly with the way they were expressed. The only help he wanted to give me was help on my way out, probably with his boot. I told him I was looking for Kelly. I didn't particularly want to find her and get into conversation, because I hadn't to miss Jamie's return, but I had to give Lundy a reason for hanging about there. "She's not here." He came closer, and instinctively I took a step back. That was a bad tactical move, because it encouraged him to think he'd got me at a disadvantage. "I want a word with you," he said ominously. "What about?" I stood my ground, although my instinct was to run. He couldn't harm me, I told myself. I was Alistair's guest. "What are you doing here?" "Looking for Kelly," I repeated nonchalantly. "Don't mess me about." He pushed his ugly mug at me. "I don't mean in the bloody yard. I mean here, at the Astara. What's your game, eh?" "I'm a visitor," I said grandly. He spat to one side, expressing his opinion of that. "Ask Mr. Alistair if you've got doubts," I added. His pebbly little eyes bored into me. "Clever, think yourself, I dare say." "Well, you be careful. I got my eye on you." I was aware of it. Both of them. I chose to say nothing, largely because I couldn't think of anything. He seemed satisfied he'd delivered his warning, and turned away, going back into the loose box and cussing the unfortunate horse in it again. I scurried away, and hid in the tangle of buddleia bushes by the garage. The sweet smell was overpowering, and reminded me of honey. There were any number of butterflies fluttering about the mauve blossoms and perched on them. A small bird of a kind I didn't recognise — I can only recognise sparrows — was darting about, catching the butterflies and gobbling them up. I felt sorry for the butterflies, but admired the agility of the bird. He hunted. I waited, camera ready. I was a hunter too. Jamie didn't stand me up. He turned up about 10 minutes later than I'd estimated. Perhaps he'd waited a few minutes in Winchester at the car park to see if I was coming home with him. The car swept up to the garage and he got out. I took a snap of him closing the car door. Then he walked round the car to inspect the muddy marks left by our encounter with the cattle. That gave me a chance for another couple of shots. Then he looked back down the drive, which gave me a beautiful profile. I was getting careless by then and must have moved, because the buddleia rustled and Jamie's head snapped round. I held my breath. But my little friend, the hunting bird, chose that moment to fly out. Jamie relaxed and set off towards the house, whistling. I waited a few minutes, and then followed, entering the house through the kitchen. Ruby was there, mixing batter. A woman I'd never seen before was tackling a pile of ironing in the corner. "Hello, my dear," Ruby said. You came back with Mr. Jamie, then? No, I came earlier. I was finished in town. I glanced curiously at the other woman, who hadn't looked up from her work or shown any sign she was aware I'd come in. She was a shapeless sort of person, looking rather as if she were made of dough. Her straight, grey hair was parted centrally and pinned back with a couple of Kirby grips, and she wore the sort of wrap-over apron I hadn't seen in years. "Mrs. Lundy," said Ruby, nodding towards the woman. "She comes over a couple of times a week to give me a hand." Assuming Mrs. Lundy would acknowledge the introduction, I said hello, but she carried on ironing without any reaction at all, although Ruby had spoken in a normal voice. Is it Joey Lundy's wife?" Ruby anticipated me. "They live in the bungalow behind the yard." She still spoke quite normally, clearly audible to the ironer, and still Mrs. Lundy took not the slightest notice. She paused long enough to sprinkle water from a small basin onto her ironing, then carried on. It occurred to me she might be deaf. As tactfully as I could, I lifted a hand, tapped my ear, and raised my eyebrows. "Oh, no," said Ruby cheerfully. "There's nothing wrong with her hearing. She's not one for chat. A bit slow on the uptake, but a good worker. Makes ironing a real art." An awful thought struck me. Kelly, the stable girl, she's not their daughter, is she? "Oh, goodness, no," Ruby chuckled. "She just lodges with them." Lodging with the Lundys must be about as comfortable as a Tudor traitor would have found himself in the Tower. Ruby tapped her spoon on the edge of the mixing bowl. "There, that's done." She began to spoon the contents over a Pyrex dish, part filled with stewed fruit. Then she handed me the wooden spoon with batter smeared on it. "You want to lick it clean, or are you too grown up for that?" "Teresa, when she was little, she always did hang round to scrape out the bowl, and when she grew older, too." "I'm not too grown up." I took the spoon. "I used to do this when my grandma made cakes. She used to make a wonderful chocolate cake." Ruby put the dish in the oven and began to clean the worktop. Mrs. Lundy folded a pillowcase, put it on a pile of finished ironing, and took another from a daunting pile of damp wash. Ironing might be an art with her, but it appeared to have turned her into a zombie, or living with Lundy had. But she wasn't deaf, and despite what Ruby had said, she might understand more than expected, enough to repeat anything I said to her husband. On the other hand, it was a good opportunity to talk to Ruby. I just had to gamble. "Ruby," I said carefully, "you know I shared a house with Teresa, don't you?" "So they told me." Ruby straightened up, expelling breath with an oof. Her face was kind, but her eyes were sharp. "Was she in some kind of trouble, poor lass? 'Cause it seems to me she must have been." "I don't know, Ruby. If she was, she didn't talk about it. Honestly, I'd tell Alistair if I knew." "She was headstrong." Ruby shook her head. "Mr. Alistair and Mrs. Cameron, they both doted on her. She made life very difficult for them. They're getting on in years, you see. They couldn't cope with the sort of problems young people have. Not today's youngsters, anyway. It was beyond them. They wanted to help, but they didn't know how, most likely." "What sort of problems?" I asked guilelessly. Mrs. Lundy splashed water and ironed on, accompanied by a faint hiss of steam. It was a pity she was there, but it couldn't be helped. Either Ruby had remembered Mrs. Lundy, or she wasn't going to gossip with a stranger, and that's what I was. "Bless you, don't ask me," was all she said. She wasn't going to say any more. I thanked her for letting me finish the batter, and walked past Mrs. Lundy out of the kitchen. As I passed by her, she looked up. I had a fleeting impression of a flat, vacant face, heavily coated with face powder, but no lipstick or any other effort to make herself presentable. It seemed odd. I smiled at her, and she looked down again at once, but not before I'd seen a momentary reaction in her eyes. Not any return of greeting, but fear. I had plenty to think about as I went upstairs to my room. Once there, I set about adding to my photographic record. I snapped a view of the room, showing the toys on top of the chest of drawers. Then I snapped the rabbit, showing his back pulled open the way I'd done it to find the letter inside. Then I snapped both pages of the letter, although probably the writing wouldn't come out well enough to be legible, and returned it to its hiding place inside the book wrapper. When I'd done all that, even though the film was far from finished, I ran it on to the end, took it out and rolled it up in some cotton wool from the makeup drawer. I wrote a note to Ganesh, telling him to get it developed by the 1-hour service locally and take it straight away to Inspector Janice, because it would back up what I'd told them both on the phone. I especially wanted him to study the photos of Jamie to see if he could identify him as the man he saw hanging around the house the day Terry died. When I'd done all that, I stepped out into the passage. There was a gasp. Mrs. Lundy was outside the room, standing by my door. I'd opened it suddenly, and she stepped back, looking so confused and frightened that I automatically assured her, "It's all right." She shuffled her feet. "I've been to the linen cupboard," she said. "Lots of ironing." There wasn't much I could say to this poor creature. She still seemed to think I was going to scold her for being in the wrong part of the house. "I come upstairs to take it all to the linen cupboard," she repeated. The flat face looked into mine. Then she turned and hurried away. But not before I'd had time to realise the reason for the layer of face powder. Beneath it, her doughy features were puffed and bruised. Joey Lundy was a wife-beater. I walked slowly down to the kitchen. I knew I was very angry, but I felt quite calm. Ruby was at the table, enjoying a quiet cup of tea and looking at cookery pages in a woman's magazine, waiting for her own fruit sponge pudding to be ready to come out of the oven. "Joey knocks his wife around," I said. "Why doesn't anyone here do anything about it?" She looked up from the brightly coloured pictures of perfect cakes and complicated desserts. "One can't come between husband and wife," she said reproachfully. "Rot!" She flushed. "Mr. Alistair has spoken to Lundy about it. Lundy's a good worker." She leaned forward. "Would you want Mr. Alistair to sack Lundy?" "I'd throw him off the premises," I told her. "Yes, you would. And then what? He'd blame that poor creature and take it out on her. She wouldn't leave him. Wherever he went, he'd drag her along with him. Away from here, it'd be worse. Mr. Alistair keeps an eye on things. There's a limit. Lundy knows it. Leave it to Mr. Alistair, dear." She was right, of course. Lucy had been bright, articulate, young, and she had found it hard to break away from a violent husband. Mrs. Lundy was never going to be able to make the break. Here the situation was controlled. It was the best to be hoped for. I hated to admit it, but there didn't appear to be any way out of it. I asked Ruby if she had any stamps and an envelope, preferably a strong manila one. It didn't have to be new. I could strike out the old address. She did better. She found a little padded jiffy bag. I bought 2 first-class stamps off her. Out of her sight, I put my letter to Ganesh and the roll of film in the bag and stuck it all down with sellotape. Then I slipped out of the house and grounds and walked down to the road, where I'd noticed a brick post-box by the roadside. I posted the package with relief. Once it had left my fingers and fallen down inside the post-box, there was no way Jamie could get it back, even if he found out about it. It was on its way to Ganesh, and, all going according to plan, from Ganesh to Inspector Janice. As a detective, I was improving. I was at least getting a bit more organised. Tomorrow, I'd tackle the farm. I knew now what time the cows pitched up for milking, and I'd avoid that. I hoped Nick Bryant would be there at other times. I had an idea I could talk to Nick. And to his wife as well, of course. There was an hour to go before dinner. I didn't want to go back into the house just yet. And anyway, there was something else I had to do. I didn't really want to do it, but it had to be done. I walked on down the lane, turned into the main road and set off back to Abbotsfield. Now that I knew the way, it didn't seem so far. It took me a quarter of an hour. I went straight to the churchyard and sought out the corner where recent tombstones indicated the modern burials were taking place. Teresa's was very recent, and they hadn't got a stone fixed up yet. Instead, there was a white painted wooden cross with just her name and the date of her death. There were flowers on the grave, fresh ones. It was getting late, and the churchyard deserted and very quiet. Occasionally a car went past up on the road, but it made little impression here. It was timeless. The white cross had slipped slightly to an angle. The soil was settling. That was partly why there was no stone yet. It seemed to be suggesting a time limit to me, as if I had to get this all worked out before the soil was finally packed down enough for the permanence of a marble slab. Right now, the grave was neither one thing nor another, neither new nor established, but halfway in between. Unfinished business, I thought. A curious feeling ran over me, as if I weren't alone. It felt as though someone stood behind me, had perhaps been behind me for some time, watching. I whirled round, but there was no one. "Imagination again, Fran," I said aloud. I glanced at my wristwatch. Time to go back. "Don't worry about it, Terry," I said to the white cross. "I'll find out who it was, and I'll see he gets what's due him." I hoped I could keep the promise. Even more now, because I couldn't do anything about Lundy's treatment of his wife. So many things were wrong, and I had to be able to put at least one of them right. Moreover, I was remembering the bruises on Terry's body to which Janice had drawn my attention. Until this moment, I'd been concentrating on Jamie Monckton. But Joe Lundy liked beating up women. Chapter 12. The best-laid plans of mice and men are apt to gang awry. My plan didn't go wrong, but it did get unexpectedly delayed. I was down promptly for breakfast the next morning, meaning to make an early visit to the farm. Alistair was already there, reading his newspaper, and after a few minutes Jamie walked in. This meant that at least he wasn't searching the room again and messing up my few possessions. We said good morning to one another and exchanged frosty looks, just so that each of us knew nothing had changed. "What are you planning today, Francesca?" Alistair asked, emerging from behind his newspaper. Jamie looked up from his chipolata sausages, mushrooms and tomato. "I'll walk into the village," I said casually, "just to take a look around." I saw no reason to tell them I'd visited Terry's grave the previous evening. "You'll need some different footwear," Jamie said with a grin. He was remembering how I'd hobbled along the verge at our first meeting. "Pair of wellies around somewhere, I dare say," Alistair said. "All kinds of odd pairs in the back porch. One of them should fit you." It was a good idea. I said I'd take it up. Jamie was still watching and listening, and I wasn't sure whether he'd guessed I meant to go to the farm. He couldn't stop me even if he did, but I didn't want him to know my plans even so. I went down to the kitchen after breakfast and dried up the breakfast dishes for Ruby, before asking her about the boots. "That shouldn't be a problem," she said. "Now, let's see." A bell above the door jangled. She glanced up. "That'll be Mr. Watkins come to see Mrs. Cameron. He said he'd be early, but it's a little bit too early, I fancy. She might be ready yet. Just wait a moment, will you, dear?" She bustled out into the hall, heading for the front door. Watkins was the name of the solicitor mentioned in the letter. It might be a coincidence, but I fancied not. I sneaked out after Ruby and lurked in a dark corner of the hall behind a hat stand. "Perhaps you'd just like to wait a moment, sir?" Ruby was saying. "I'll run up and see if she's ready, or Mr. Alistair's about somewhere." "That's quite all right," said a dry, gloomy voice. "I'll just wait in the sitting-room here. And if Mrs. Cameron isn't ready to see me yet, I'll go and take a look round the stable-yard." Ruby's feet pounded up the stairs. Faint shuffling and breathing told me Watkins was moving towards the room into which Jamie had shown me when I'd first arrived. I peered out. The hall was empty, but the door to the sitting-room was open. I crept out cautiously and peeked round it. He was standing by the fireplace, his back to me, rearranging the photographs in the mantel-shelf, in a pernickety and I thought interfering way. Even from that angle he was clearly recognisable as the pallid man who had been lunching with Jamie. As bad luck would have it, he glanced up, having got everything neatly set out, and looked in the mirror above the mantel-shelf. I jumped back behind the door jamb, but too late. His pale features froze, and he turned. "Who is that? Home?" I trotted into the room as nonchalantly as I could. "Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. I was coming in here to read the paper." He glanced round, sparse eyebrows lifted. I don't see any newspaper. Alistair must still have it. He had it at breakfast. Watkins was still eyeing me with deep disapproval. Perhaps it was his normal expression. Are you the young woman who has come down from London? Jamie must have told him about me. I confirmed it. He said, I see, but looked puzzled. Have we by any chance met before? I told him I didn't think so, but I was cursing. Jamie may have been too intent on his lunch and his argument yesterday to notice me creeping out of the wine bar. But Watkins was the sort of person who missed very little and no doubt owned a mental filing system. Lodged somewhere in his subconscious was a little card with my face on it, and sooner or later he'd connect it with a location. You seem, forgive me, familiar. A lot of people look like me, I said feebly. Indeed. He had doubts about that. He took a watch from his waistcoat pocket and consulted it. His time was money. I am rather glad to have the opportunity of a word with you. He tucked the watch away. You're not in a hurry? I began to explain that I was actually just on my way out, but there was something about his dry, pale face and professional manner which overruled objections. I told him I had a few minutes to spare. Good. Perhaps you'd be so good as to close the door. I closed it and perched on the edge of a chair. He had the kind of presence which made it impossible to sit back and relax. He took his own seat in a cautious way, as if not sure the chair mightn't buckle beneath him, and hitching up the knees of his shiny trousers to reveal wash-shrunk wool socks and an expanse of dead white skin, he placed the tips of his bony fingers together. I understand that you were one of the young people who shared a house in London with Miss Monckton. With Terry, yes, I did. The police have spoken to you, of course. His manner suggested I'd be the first one they'd haul in for questioning. Several times, I assured him. His features twitched. The police are aware that you are here? Thanks to my phone call to Janice, I was able to assure him heartily that Inspector Morgan was fully aware of my movements. He tapped the tips of his fingers together and looked at me without speaking, for so long that I began fidgeting. Were you a very close friend of Miss Monckton's? I was one of the people closest to her in London, I told him, and had a fair idea it was true. He didn't like that answer. The tapping hands were stilled. He pressed his thin lips and pinched his nostrils. Did she talk to you about her home? Her family? Fully aware he couldn't check on anything I told him, I said, Quite often. I wondered whether he played chess. He was watching me as if contemplating his next move and assessing my likely counter-move. I got the impression he'd be a good chess player. He said, delicately, However, I gather you told the police that you knew very little about Teresa. Yes, he'd be a good player. Good at finding the opponent's weakness while giving nothing away himself. Nothing relevant to her death, no. We thought she was out of the house, when in fact she... I gestured at the ceiling. To think that we sat there while she was hanging there. To find her like that. Yes, he said curtly. Quite. The whole affair is most distressing. She didn't at any time speak of the future. She didn't, for example, speak of the Astara stud itself. In the vaguest terms, I said. He wasn't sure what to make of that, and sat staring at me, with his gimlet eyes sunken in bags of unhealthy white skin, like badly cooked poached eggs. And your own personal interest in this matter? I was spared having to find an answer which would satisfy this modern Torquemada by a welcome tap at the door, followed immediately by the appearance of Ruby. Mrs. Cameron's ready to see you now, Mr. Watkins. Would you like to go up? Watkins rose to his feet, I swear his knees creaked, and gathered up an ancient, scuffed leather briefcase which he must have bought when he first joined the firm as a junior clerk. He gave the barest nod and walked out. Right, said Ruby, expressing no surprise at having found me there, tete-a-tete with the solicitor when she had left me in the kitchen. Let's see about those boots, shall we? Since she hadn't asked any explanation, I didn't offer one. I followed her back to the kitchen, feeling that I hadn't handled the interview very well. Watkins was suspicious of me. When he succeeded in placing me, as he surely would, he'd tell Jamie immediately. Jamie would be furious to think I'd been spying on him. But he might not, I thought, be in a position to do much about it. It all depended on what he'd been discussing with Watkins. Watkins, too, might have something on his conscience. He wouldn't be the first solicitor to bend the rules, and I had a funny feeling that's what had been happening in that wine bar yesterday. I inspected the collection of aging gumboots in the back porch, to which Ruby directed me, and found a smallish pair which I suspected had belonged to Terry. Ruby joined me as I was putting my foot alongside one of them to check the size. I didn't put my foot inside it because of the cobwebs festooning it. If there's one thing I cannot stand, it's putting my foot into a shoe of any sort and encountering some kind of beastie. In the squat it happened fairly frequently. Woodlice mostly, and spiders, with the occasional silverfish, my particular phobia because they slithered around so quickly. I'd got into the habit of tapping my shoes to see what fell out before I put them on. Ruby was wearing a dreadful-looking waxed jacket, in case it rained. I accepted it gratefully, hoping that between the elderly barber and the wellies, I'd at least look more the part than I had yesterday. I took the boots outside and bashed them against the wall to dislodge the creepy crawlies. As I suspected, they were full of dust and dead spiders. When I was sure they were uninhabited, I tugged them on. They were on the tight side, I discovered, as I clumped round the front of the house. A blue Mercedes was parked there. Watkins's clients must pay well. Then, as I paused to admire it, another car drew into the drive and pulled up by me. The door opened and a blonde got out.
End of Side 8.